ultimate performance. Ready to race. Ready for fun. From the backyard to the racetrack, Traxxas radio-controlled vehicles are engineered for years of high speed, high-flying fun. Visit your local hobby store to experience the fun of RC from Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
After some fantastic racing at the St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix, the teams traveled just a few miles down the coast to Fort Myers Beach for some more Florida sunshine. Welcome to the stunning Gulf Coast for round 5 of the P1 Offshore Race Series and the Roar Offshore Fort Myers Beach Powerboat Races. With all the championships yet to be decided, you can be sure it's going to be a competitive weekend of racing, just like the rest of the season has been thus far.
We have a green flag and we're underway. We got a 3-across race heading towards the pier in the north end of the race course. Oh, they hooked the side and flipped the boat over. Whoa, whoa, oh, they go upside down, roll it over, and half a turn again. Class 4 was GNS Predator and Cigarette Justice League out front initially. BoatFloater.com ultimately ends up taking the win in Mod B. LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness took the win in Stock B. And Super Stock out to an early jump was FJ Propeller. Performance Boat Center that takes the win in Super Stock. Green flag here in Michigan City. Punisher is going to take the win in Mod B. Predator has gotten past Old School, and it goes to Yukon Lurp. This is going to be close. Our leader, CMR. CR Racing coming up on the outside of Jackhammer. But the win goes to CMR. What a great weekend for them. And they get to show it all today. What a great run for the Geico boat. First place here in Michigan City. We are underway here in St. Pete. So CMR out front. Here comes Jackhammer. CMR is going to take the win. We are underway. MCon around the outside. And the win is going to go to MCon. We are underway. Three-way battle for the lead here in Class 5. Too far inside. Relentless screaming up to that turn. Checkered flag is out for Relentless.
Some great action there, and there's going to be even more of it this weekend with 4 great races coming up. But before we hit the water, let's head over to a little party.
The fans and everything have just been great, as you can see with the block party here. Everybody's out here supporting the teams. It's great to have such tremendous support from a great town.
I'm really looking forward to getting out there, seeing how the water is. We've had a lot of different varying conditions in all of our races this season, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Fort Myers has to bring to us.
great to be able to race at home with all the people that you're around just boating on a normal week or weekend. So it's great to see them so they can see what we do. Fort Myers is a great venue. The fans, the spectators, first-class people, they all know a lot about boats. That's what's so enjoyable to come to Fort Myers. Couldn't race in a better spot.
Looked like everyone had a great time at the block party, but now it's time to get down to business. Let's head up to our race commentator, Mike Uwowski.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Beautiful day here. The tide is out, the sun is up, and we're getting ready to go racing for the championship points battle here. Beautiful day, nice calm conditions, beautiful sandy beaches. We're taking a look at our 5-mile course. It's a little bit shorter than it was in 2019. Got this bubble first turn, as we call it. Lots of buoys, big wide turn, down into a dogleg. Then much more narrow as we head up towards the pier. That is a lap around Fort Myers Roar Offshore. Beautiful day. I am joined by Tyler Miller of MCon. Sorry about that. I am joined by Tyler Miller of MCon, boat number 06. Tyler, welcome to the broadcast booth. We'll introduce you for a couple of minutes. We'll get into laps, talk about some racing as we get ready to start our parade lap.
For having us, Mike. It's our pleasure to be here in Fort Myers Beach.
If you guys have never seen the MCon boat, it's not really hard to miss. It's red and white. Very simple. It's easy to look at, easy on the eyes. They brought the big hauler with them. You guys bring quite the show, so it's going to be cool to have you talk about this. We're going to ask for your input on some of these super cool race boats here, so don't be nervous or anything.
Absolutely.
I think you'll be okay. All right, so this is the first race of the day. It's going to start roughly around 10:30, just about 5 minutes away. It's going to be Stock V in the first start. The second start's going to be Class 6, and third start is going to be Class 7. Class 7 is going to run 5 laps for 25 miles. Class 6 is going to run 7 laps for 35 miles. And Stock V will be run 9 laps for 45 miles here in Fort Myers, Florida. Again, this will be the first race of the day. We'll also try and race around 12 o'clock, 1:30, and 3 o'clock. They were calling for some weather between, I think it was 11 and 1 today. It looks pretty good right now, but obviously this is Florida and they can change at the very last minute. So right now the boats are going to do their parade lap. This is heading up the course towards turn 1. I remember turn 1's a little bit deceiving this year, or this weekend rather, because it's a big bubble turn. It's a bigger turn than what we're used to. They're going to get really wide around that and then run back into the dogleg. So the buoy that you see on your screen right there will be turn 1. That's what everybody's going to be racing towards as they complete their parade lap. Tyler, welcome to the broadcast booth. I think this is the first time joining our live stream here. What do you think so far? Pretty cool?
Oh, absolutely. Very cool.
Nice cushy couch up here,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, very comfortable. Very comfortable.
Lindsay had to come with you guys. Never travel alone. She's
Absolutely.
Just off to our
Always
right
got
here.
the team, especially Lindsay. Everybody's on board.
You guys are you're your ride or dies, right? You guys do it together. You don't do it at all, right?
Amen to that.
There
yes,
you
sir.
go. So you were talking. You looked out the window. We can see the course here a little bit to our left. You were talking about how you think the conditions have changed from yesterday. A lot of people said it was pretty bumpy out there, but it was a confusing bumpy. There was no rhythm to it or anything like that. Looks like conditions have changed today.
Yeah, during testing yesterday, it was a little bit bumpier than we had anticipated. Looking out the window today, and obviously on the screen here, we've seen some wind die down. It looks like, and it's a little bit flatter than it was yesterday at testing. The wind is supposed to pick up a little bit, so expecting those conditions to kind of get back to what they were yesterday at the 3 o'clock hour when we raced.
Yeah, so to go through the races, it'll be Super Stock and race number 2 at 12 o'clock. Race number 3 will be Modified V, Class 4, Class 3, and 5. And then race number 4 around 3 o'clock will be Class 1 Super Cat, Factory Stock, V Extreme, and Class 2. And I made my first mistake of the day. We'll call myself out on it. I said Class 1 and Super Cat. But let's go ahead and just make the announcement now. Class 1, at least this weekend, is no more. You guys have let SV Offshore come in with you. Tell us about that change for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We're excited to have SV racing in the class this weekend. All the Super Cat owners got together and agreed to allow the 860 boat in with our class for points at this race. We're excited to just keep the tradition going with Super Cat. With the pandemic in the past, there's been a limited number of boats out. We expect a full return next year. We're very excited about it. But main thing is give these fans a show and get that 860 boat in there with us. He's the same hull design, same length, and we need the boat count. So it's we're all excited to have him aboard.
Well, and he was built as a Supercat. Remember back in 2019, the end of 2019, when that boat made its debut, he was running Supercat engines. And then the beginning of this year, I think it actually happened in 2020, he was going to go to the 860 Mercury program. Obviously, everything was very limited in 2020 because of the pandemic. But now he's running the full 860 program. Is it going to be interesting for you to see how your motors stack up against his setup? Because they're completely different, 100% different because of the motors. How do you feel about that?
Absolutely, yeah. We're excited to see, to get some data and have him in our class. We all agreed to a 10,200 pound way out. The Supercat 750 engine boats can come out at 9,500, which has been our class rule for several years. So we kind of tried to do a calculation on horsepower to the weight ratio and take the difference in the 750 to the 860 and just put a little bit more weight on SV Racing so they come out of the water a little heavier and try to balance things out. That's what we're about, is giving the fans a good show and seeing what these boats can do.
Sure. Now, have you ever run an 860 boat? Not SV Offshore, but have you run an 860 boat? There's not a lot of them out there. It's a popular engine, but there's just not a lot of them yet.
It's a popular engine. There's not a lot of them out there just yet. I do feel like that the traction is gaining, and there's been several Supercat guys that are interested in the 860, as well as some newcomers that have reached out and are looking forward to seeing how this all plays out today. It's a give and take kind of relationship there. The 750's been around a long time. Things are changing, things are molding. So if that's what it takes to keep this class growing, we're all ears. We're all interested in seeing how this plays out.
Is there, so the 860, so anybody doesn't know, 860 is Mercury's mid-level engine. It's above the 565, which replaced the 525, but it's less than the 1100. It's a naturally aspirated fuel injection engine. It is quad cam, which is a unique thing because obviously you don't have quad cams, you're single cam. Right. But it's a naturally aspirated engine. So do they have a big power advantage over you?
I think the lower end torque curve is a little bit run in the Supercat engine, but as you gain that mid-range to top end, yes, there is a substantial amount more there. So again, it's that give and take where coming out of these corners, accelerating with a lower end 750 naturally aspirated engine, you bump up to that 860 down the straightaway, he's gonna have a little more top end speed than us. So again, trying to level all that out and bring them guys on board and see how it plays.
I've only messed with one Supercat and gotten to one run Supercat in the day, but when I talked to Jay Muller about throttling, it's like riding a 125cc dirt bike. Like, you have to keep the RPMs up. Like, if you let them drop, those motors don't have the torque to pull from a low RPM range. You've got to keep it up. That's why we talk about, you're a throttle man, you throttle MCON. When you come out of the turn, you're actually trimming up your drives to keep those RPMs up, and then when you kind of feel the boat reach where it wants to be, then you'll just kick them in just a little bit and then head down the straightaway. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, that is 100% correct. Coming out of the corners, that camshaft is built, to run in a 5,800 to 6,400 RPM range. That's where the best torque is. So you're coming out of the corner and you're bringing the drives up, and that's why you see the big rooster tails with all these Supercats coming out of the corner, trying to get back on top of that RPM range. As we're going down the course, we start tucking, get the propeller digging, and then the boat gets efficient, and we take off from there. And
that's based upon lift too, right? In a cat boat, if you've ever ridden in one, anybody, you could feel it lift. You feel it get to where it wants to be. Plus, you'll start losing forward momentum eventually if you get the drives too high, because there's not enough traction there to be able to keep the boat moving forward. So
yeah. If you trim up a little too much, the boat will start cavitating, and you can watch the speeds and realize that you're not gaining on anything, and you just slowly start clicking down and start getting more water to the propeller. And as it gets into that RPM range, that's when it'll really pick up and take off. And away we go.
Well, we just got a question on our Facebook live feed here. Lindsay, I'll appreciate this. She says, do we have any women racers? Yes, one day it will be you, I promise. But yes, to answer your question, just ask that. Taylor Sissom, Randy Sissom's daughter, will be racing the MTI factory boat later today in the 450 class. So Taylor Sissom will be out there. You saw her in our intro. Always good to get the women involved, obviously, and have them around. They can do everything as well as a dude can do.
Absolutely.
110%. They can probably do a lot better at a lot of things that we can do. In some cases, they're probably even stronger. Lindsay's stronger than me. I know it. I'm scared. 100% scared. Well, let's go through a quick roll call for Class 6, Class 7, and Pro Stock V. Class 7 boat number 700, the Punisher, Derek Dawson, Bo Pirtle. Boat number 711, Naughty Boys, James Jardensky. Boat number 744, Jackhammer, Brian Guy, Julian Mondaledo. 765, goofing around, Matt Lauer and Joe Lauer. In Class 6, we've got 601, Rum Runner, Mike McLaughlin, and Fran Vitulo. Velatudo. I'll get picked on for that one later. They're also sponsored by Lunakai here in Fort Myers Beach. We'll be doing the awards later tonight. 621 Monster, Tim Vanderberg and Jeff Kilf-Muller. 651 Deception, Jesse Smig, Robert Bryant, Vroom Vroom, Taylor Esch, Jason Gervadis. Boat number 688, Southern Arbor. It's not Southern Arbor Sales. It's Southern Arbor Services with Damian Murata and Damian Murata Jr. in that, right? 696, Gerard Marine, Mark Conrad, Chase Gerard. And then in Pro Stock V, or Stock V as we call it, Was Up number 3, Ed Smith, Anthony Smith, 11, MSP Recovery, Pete Riverio and Richard Garcia. Nobody's Business, Greenspan Construction, Chris Uzi actually out of the boat this morning. He had a kidney stone, was unable to make it, so Brett Aparius is going to fill in for him. Rob Hartman on the sticks. Boat number 21, Shocker, Chris Colson, Patrick Romeo. 26, You Gonna Learn, Dante Napoli and Mike Pacino. We all love Mike. I got a lot of flack because I kept talking about Dante in Michigan City. So Mike, we know you're in the boat. Hopefully you got the setup for today. Number 29, Typhoon, Tom Crowley, Randy Sluice back after a little bit of a hiatus. Number 30, North Myrtle Beach RV, Kurt Hanna, Mark Rinda. Boat number 47, Relentless, Travis Petco and Steve Papp in the boat this weekend. And then you've got V1, LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, Britt Lilly, and Kevin Smith, one of the double-duty boats here as we look at Class 7. So remember, in this race, it's going to be Stock V in the first start, Class 6 in the second start, and Class 7 in the third start. This is the first of 4 races today coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Beautiful place down here, Tyler. You got to race down here in 2019. It was a really good time. It's a very welcoming town.
Absolutely. I tell you what, the fans, the spectators, and just the town in general, they welcome us with open arms from the Thursday night parade to the pits. You know, we've got a lot of fans coming around. It's just a beautiful, beautiful venue. Beautiful spectating from the beach. Sun's out, sky's clear, and it's going to be a great day for racing.
So I was asked on the plane ride down here, and I'm going to ask you this because I'd really like to know the answer. Somebody goes, what's your favorite race site? Now, I think back in 2018 or 2019, I probably could have said St. Clair or Michigan City or Fort Myers or Englewood. I like all of them. I can't pick one anymore that I like more than another one now because they all have such great benefits to each one of them. I mean, here, beautiful white sandy beaches, beautiful water, nice people. You know, obviously our northern swing, Michigan City, St. Clair, you can't beat going up there. I mean, that's just so much fun. What's your favorite one? Which one do you like? Besides Lotto, you can't say Lotto.
I'm always partial to Lake of the Ozarks, absolutely. You know, I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit because there's no one particular race that really sticks out in my mind. You know, every race course is just a little bit different. Like here we have the dog leg and, you know, the different water conditions. So they all have their appealing effect, and Fort Myers Beach is especially, you know, one that's at the top.
And these dog legs are finally something that's starting to come into play. Lotto's a little bit different. That's more of a horseshoe bend course. You know, there's a dog leg going up away from the dam and then one coming back down. A lot of offshore courses back in the day used to be straight. We'd run straight up the beach, turn straight back down the beach, and then we started implementing these dog legs because it really does reverse the roles on the course, right? If you're to the inside and let's say Chariots of Fire, one of your competitors is going to be to the outside, well, that reverses when you head to the dog leg, and now it gives them the advantage to be on the inside. Do you like the dog legs? Do you think they're a good challenge? We absolutely like the dog legs. You know, it keeps driver and throttleman on their game throughout the entire course. There's limited points to pass on the course, you know, and the corners get really tight. So it's very enjoyable. It cuts that speed down just a little bit on that back straight, but you're bending, you're going around the dog leg, and it gives everybody a chance to kind of come into their setup and get some different spots to pass on the course. And as a driver throttleman duo, it's a lot of fun to run the dog leg. Yeah, I want to talk about Myrick. I had a good conversation with Myrick. I love Myrick's new shirt. Who did that? Was that you?
I think
Okay.
Miss that done for him.
We always figured those would have like the like actual like sewed seam down the middle, but that's like made. Like those put some work into that thing, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, very cool.
Right now we're in the mill for Class 6, 7, and Pro Stock V. What's going to happen is Pro Stock V will get out of their mill. They will come down. They're up past the pier now. They're actually up past what is the northernmost turn on this particular course, and then they'll run down the beach. It is a clockwise course here, so we're going to be making right-hand turns, and hopefully that pace boat, which pace boat number 1 is that Nortec center console blue right in the center of your screen, got the red flag. Jim Jackson on board with the start. He'll get them going here shortly. So we're just waiting for some clearance. We do have the water patrol here, which they watch for the manatees, for the turtles. They'll have to fly the course, give us the green light, go ahead. Coast Guard will give it to us as well, and then we'll go racing for the first race here for Roar Offshore 2021, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. As you can see, a beautiful shot here. Great town. Had a good time last night. The block party or street party, and I'm going to call mistake number 2 out, Lindsay. Mistake number 2. I'm going to say it Sunday at least 100 times, and that party on Friday night was awesome. No, the party on Thursday night was awesome. It's Saturday. It's a day off. I like it. I like the change, but it takes a little bit of getting used to for sure. But a good time on Thursday night down there.
Absolutely. Great crowd. A lot of exciting people coming out to see all the boats on display. It gives everybody a chance to showcase, and it gives the fans and spectators a chance to get up close, talk to the driver, talk to the throttleman, and really look the boats over. So it's a really cool event, and beautiful downtown Fort Myers Beach. It's a lot of fun.
All right, Pro Stock V's are starting to line up. I apologize. Pace Boat 1 is the Active Thunder, the blue boat on the left-hand side of your screen. The yellow flag is up. So this is going to be the start for Pro Stock V, and this is going to be a battle. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness has the pole. Relentless is in second. Then it's the Firm in third, and then they'll fan out. I have a quick shot of that, but I'm not going to try and decipher all of what it is. I just did it based upon what I could see. So you got to stay 100 feet behind the pace boat. They're going to want everybody to be in a straight line. Right now, Relentless is pretty far back. They're going to have to get up in this group. Jim Jackson's going to hold them, but they told him this morning at driver's meeting, we're not going to hold you for long. You've got to get your act together. And that whole group of boats to the outside there, they're way behind, but we do have a green flag. We're going racing. Pro Stock V, first race of the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. What a start by Relentless. Great hole shot there. That's the Firm. Then North Myrtle Beach RV on the outside of them. Here comes Shocker right up the middle. Look at North Myrtle Beach RV. What a great start. Now side by side with Relentless. LSB battling now with the Firm for what looked to be third. But North Myrtle Beach RV out to the start. Now here's a battle to the outside of this group. That's You Gonna Learn. There's Was Up. A little bit of a hop there from Was Up. A little bit of more bump out there than what you anticipate once you see these Pro Stock V's run. Now these are V-bottom single engine boats. They're going to get tossed around a lot more. But it looks like now You Gonna Learn and Was Up 1-2. Let's see what happened at North Myrtle Beach RV. There's Nobody's Business. Chris Uzi will join our broadcast here shortly, but they are on the outside. And I think that's Typhoon there. So I believe that that North Myrtle Beach RV should be on the inside of this group somewhere. That was the Firm. They were up in the earlier race for the lead. Not sure what happened there. So this is Pro Stock V, our first race in Fort Myers. So it looks like Was Up is in the lead. And You Gonna Learn in second as we get ready for our Class 6 start. They're going to be the next group to come across the start-finish line. Actually, Class 6, by my vantage point, has already started. Now we're getting ready to start Class 7. And here is Class 6. That's Money Monster there. There's Deception and Rum Runners, the 3-boat. Look at MDG Performance, though, on the outside. Jason and Taylor doing a great job just to the outside of that battle group. Back up to lead in Pro Stock V, though. You Gonna Learn on the outside. This is that big sweeping turn we talked about, right? Basically, it's a long turn.
It's a long turn.
Yep,
yeah,
and now they're going to point back down to the dogleg. Now, You Gonna Learn could push Was Up, but Was Up had much better acceleration out of that turn, even though they were to the inside. They're going to get overtake, so they'll be able to come down on You Gonna Learn. This is going to be Class 7. 4 boats in Class 7. And that looks like Naughty Boys there, if I'm looking correctly. Nope, not Naughty Boys. I apologize. There's Jackhammer. That's Jackhammer and Goofing Around, 1 and 2. The Lauer brothers up there with Jackhammer. Jackhammer out to the early lead. We'll talk about the drama that Jackhammer has been through throughout the course of the year. As now this is the battle back for Class 6. Look at Money Monster. They've got a nice little lead over Rum Runner and Deception. Rum Runner Deception battling for second place, deck to deck, side by side. Remember, Class 6 is limited to 70 miles an hour. They can get to 70 miles an hour as fast as they want, but they cannot go over it. Oh, Deception has to cut back to the inside. Tyler, that's a precarious position at this race because this is pure saltwater, and this is hard on equipment.
That's a very rough position to be in. They made the best out of it right there and come out of it okay.
But that was a racing move. Money Monster did nothing wrong. They controlled the corner. They had the line. Now they're going to go back down to the dogleg. Now, if Deception's smart here, they may be able to slingshot. They could go out a little bit further from that dogleg and try and tuck up under this group and maybe make up some ground. Rum Runner in second, Money Monster in first, Deception in third. That's 1, 2, 3 in Class 6.
Yeah, and if you can come around that dog leg and get a little bit straight, you can make a straight shot at that far north end, and that helps carry your speed a lot.
Pro Stock V, the battle 1, 2, and 3. That's North Myrtle Beach RV. They were right there on the start. Was Up is in the lead, though. You Gun Learn in second. They're right now they are battling with nobody. I'm sorry. You Gun Learn is battling with North Myrtle Beach RV as Was Up continues to lead in Pro Stock V.
Yeah, the Smith boys got this boat laid down. It looks very nice through the water right there.
Well, he told me in Morehead City that he took about a month off to make that boat run because they were kind of, sick of how things were going. And he was like, look, I pissed a lot of customers off, but he said, I worked on that thing. I went straight at it. And it shows. Obviously, the boat has made it.
Showing right
there.
Beautiful
And this is
shot.
one of the newer ones. This is probably, I think Punisher's newer than this one. But this is one of the newer Phantom hulls, so there's not as much data on this one. You'd be surprised. It's kind of like Supercat, right? These teams share a certain amount of data with the other teams because the boats are so incredibly similar.
Absolutely, absolutely. You want to keep that competitive edge, but you're always working to help fellow racers, fellow teammates, and all the guys in every class. You want to help out and keep everybody competitive.
Now, Pro Stock B is powered by the Mercury 525 horsepower engine. There's LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil. They are way behind the pack in Pro Stock. That's an unusual place for them to be. Brett and Kevin have been fighting off some gremlins in St. Pete. They broke a prop. In Morehead City, they broke a prop. I think in Clearwater, they broke a prop too. So they've really had some bad luck looking to turn that around. Now a lead change in Class 6. Rum Runner's now in first. Money Monster in second. Deception in third, but really up there with Money Monster. So that's going to be the battle. Of course, Deception is a boat I raced in 2014, 2015. Joker Hull, formerly known as Maxed Out. And that's a really good boat. Money Monster used to be Was Up, the little green Was Up boat that Nicholas Smith used to run. So a lot of history there with that boat. But Franny and Mike out to the early lead. It'd be interesting to see what happened there because, well, it's hard to say. Deception was kind of trying to run up there with him, but we couldn't really see it. But what a great battle for these guys. And Tyler, I mean, you didn't start in the lower group. I mean, you came up in the Supercat ranks, but Billy Allen, for example, he started in Class 6. He raced against me in Class 6, then he went to Class 5 with the Phantom, and now he's one of the ultra-competitive teams up in Superstock. We'll see him in the second race. So this is really where the racing gets started. These lower classes, single-engine boats, really Class 7, the outboard boats. That's really where it starts. That's the entry level, the best way to get in.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just move your way up.
It's great to see these guys out racing. They put on a heck of a show for the spectators. And I tell you what, these boats get it done. There's no joke about these things. They are running good speeds in and out of these corners fast, and there's a lot of boats on the course. That's what we like to see,
Have you ever run a bracket class? You've never raced bracket class.
I have not raced a bracket class. We came in 5.5 years ago right into the Supercat class, and have just kind of found our spot there, and that's where we've been.
So as a throttle man, tell me, like Class 6 cannot go over 70 miles an hour. So the throttle man is looking at that GPS, at the speedometer, to know not to go over 70 miles an hour. Would that be hard for you? Do you think you'd struggle with that a bit?
I think it would be very tough. I think the technique that goes into something like that to your eyes are going to want to look up and see the course and see what you're about to come into in these corners and everything else. But you got to be watching that GPS and got to stay under that breakout speed. So there's a lot going on for a throttleman in these classes. It's pretty spectacular, the technique that goes into this.
Well, this is a great example. Deception probably knows they're faster than Money Monster, but they can't go faster than Money Monster. They have to kind of wait for Money Monster to make a mistake and possibly break out. Now they're pulling up alongside. In bracket class racing, the passes are made in the turns, and that's what looks like is going to happen here. Money Monster on the outside, Deception on the inside. This is the battle for second. Rum Runner's just to the right of your screen. That's the whitewash you see there. And it looks like Deception has gotten around Money Monster for now, but these boats have really battled back and forth. Here's another super sexy guy from boat racing, Billy Shipley.
One of the best, right there.
One of the best, right? Yeah. We'll have to ask him when we can get him on Supercat.
Yes, absolutely.
Look at you.
We'd be honored to have him come up.
He's drooling.
Jump right in there.
He's drooling. You're not on yet, so let's not get overly excited. Let's not get overly excited. So I wanted to talk to you about one more thing. Obviously, you bought WHM. That was a boat you raced for 3 years in Supercat?
3 years, yep.
3 years, right? You had a new boat built, the 42, didn't work out the way you wanted it to. Now you've bought AMH, right?
Correct.
Which is a super competitive boat. It's actually it's one of the newest still.
Yeah.
And it's still, what, 8 years old?
It's
2016. Okay, so but it's still one of the newest.
Yes,
because there's really been
correct.
nobody built since then. I think Dependable's newer, but haven't seen him come out in a while. Myrick told me that this boat accelerates better than the performance boats that are Jimmy John's boat. That amazed me because that boat was, I mean, you raced against it. That boat was wickedly fast.
Super fast, super hard accelerating boat in the old Jimmy John's Performance Boat Center boat. But yeah, this boat that we're running now, it does carry the bow a little bit higher. I think the CG's moved back just a little bit compared to Myrick's old boat that he ran, which I believe was a 2014 hull. So yeah, it is a lot different boat. The setup has been a little bit different, so it's taken a little bit to get things figured out. But wow, what a great piece of work by Skater, and we're super excited to get out there and get it done.
Well, and of course, anybody that knows that boat knows it was actually Steele's boat. It's supposed to be J.R. Noble's boat. Unfortunately, he passed before he got to race that boat. So Jake ran it for a year or two, and then Aaron Hope bought it, ran it with Anthony Smith as AMH, and then you bought it kind of as a fill-in boat because you have a new Super Cat coming. Unfortunately, it just wasn't going to be done this time. So hopefully next year we'll see the new MCON boat come out. So right now, this is Nobody's Business and Relentless. This is in Pro Stock V. Was Up was leading in Pro Stock V. North Myrtle Beach RV in second, and You Gonna Learn in third. I have not seen the Class 7 boats lately, so I will look out the window. This should be, I think, for fourth place right now in Pro Stock V. And that turn up there is deceiving because it's a really long turn. Again, they're coming out of that wider turn. At the south end of this course, it's turns 1, you can say 2, 3, and 4 because there's 4 buoys there back to the dog leg. Really kind of an equalizer here, but it's a pretty bumpy ride out there. I would say these boats are getting just a little bit of air.
It has chopped up a little bit, and there's some boat traffic out there today. Obviously, with that many boats on the course and 3 different starts, the math I did showed about 25% of this course you spend at the top speed that the boat will run, and the other 75% is turning and accelerating. So a lot's going into this. These guys just stay in attack mode, and just like you said, Mike, wait for that boat that's ahead of them to make a little bit of a mistake and slip by them. It's a lot of fun. Good course.
Was Up continues to lead in Pro Stock V. There's You Gonna Learn, though. They have not let them go. Now, in Pro Stock V, we said they were powered by the Mercury 525s. These boats are all 30 feet long. They meet certain rate requirements when they come out, just like we talked about with Super Cat. Look at that move, though, there. They ducked back to the inside. Dante and Mike ducked back to the inside. They were able to take the lead briefly away from Was Up. This is going to be a battle of pure speed down this straightaway. This is an older Phantom versus a newer Phantom. You could tell the difference in the boat, how much the number 3 boat is cut down compared to You Gonna Learn. But look at this battle coming down here. And Tyler, they are running right on the ragged edge.
That's deck to deck. That's a great shot. They've got these things trimmed out, looking great. There it looks like Was Up's coming into his upper end of his prop setup and picking up just a little bit more than half a boat length ahead of him. But this is what I say about just stay in that attack position right there. Stay in attack. If you can see the guy's transom, see here he's creeping right on up there.
They could rub there just a little bit. Look at that battle there. And I'm going to get Chris Uzi up now. You Gonna Learn is going to make the pass. They're going to control the inside of the corner. They got a sudden burst of speed because Was Up really accelerated well. They carried a lot more speed. I thought they were going to get around You Gonna Learn, but You Gonna Learn now has overtaken Was Up, and they have the lead going into turn number 1 as they head down the beach here in Fort Myers. Tyler, I know you're a busy guy. I know you got a lot going on. I don't want to keep you much longer. Tell me about the future of Super Cat, the future for MCON. What do you guys got going on moving forward?
I think the future's bright for Super Cat. We get this pandemic stuff behind us. There's a lot of overseas teams that compete in the Super Cat class. We get them back next year. And
you want Wayne back, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. We would
Wayne
love
back.
to have Pro Floors back. They're great for the class. A lot of fun to be around. Great guys. Grant Brugman from right up here in Bradenton. Super nice guys. So I really do think bright things are to come for the Super Cat class. Everybody's gelling together, and we just get everybody back out here. As far as MCON racing is concerned, we're committed. We're in it to win it, and after 6 years of racing, we want to stay in that competitive edge and finish on the podium. And we're going to keep battling, keep doing everything we can to keep the class alive, keep things growing, and make it good for all the fans, spectators, and just have a good time.
Well, that'll be outstanding. We got to give a shout out to one person that's not here. I know that you wish was here. That's our good friend Billy Moff. Obviously, Billy Moff recovering from some health issues, doing much better. Billy, we know either you're listening at home or you will be listening at home. we miss you, brother. We wish you were down here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
Billy is great, not only for SuperCat, but the entire family of boat racing. We do miss him dearly, and can't wait to get him back. And Godspeed to Billy. And I believe he's going to be at Key West and show his face. So we'll all be excited to see Billy back around the pits and things. But yeah, he's great for the sport.
Anybody who's read Speed on the Water, Matt Trulio, the coverage for Offshore Power Racing, obviously phenomenal. Mr. Britt Lilly, he's going to get the chance to wheel WHM. Britt did get to drive for Geico, but I was talking to a couple people about this last night. SuperCat's going to be completely different. It's going to be 110. I mean, it's going to be opposite direction different, I think, for Britt to get into that SuperCat. Mainly because there's just not as much power there. It's a lot less turning of the wheel. You see the videos taking hands off the wheels, all that stuff. It's going to be a different turn. It's going to be a different thing for him. But that would be exciting for you to bring.
Oh, it's super excited to have the yellow boat back out there, especially with Britt in it. It's going to be a lot of fun. He's one of the best throttlemen in the racing industry. Jay Mueller throttling that boat for Billy for many years, and then now Britt getting in there. So that's going to be a very competitive boat. Britt's been around a long time. I know Billy raced with his dad for a long time, so it's a great move to put him in the boat, get it back out there for the SuperCat class. It's going to be a lot of fun, and Jay will get him around that course. There's no doubt about that. He'll be peeking his head right in there.
Well, guys, go to mconracing.com for more information. Keep up with Tyler, Lindsay, the entire team. They're great friends of mine. They're great friends to the sport. We love you guys dearly. Make sure to stop by their trailers, buy some T-shirts, buy some hats, check everybody out, check the boat out. The one cool thing that you did from AMH to your team was you kept the clear engine hatch on the bottom. And I saw all people on Friday night all peeked up over it looking at it. So, Tyler, thanks for coming in, talking to us. I'm going to bring Chris Uzi in next on these Pro Stock guys. He can talk to us a little bit about these boats. Good luck in your race today. Lindsay, thank you for bringing them up here. We appreciate it. Guys on Facebook, MCon Racing, keep up with them.
Thank you, Mike, and we appreciate it.
All right, guys, well, let's see what happens here. You got to learn. I believe now they are in second, but it's hard for me to tell. It's a pretty tight shot. The Whitewater in front of them could be was up. Remember last time by, this was a heck of a battle. Oh, nope, that's MGG Performance. So I think You Got Learn is in the lead now in Pro Stock. I bring in Chris Uzi. Chris Uzi was supposed to be driving Nobody's Business, Greenspan Construction. I didn't know you had kidney stones, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think yesterday in practice, I bounced one.
Jarred one loose?
Yeah,
when you say jarred one loose, those things are like microscopically big. Yeah. It's not like it's a big thing at all.
This is number in Pleasant last night. I didn't get to make it to the party. We made it all the way down here. We were going to put the boat on the course, whatever it took. Brent is interested in getting into the Pro Stock V class, so we thought it was a good opportunity to put somebody in the boat, and I got to say, they're doing pretty damn good out there from what it looks like. These aren't easy boats to get around the course, so I've got to give him a good handshake after this race because they're doing really good.
Well, we can talk about a lot of things about Pro Stock V. You've been doing it for a while, obviously a long time. You actually used to be Northborough Beach RV.
That is correct.
A couple of years ago. Yep. Now you're Nobody's Business. Always good to have you back running in a very difficult class. Here is Jackhammer. They lead in Class 7.
And goofing around is
look at the Lauer brothers.
Funny story is the Lauer brothers actually have a power head on that boat that came from my home shop sponsor, BRP Marine. They bought a new power head for that when they blew the other one up, I think, a couple races ago. So.
Well, yeah, and Morehead City, North Carolina is where you guys helped them. I talked to the Lauers in the pits, and they the boat is performing 110% better. They said that you guys have really helped them out. Spent some time with them. Obviously, that's been built by Christian DeGallo, a battle wagon boat, the only battle wagon boat out here, brand new a couple of years ago. And the Lauer brothers doing a great job. Right now, running second. Remember, this race is bracketed to 60 miles an hour, but it's pretty rough out here for these Class 7 boats. They're getting some air, so I don't know if they're going to be hitting that 60-mile-an-hour mark very easily, just because of how rough it is, but always great to see these guys out here and doing good.
They got that boat dialed in pretty good. It's running flat, looks consistent, not doing anything weird.
And you can see the throttleman there looking down at the speedometer. Wants to make sure he doesn't go over that 60-mile-an-hour mark. Chris, that pass between You Can Learn and was awesome.
That's what our class is about, man. It's one mistake, one good move makes or breaks it. They're neck and neck on speed. It's just whoever can get the better line here between those two boats, I think.
Yeah, now they're working up into lap traffic, so now getting some confused water. They're getting some aerated water. Yep. Your boats are very sensitive to that, not only the chop, but the aeration in the water.
Yes, they are.
Breaking the suction loose on the step. Here is Deception. They are second place in Class 6.
They're
trying to make a run up on Rum Runners. They are right there up with them. Fran and Mike have to worry about deception.
Those are two very competitive teams in Class 6. I know they're always chasing the national and points.
Yeah, and I mean, Rum Runners is really running bow down today. He's running, I mean, it's actually kind of bow steering just a little bit.
I know Mike likes to run the boat like that. He does say he likes to run the boat flat, and he doesn't mind a little bow steer. They try to keep that thing in the water.
Now, you can only run 70 miles an hour in this class. Both of these boats can go well over 70 miles an hour, and that's maybe how they have to run it. Here is your leader in Pro Stock V. You gonna learn after that epic battle with What's Up. Chris, what boat was this?
That boat used to be Charlie's boat, Punisher.
Okay, so that's the old. That's the new old Punisher.
Yes. Yep.
The old Punisher. Right. Okay.
They built two boats in the mid 2000s. It was the Phantom 9.
Yep.
And then Charlie's boat, Punisher, were built around the same time, within a year.
Okay.
That was the newest of the old boats.
Okay. Of the old style. Not
yes.
I call those the Gen 2.
Correct.
Of the Phantom. The Gen 3 is of the Extremes is obviously what Britt built. The Gen 2 is what Steve runs. They'll come out later in Modified V. But your class, I always say this personally, I'd hate to race your class. Your class has zero interest to me, just simply because of how competitive it is and how tight it is. And, look at Britt. I mean, a guy that's dominated for a long time, and he's really having to relearn now. The new boat started off great for him at the beginning of the season, and it's just kind of fallen away from him. They've been struggling.
Yeah, I mean, that happens no matter what. I think when you get a new boat, always little quirks, things here and there that it takes figuring out how you want the boat to run. Nothing bad, just that's the learning curve when you do something new and start fresh.
Those are my hometown heroes. Jason Gervais, based out of Edgewater, Maryland. MDG Performance, right around the corner from my house. Taylor Esch, based out of Pennsylvania. Intercourse, Pennsylvania. That is actually the name of the town. They're going to laugh that I say that on the live stream.
I think that's actually nobody's business. Greenspan Construction right there.
There they are. And back to MDG Performance. This is a new team this year. They made their debut in Morehead City, North Carolina. Did well. They finished both days of racing down there with no issues. He did break a bulkhead, but obviously they were able to finish the race. You know in boat racing as well as I do, your first ever race, if you finish, you win it.
That's right.
I don't care where you are. If you finish, you win it. Obviously in bracket class racing, he doesn't know how fast the boats went in front of him, so he just has to be able to run. So it's great to see Jason and Taylor out there doing so well. Chris, give me your take on this water. We thought it was you were on my deck. You see what I'm looking at. It looks pretty calm from up here, but
there's a bump.
Yeah,
and there was a bump yesterday in practice. Boats did pull away pretty good. I know the setup we had in our boat, and I propped it for a little bit of bump, so I'm sure he was struggling to get some RPM out of it. I'm hoping when they burn some fuel off, they'll be able to come in a little bit better. But it's definitely bumping up, and this is what it did yesterday in practice. It's kind of a sloppy bump. So if you prop for speed, you're probably trying to readjust your setup right now.
Yeah. Well, maybe Tyler might go back and make some changes for Supercat later.
Yes.
Here is LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil boat number V1. They actually blew a coolant hose off the motor yesterday, one of the hoses that comes from the engine to the header. They blew it off. They overheated one of their headers. They ran it last night. They seem to think it was running okay. No real issues, but that boat, I love that boat, but it just does not look happy. It's carrying the bow a lot, setting on its back a lot, not running real level. They've got the ballast tank. That's that hose that comes off the trim tab. So they're obviously fighting some sort of gremlin in that boat that we're not sure of.
I think Britt lost an alternator. He called yesterday looking for an alternator. Apparently that's one thing that out of 9V lights, nobody had an alternator for a 525, but he found one.
That's pretty odd.
Yeah.
But okay. I mean, you figured that's something you guys would obviously
we all got to step our game up, I think.
Right, yeah. I mean, do they still make the alternator for the 525?
That's a good question. I know I got a new one on mine.
Okay. Well, then, you'll probably, so hopefully he'll
parts
get one.
It looked like couldn't tell if something came off the back of the boat there on Britt, or
no,
that hose, or is that just a?
No, I think that's just that's the hose. That's how they fill their ballast tank on that particular boat. So here is You Gonna Learn.
Are they in first? I know it's hard to tell on this feed, but it looks
they
like
are.
They got
are
around.
in
they're,
first.
They're holding it pretty strong there.
And Anthony Smith and What's Up is just chomping right now because he did so much work to get that boat to go fast. There is the Firm, the activator hull. This is their third race. Third race. Third race in that boat. Yep.
St. Pete and Clearwater with it.
Yep, and that used to be known as Phase 5, Al Pence's boat. He'll be out later today.
That is a gorgeous boat if anybody ever has a chance to look at it.
Oh, it's so cool. And it's got air conditioning.
Yes, has air conditioning in it. Mark builds a very nice boat.
The only activator out here in that class, there is Rum Runners. They are leading in Class 6, and that is Naughty Boys. They are in Class 7. I think they're
Joe Riley,
third.
right?
Yeah, I think they're currently third, in Class 7. As it was goofing around and jackhammer.
Looks like Deception's staying on the outside here.
They're looking for clean water. They're up in the lap traffic. They want to get some clean water. It's amazing to see the different running styles of these boats, because Fran's boats obviously bow down, steering around quite a bit. They're aired out a little bit more, setting it up on the back, carrying the bow just a little bit. That boat does have a ballast tank in it. That's the exhaust you see coming out of the side of it. So if they want to fill the ballast tank, they just turn a handle and it caps off that exhaust, dumps it in the tank, and that'll carry the bow down. But this is not a ballast tank race here by any means.
No, I mean, those are two similar boats, but very different in in the same respect. That Larry Smith Scarab is a very fast, efficient hull, and Jesse's boat is definitely a very efficient rough water boat.
It's one of the best rough water boats I've gotten to run over the years, and I just love that boat. I think it's a fantastic boat. Now, it looked like they were kind of catching rum runners a little bit. Now, I always say this in bracket class racing, passing on the straightaway is no bueno.
Yes.
Because that means there's a good chance you broke out. The passing is done here in the turns. Fran and Mike are known for running a tight course.
It's definitely bumping up. It's getting sloppy.
Yep,
it's not getting big water, but it's sloppy out there.
Well, and in your and all the single-engine V-bottoms, they're so narrow and they ride so high up out of the water, so, of course, they're going to get tossed around a little bit, get some shine walk underneath of them. But you're going to learn getting it done. Here is Relentless. Travis Petco, Steve Papp. Steve Papp, the former owner of that boat, as it was done deal back in the day. Good to see Travis out here. He's another guy that really committed to the schedule this season. He has literally done everything. Like I talked to him last night.
Travis hasn't missed a race. No. He put Rob, our throttleman, in it for 2 races that Steve couldn't make it to. So he was committed to get as much time in that boat as he could. He said
when I go home, it feels like I'm on vacation, because he says I'm never at my house. So, but always good to see Travis out here. Boat does very well. They're starting to get the boat figured out. Starting to get it running. Obviously, having Steve in that boat. Yep. Steve is an incredibly smart guy. He really did a lot to that boat when he owned it to make it fast.
Steve is like the mad scientist. He just sits around in the shop at night and comes up with these crazy, wacky ideas and implements them. It's pretty cool to actually watch.
But they work. But that's your class, especially with the older boats, is all about innovation of what you're going to be able to do to make it go faster. Again, we said in the Phantom world there are 2 generations of boat. This is Gen 1. If you look at Charlie's new boat, Punisher, which I did not see Punisher out there.
No,
Punisher's running.
They'll be mod.
Punisher's running mod. So, but they're the new generation boat. Was Up is Gen 2 of the boat. So. Those boats now obviously have differences, right? I mean, it's probably a lot lighter because all of your old Phantoms went on diets.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, that 4750 was never a minimum weight when these boats used to be A-class boats. A lot of these boats were all Speedmaster A-class boats when they were first built, and then the 4750 came in when some of the newer Extremes were getting built, and they put a minimum weight, so a lot of them had to go on diets.
Well, these used to have the reclining seats in them. They used to have the big seats in them. And I was talking this before the drivers meeting. I never was a fan of driving one of these boats because I felt I was always too far away from the steering wheel. I like to be tight up on it. I want it not in my chest, but I like the leverage of being able to have to get around it.
We redid the cockpit in our boat. We cut out the complete inside over at the shop at BRP, and we have a mini cage in it for the seats, and had Simpson Racing and ISP seats build us some.
Did you put suspension seats in it?
We don't have suspension. Okay. We have full containment seats like monster trucks have in NASCAR.
Oh, the metals. Okay.
Yeah, we got ratcheting seat belts in it. We have a hybrid device for neck restraint and all that in there. So very, very new style of safety in the cockpit. Steve has done the same thing in his, or very similar setup in his.
But these are violent boats inside.
They beat you up.
These things are ridiculously horrible to run. There is boat number 3 Was Up. They are lapping around now the Firm. Beautiful activator. A lot of learning time is needed. A lot of seat time is needed in this class to be able to make these boats
a lot of seat time and a lot of test time. I don't know. A lot of people, we have about, I think we calculated 150 hours last month in doing some bottom changes in our boat, trying to get it to run a little bit different. I'm happy with the way it's running. And everybody, I know Smitty's been underneath that boat for tons of hours. He told me, making some changes.
Well, Anthony really dove into it before he went to Morehead City. He was like, I told Tyler, he was like, I got to get this boat figured out. Obviously they did, but it's good to see Mike and Dante doing what they're doing. We've seen them come out at a few races, but to come out here and race with What's Up, who's done every race this year of this series, been very consistent. To see those boys run up there and then even just pass them. I mean, they didn't pass them like they were standing still, but they made a hard pass on them, and it was good to see that. I didn't think they were going to have it. So there is Class 6, second place in Class 6. That is Deception. Rum Runners continues to lead. Now that looks to be goofing around behind them, so that might be Naughty Boys to the upper side. We're seeing it's on a larger television screen, so it's a little bit harder for us to see. But they go across the start-finish line. Class 7 was running 5 laps. Class 6 was running 7 laps.
We're seeing we got a boat pulling in the middle on 7.
There's boat 21, shocker. the artist formerly known as Tug It, we'll call it.
That is correct.
Got some history with this boat as well. Like this team, though, these guys are really cool. They bring a lot. They bring a good show. It's a beautiful setup. Their colors, everything about what they do is amazing.
They're doing a good job. Every race, they're getting better and better in the boat. They're learning the boat. They're having fun. They're a great group of guys to hang out with. That's the type of people you want in the class. They're learning every race, and that's what happens with these. You figure out the limit. I know they had a little hook over, I think, in Moorhead. And, if you're not messing up, you're not pushing these boats hard. If you don't have a close call every once in a while.
Well, this is. I mean, Chris and Patrick, Chris Colson and Patrick Romeo. This is a perfect example. This is a proven boat. Kevin and Britt had this boat doing what they wanted to do. Kevin put a lot of time, a lot of money into it. It was a proven boat. It was actually played again in 2019.
Correct.
And now it's gone over to Shocker. But it just proves to you that I don't care how good you are of a boat driver, you need time in these pro stock Vs because it's that hard to race. So there is Relentless and MDG Performance. MDG running in Class 6 and Relentless running in Pro Stock B. A little bit further back in the pack for these two boats, but always good to see him out there. Haven't seen Typhoon come by.
No,
Randy made his appearance.
He did. He's still. He said he's still a little sore and hurt. He got banged up pretty bad in Point Pleasant, so he doesn't want to hurt himself again. They came down here, I think, to get the boat back on. And I'm not sure what happened. Maybe they had a mechanical issue. I don't know.
And that's an old boat. I mean, that boat's been around a long time. If that boat could talk, it could tell you some pretty interesting stories. You Gotta Learn continues to lead in Pro Stock V. Rum Runners in Class 6. And Jackhammer's the only one that we haven't seen come by, but I'll look out the window here briefly and see what I can see.
I know they're not on the screen, but a cool story about that boat that Jason has from MDG. That boat's a brand new boat that never had a hole or anything cut in it. He found
Chris, I'm going to cut you off there real quick. It looks like LSB, Hurricane and Balsamic Remex Oil, is under tow. That's North Myrtle? Okay, I just saw the orange. Okay, it's North Myrtle Beach RV under tow. I'm sorry, I just saw the orange out of my window. Appreciate the update on that one. So North Myrtle Beach RV is out. They are under tow by Fast Response.
That means that my guys over there in Nobody's Business, Greenspan, might be in third because they were sitting in fourth place.
That's awesome. That'll be a good day for them, right? Good build up for Brett. So do you think Brett will build the elusive Super V Light Superboat?
I don't know. There's a lot of talk. A lot of talk going around.
There they are right there. There's Nobody's Business, Greenspan's Construction. They're lapping up into Class 6. Rum Runners, your leader in Class 6. Everybody has always said Super V Light. Dakota needs to build a boat.
I agree.
That boat is an animal.
A couple changes on it. It doesn't need to be as aggressive as it is for how it's built now. So I think you can cut the sides down on it and do some stuff. It would be a really cool boat to see out in the class. I'm glad Brett actually got in the boat. I know he's been talking about wanting to do it. He knows Rob fairly well, so I think it was a good pairing for them in the boat. Rob's very, very good on the throttles, and he's good to learn with for a new driver to be in the boat.
So Brett's never run a canopy boat before.
No, he has not.
He's going to have the canopy boat. When you go from an open boat to a canopy boat, it's a different transition, right? It's louder. It's considerably hotter inside of it. I don't care how many vents you have that blow on you. It's a different element, so hopefully Brett feels pretty comfortable in that. But
from the way he's racing, it looks like he's pretty comfortable.
And and like we said, we've always said we want to see one of those superboats. That superboat in Class 5, I've driven a few of them. They're an awesome rough water boat. I think it'd be really cool to see one.
The racing in this whole class has kind of changed and evolved over the last, I would say, maybe 5 to 6 years. We used to have a lot more calm water races, and my boat used to be the Screaming Eagle boat and the Pirate Racing boat, and a lot of those guys were all running, chasing that elusive top number for the race. And now we've kind of gone for the average speed around the course, calming the boats down a little bit. Everybody's trying to get weight moved forward and still be able to run a decent speed, and it's your ever-changing setups to try and find the sweet spot.
So here is Money Monster. They are currently, I believe, in third in Class 6 after a deck-to-deck battle with Deception. While Rum Runners took the early lead, there were some early swaps going on here in Class 6, but they've kind of settled into where they wanted to be. So this is Money Monster currently, I believe, in third.
That
Rum
boat
Runners
looks
in first, Deception in second.
That boat looks like it's running really good. I know he had said that they were working on trying to get it settled down a little bit. It looks like it's running the best I've seen in the last couple races they've had it out. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they're also a North Carolina team, I think.
New Jersey.
They are New Jersey?
Yep,
Is one of their crew from North Carolina?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. It's hard to keep up with the crews because it changes quite frequently. But that's a lot different of a boat because that's actually virtually a stand. I mean, it could be a stand-up boat. They sit down in it, but you could stand up in it. That used to be actually Papa Duke's back in the early or late 2000s.
He's got a lot of seat time in that boat.
He does. It's a very proven boat, and it's fast, and it can do well in Class 6. They did well at the start. Remember, these results that I tell you are all unofficial until the GPSs are read later on in the pits, and then the official results will come out. So Class 6 is done. The checkered flag for Class 6. They're pulling in. They have completed their 7 laps. So we should be wrapping up Class 7 and Class wrapping up also MBG Performance. I believe they're sitting in 4th in Class 6. So again, they're going to run their number. They look over their shoulders. I believe they're looking for the checkered flag. They're going to head in. Here is You Gonna Learn. They are the leaders after taking a big move, a big chunk of Was Up away. Caught them on a straightaway. Were able to pass them. Didn't think they were going to do it. I thought Was Up they definitely had more acceleration out of the turn, which means You Gonna Learn went with a taller setup because they had a little bit more speed towards the end of the straightaway. In these types of conditions, that's going to be a hard one to pick because, one, how bumpy it is, but two, because of these turns.
Yeah. That bottom, or is it north turn, I guess, the pier turn down there, it's a very tricky turn the way it's set up. 3-pin turn, and it's staggered, and there's some holes if you start getting out a little too wide. It's kind of hard to reel it back in.
So it looks like we have a checkered flag for, I believe, all of our classes out now, so that should end Pro Stock Class 6 and Class 7. We saw Southern Arbor Services go by just a few minutes ago. There is Naughty Boys boat number 711. I believe they were 3rd place in Class 7, as I think it was Jackhammer that won unofficially, goofing around in 2nd, and I believe might have been Punisher in 3rd, actually, but we didn't get to see those guys all the way back as we get ready to wrap up our first race of 4 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is 2021 Roar Offshore, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is race number 1 of 4. Our next race will be Super Stock, and we'll bring the good old talented Billy Shipley in for that. But let me ask you, Chris, 13 boats, 13 catamaran, outboard-powered race boats going into that turn.
It's definitely gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, just like our class, nobody wants to give an inch in that super stock class.
No, there's gonna be some rubbing. There's gonna be some.
And we got some boats that are back out. I think for the race, Phase 5 is back out.
Yep, Phase 5 has made their return. Obviously, you've got CMR, Sean Torrente, you got Performance Boat Center, Al Lawn Care, CNR, CN. There's a lot of competition in that class.
Now look, if they're running an extra lap, or if they're still.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the checkered flag was out. Maybe not for them. She might have pulled it back in. Now, if they didn't run an extra lap, and this is the true final lap, Was Up has suddenly come from out of nowhere to pull right back up to him. But Chris,
Smitty is a sniper.
Well, I talk about this with this type of racing and this spec class boats. The setup can fall away from you. You can get too light. You'll have to trim. You'll have to get the boat to calm down, put tabs down, trim in just a little bit. So he could be, You Gonna Learn could be losing a little bit of speed while maybe Smitty's able to pick it up. But this is a heck of a battle. Now, You Gonna Learn's going to be on the inside, and they have Was Up has not established overtake yet. They can still see the transom. No overtake yet from Was Up to You Gonna Learn. So You Gonna Learn's going to have the inside. They'll be able to push Smitty around that turn and maybe have him scrub off a little bit more speed going to the outside. Dante and Mike have been running buoy to buoy, but now Was Up pulls up alongside of him. They're side by side. And let's see what happens. They just start to set into the turn. There is not much room in there, but look at the speed that Was Up carries on the outside. You Gonna Learn is really starting to hop around quite a bit, getting very light. Big hop there by Was Up. And look at the difference. You Gonna Learn never even found it. You Gonna Learn never even saw whatever that was. But You Gonna Learn had to jump to the outside. You saw how much they had to slow down to make that move. And now Was Up is going to run back to the inside. You Gonna Learn is on the outside. This was the drag race for the lead just a few laps ago. Let's see what happens. You Gonna Learn looks back up to the inside. They cut back across that wake, lose just a little bit of speed. And unfortunately, I don't think they're going to have it for boat number 3, Was Up, as they are not even in our shot right now. But what a battle in Pro Stock V. I thought it was You Gonna Learn for sure, as they just made that pass and they pulled away. But as you said, Smitty's kind of a sniper. He's a sneaky little guy. He'll come up in there right behind you. And it looks like that is what happened as they come across the start-finish line. But Dante and Mike, they're not giving up. They're going as fast as they can. They're
At
in
this
there.
point here, if this is the last lap, you're pulling the tab up. You're doing everything.
You're doing
letting it
everything.
fly.
Yeah, you're just inching the drive up as much as you can to not lose speed. But what a race in Pro Stock V as that wraps up our first race of the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. The 2021 Roar Offshore. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Follow us on Facebook at OPA Racing. So this will wrap up our first race. Our second race will come up. It will be Super Stock right around 12 o'clock. It is currently 11:17. May go a little bit earlier than 12, but we will keep you informed as much as we can of that. But what a fantastic race here for the first race of the day. 13 boats coming up in Super Stock, all outboard-powered catamarans. Chris, we obviously hope you feel better. Hope you get that kidney stone taken care of. But we will see you in Englewood, right?
Yep. Yes, we will. Thank you for having me up here. It was
Awesome,
a pleasure.
buddy. Appreciate it. We'll bring Billy Shipley in here shortly, but we're going to wrap up our first race today. You can just set it down wherever you want there. And there is Punisher. I believe they were in third in Class 7. They will send me some results just a little bit later once they kind of get everything figured out. All these results, of course, are unofficial as we wait for the official results. Going to go to some highlight reels now of this race, and what an exciting race it was. I think that might have been an extra lap because they're giving the checker flag to Dante and Mike. Let's see. As we get ready to go for the recap. The battle early was between What's Up and You Gonna Learn in Pro Stock V. Also a great battle in Class 6. As it was a three-way battle for the lead. You know, What's Up really looked good at the start of the race. You Gonna Learn, where it's gonna made a very difficult pass on them down the straightaway, and they were able to hold them off and take the win. Rum Runners, your unofficial winner in Class 6. And of course, LSB Hurricane of Austin Rex didn't have the day that they wanted. There is Deception. They were second in Class 6. As we wrap up our first race of the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
Nitro Circus is back with the action-packed You Got This tour. Top athletes in FMX, skate, BMX, scooter, and more are ready to get the party started, throwing down huge world's firsts with more crazy contraptions, more insane stunts, and more high adrenaline fun than ever before. Get ready, because we're coming to a city near you.
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
For info and tickets, visit nitrocircus.com.
back to Cocoa Beach for the first race in Super Stock. This is one of the most competitive classes in the sport. Very evenly matched boats capable of speeds just over 100 miles an hour. And what a great start they had in the bumpy conditions in Cocoa Beach.
Alan Lawn Care, your storage unit in LPC, off to an early lead.
Alan Lawn Care, a strong favorite after their great finish last year. Jackhammer goes through a rooster tail alongside LPC on the back straightaway. But the story was you stored as they get in the rough water in the surf, catch a sponson and flip the boat over. Both pilots are okay, but there's damage to the boat that they're going to have to deal with moving forward. And ultimately the win went to Alan Lawn Care in round number 1. Next stop, Sarasota, Florida. Nice conditions in Sarasota this weekend, but a storm looming on the horizon. From the start, it was FJ Propellers that jumped out to an early lead. But tight competition in this class always, as you see on board Double Edge Motorsports, as Frank and Jimmy's Propellers pulls out ahead. That is CMR getting a little loose. Great recovery by them as they have side-by-side battles going throughout the course. Looking at CR, that is from on board the paint factory, as CMR and LPC had a battle. CMR pulling out into second place. Frank and Jimmy's trying to run down Alan Lawn Care. Alan Lawn Care had a great run all day, ultimately got out into the lead, but they missed a mark of the course that ultimately gave them a penalty and moved them to the back of the pack. So the win ultimately goes to Performance Boat Center here in Sarasota. And the next stop, Michigan City on the Great Lakes. Again, a strong fleet in the Super Stock class. But from the start, it was Performance Boat Center out front with CMR. Jackhammer getting into the mix. CMR out front, had clean water most of the day. Jackhammer out ahead of CR. But ultimately, CR would get past Jackhammer to move themselves into third place. And the win would go to CMR for their second win of the season. Followed by Performance Boat Center in second. And then on to St. Pete, where Superstock again raced in front of the pier with another large fleet in St. Petersburg. But from the start, Performance Boat Center gets an early jump as we went on board A game, as they were just ahead of Alan Lawn Care. Alan Lawn Care comes across their bow. As the leaders went around on the outside, Jackhammer followed by CR. Alan Lawn Care on the inside, trying to run down Frank and Jimmy's. As Jackhammer had a battle going on with CMR. CMR having come off a win in Michigan City. Performance Boat Center running in second place, but used storage units back on the race course after their repairs from Cocoa Beach. Ultimately, the win would go to CMR. With Performance Boat Center coming in second, consistency is what made the difference. Performance Boat Center is out front, followed by CMR, CR Racing, FJ Propeller, Team Allen Lawn Care, Jackhammer, LPC Racing, and A Game.
Welcome back to the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Beautiful day. Got some cloud cover finally coming in, as we are still worrying about the storms that are lingering off to our east and a little bit of south, a little bit of west, kind of storms all around us. We're hoping that we can hold them off for the day as we get ready to go racing for the second time here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is going to be Super Stock, 13 boats racing for 10 laps. 50 miles on this 5-mile course, and this is going to be an exciting one. Everybody has kind of talked about this being the race of the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I am joined by my good friend and commentating partner, Billy Shipley, who's also a racer for Team Woody. Billy, welcome.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I am well. Actually, it just turned to be 12 o'clock, so that's good afternoon, sir, to you. Just wanted to get that cleared away. we're going to hopefully start this race right around 12 o'clock. That is the plan. Super stock, this is, like I said, going to be super duper exciting. You saw the recap just a few minutes ago. This could be really anybody's race here. You were up watching the Pro Stock race, Class 6 and Class 7 earlier. It's a little rougher out there than you think it is.
It is. It doesn't look like it is out there, but the wind's up a little bit. It's blowing. There's not a roller coming in out there, but it's pretty choppy. You can see some white capping, and the 13 boats here is going to make a lot of wake. And so it's going to, they're running these things on the edge. It's going to be fun to watch them. They're going to be in the air a lot. We might get some good action out of these guys.
And that shot there gives you the weather that we're kind of hopefully holding off behind us. That's just to the east of us. We're hoping that doesn't come over. That thunderstorm last night lasted like for hours pretty much.
Crazy.
It went on forever. It was a heck of a storm we had come through last night as we get ready to go racing today. There's the beautiful beaches at Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Nice white corally sand. Great day. A lot of spectator boats out here, Billy. If you look off towards the bottom end of this course down by the pier, there you are, just in your shot there as you look at the mill. That's a lot of spectator boats down there.
There are. They're lined up. I don't remember it being like that in 19 when we were here. It's fun. It's fun to have them out there. A lot of people at the docks talking to us this morning. They were putting their boats in and stuff, and they're super excited that we're here. We're super excited to be here, as you heard from Tyler and Chris earlier. And, it's a beautiful beach. We love being here.
Yeah. It's a cool town. It's a cool Caribbean tropical feeling town. So.
It's a nice place. Everyone here is so nice. We're riding around town on our bikes, or we're at restaurants, and they're engaged, and that's what we like, to be engaged.
They want us to be here, obviously. And Tim and Cindy Hill, Mike Shepard, they do a fantastic job bringing this event here. A lot of work. Of course, this race was in jeopardy for a little while, but they were able to pull it off, and always happy for them. So it looks like we've got helicopters up in the air. Remember, we do have to look for turtles and manatees out here. So we've got our Marine Patrol flying around there as well. They'll give us the clearance to go racing. They'll do one parade lap, go all the way around. They'll mill just outside of that turn, and then get up and get ready to go racing. 13 boats here in Super Stock, and a very big first turn, and it's going to be exciting, to say the least.
These guys are going to hit that turn. They're going to be running down this front stretch, 115, 120 miles an hour, 13 wide. There's not much room between the beach and the start-finish buoy there. You can see both the pier buoy and then the other buoy in the corner there. That's the turn buoy. They got to get between that, and then there's not much room. These boats are 10 feet wide. You're talking 130 feet of boats if they're touching.
Yep.
And they got to get spaced out. So it's going to get real crazy real quick out there. So if you're watching this live stream, do not look away on this start.
This will be an exciting one to call for sure. So Allen Lawn Care Landscaping has the pole. That's a tricky boat to have to your inside. Obviously, a very fast. He's better known to run in rough water, but
loves it.
But he can get it done. If he's on that inside, he's going to have the short distance. We know he has the speed to be able to do it. Second place is going to be Kolos Monkeys S111. Third pole position is going to go to Wicked Powerboats. Fourth is going to go to. Sorry, I'm just reading off a list. It's not in order. Boat number S19, FJ Propeller. 5 is LPC. 6 is going to be Jackhammer. 7 is going to be Performance Boat Center. 8 is going to be CMR. 9 is going to be CR Racing. 10 is going to be Your Storage Units. 11 is going to be Phase 5. And 13 is going to be Deep Fee Cats. Of course, it's good to see Phase 5 back out here.
It is.
Albert Pensa and Jay Muller coming back finally after Morehead City in 2020, actually, one of the only races we did. They collided with Wicked Powerboats, did a lot of damage to the side of the boat, actually flipped it over, sunk it. Al took it home. There it is in your screen right now. Got it all put back together. Good to see them back out here.
Beautiful boat. Vinny's going to be in the LPC boat, Vinny DiOrio. This is his first ride of 3 today. So he's going to run in there with Lauren Peters in the LPC. He's going to run with Brian Forehand in the Outer Limits 29. And then he's going to meet in his boat, SV88, in the final race of the day, which, Chad and I will be in that race with them. It's fun to get out there in that little fountain. We're running 100, and those guys are passing by us at 140.
Right.
And so it's fun to be there.
Yeah, you'll have a lot going on there. Wicked Performance Boats also has local sponsor Naples Realty Services Incorporated. Red flag goes up. Jim Jackson on that Active Thunder. So this is going to start their parade lap. They will go one time almost all the way around. They actually won't come up this turn and back up the straight. They'll stop on the backside of the course after they come through the dogleg. They'll mill, and then they will start.
I think it's a great idea, milling like that in front of the beach. Everyone gets to see the boats out there for a minute, and they kind of see what we do out there. You know, when you're on the beach and you're waiting and waiting and waiting, like when are they starting, that's what we're doing is what you see right now. We're milling in a circle, which usually doesn't catch the camera because it's so far away from there, but we're waiting, get everybody ready. They're clearing the course for turtles and manatees, making sure it's safe for us to race, safe for the turtles and manatees, any sea life, you know, not just those two things, but of course there's all kinds. But it's cool to have in front of the beach like that, so people can see the boats and know what we're doing there. And it's hot in there, so we're ready to go, and we're having to mill. But
yeah, well, let's run through our official lineup for Superstock boat number S8 CR Racing, Rob Understall, Casey Boaz. Boat number S11 Wicked Powerboats, Mike Bethan and Todd DePhillips. S12 Deep V Cats, Damon Murata and Lee Austin. S17 Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Cody McDowell, Bill Allen. FJ Propeller, boat number 19, Darren Kitteridge and Gary Ballou. S21 Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams. S27 LPC, Vinny DiOrio and Lauren Peters. Phase 5, Al Penta, Jay Muller. S29 The Paint Factory, Tanner Lewis and Brett Coswell making their debut out here this weekend in Fort Myers. They have raced a couple other times, but always good to see that boat back. Jackhammer, Reese Lanham, Ricky Maldonado. CMR, Eric Bile and Sean Torrente. Your storage unit, Pete Bogoino and Nick Scavaldi, and Cocos Monkey, Greg DiVerzono and Ryan Beckley, rounding out this 13-boat fleet here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Just becoming a little bit overcast, going to be a little bit more tricky to kind of understand this water. What chop is coming in seems to me like it's coming in from the west, washing up on the beach. Now, they were V-bottoms racing earlier, so that could make a little bit of a difference of how rough it was. But everybody said that tested later in the day yesterday on Friday, that it got rougher later in the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So we're anticipating the same thing. We just hope that what happened in Sarasota doesn't happen here, and that storm that's just to our east here at the Diamond Head Resort will not blow over the beach. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Keep up with us on Facebook, OPA Racing, for all the information and your favorite teams and the schedule. Next in our schedule is going to be Englewood Beach, Florida for the World Championships. Englewood Beach, just about an hour north of where we are here in Fort Myers Beach. Englewood, as I got critiqued again for that already this weekend, will be a great venue. Okay, so it is blowing a little bit more onshore. Okay, so as long as that doesn't build down there behind it, we'll hopefully be okay. We're now official weathermen here, as Billy Shipley wears many hats in boat racing.
I'm a talented guy, Mike.
You are a talented guy. Madison might say something different, but you're a talented guy.
My fiance, by the way.
Yes, congratulations. I haven't seen you face-to-face. I know we texted back and forth a little bit. Congratulations.
Thank you.
She going to make an honest man out of you?
You know, she said yes. I mean, that's a good start.
That's a step in the right direction, ain't it, though?
Yeah. So I like to see Nick back out there in the Your Storage Units boat. You guys, if you're watching, this is going to be one heck of a
This is going to be off the charts.
These guys are so competitive in this class and evenly matched. You know,
I called a race in Key West. I don't remember what year it was, but it was an insane super stock race. And Matt Trulio, Speed on the Water, was sitting behind me. I said, "Can you do the next one?" That one took it out of me. I think this one's going to take it out of me as well, as this will be very, very exciting. 10 laps on a 5-mile course, 50 miles, 13 boats. Big, wide first turn. You have to maintain your lane through that entire turn. And I know there was some discussion about that this morning because it's so big and it's so long.
Yeah, all 4 buoys. You have to get the turn is considered all the way to the back, all 4 buoys, not just the first one that you turn at. So they're going to be all full speed. That's a big sweeping turn. I think Tyler was saying it earlier. Chad and I were running the Fountain at full speed, 100 miles an hour in that turn yesterday. And if we can run the V-hull in that, these guys can absolutely maintain that 115, 120 mile an hour speed all day long in that thing. So it's going to be a fast turn. That turn, I hope the camera's down there, man, because I'm excited. We can't see it from our room here we're at, but
well, it's going to be tricky. The dogleg is going to be tricky coming back the other way with that, because what that turn could do is it could get him some separation just because of the longer distance traveled. But as they slingshot around that turn, that outside boat could carry more speed, and then he could control the inside coming back down. So you could get almost a whole lap through this race and not have a lot of separation. They could kind of bunch back up. It all depends on who's going to get the whole shot. CMR obviously is known for really, really good starts. He's really up there at the front. Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, they can get good starts.
LPC, Billy Allen, Your Storage Units, those guys.
Anybody's going to get a start. Todd Phillips, even at Wicked, he can get a start. FJ can get a good start.
That Wicked boat's been fast this year. Those guys have got.
And he was fast in Morehead City in 2020.
He fixed his side. He was primered still from the wreck.
Oh, right, St. Pete. He painted after St. Pete. Good job, Todd. Way to step up. That obviously Todd is mad EFI outboards. He's kind of a Mercury outboard wizard, knows a lot about these motors. Of course, this class has voted now to start phasing in the 300 four-stroke starting in 2022 rather. Now they won't. It's not going to be a mandatory switch over. They're going to allow it to phase in. What you don't realize is these 300 motors are not motors you can buy straight off the shelf. These are actually pieced together motors because they're different midsections. Mainly it's the midsection that's different, so it can be short enough to accommodate running on these super stock boats. But they voted a short time ago, and they will be running the four-stroke in 2022 as they phase it in. There's Avalon Pontoons. Got some turnboats out there. I know Avalon Pontoon, Bill Ferinsky's boat, made a run earlier around the course. 80 mile an hour, 450 horse Mercury outboards on those boats. Very cool. Of course, top-end pontoon boats. Avalon Pontoon, big supporter of this event here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So they're going to come down off a plane. They'll get together in their mill. And Billy, I think this is going to be a long start, too. Jim Jackson's going to have to wait for quite a bit of time to get these boats to group together.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute to line these guys up. You know, there's not much room. Like I said, that buoy down there that they're at is really close to the beach. The buoy coming out from the pier where it has all that shoal, rock shoal there, it's out.
Yep.
I mean, you're 100 feet out in front of the pier, so they have to squeeze through that with these guys and still make that turn. But it's going to take them a minute to all get planed up and lined off. But Jim is a good flag guy, and he will make sure that he does his very best to make sure they're on line, because this is a competition level here. The points here, this is a national points race. It's the final of the year, and so there's a lot of guys that are real close in points.
There's a lot of the line on at this race for these teams as we get ready to go racing here. The 2021 Roar Offshore coming to you from Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
I'm glad to see the Deep V Cats back out.
Yep.
I think Damon Marotta, he talked Lee Austin into bringing it out for this race. Lee's local down here, and that boat is old. I think Lee's like 70.
Oh, yeah.
It's great to see him in that boat, man. That's cool. And it tells you that we can do this for a long, long time.
When he built that boat, that's a different boat for any sort of comparison. Very short mill there. I didn't expect that. I kind of thought Jim would get him together just a little bit, but he
trying
did
to beat
not.
the rain.
Yeah, because it does look a little crowded. They are way down there, though. They are further down there than anybody else has been. So the boats are getting ready to come up on plane as we're getting ready to go racing here. Second time, race number 2 in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. 13 boats wide. There's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. They are going to have the pole.
I got to stand up for this one, Mike.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting here.
I'm getting chicken skin over here. I got chills going.
So from what we can see out of our hotel room window, they do look lined up pretty good. I'm going to stand up with Billy, though, because I can see something from
somebody in the way in the back is Deep V. He's hanging back. Lee said he was going to do that. He didn't want to get up in the mix, so he's kind of hanging back there, him and Damon Marotta.
Look at that start, Phase 5 a little bit back, too.
There's still yellow flags.
Still holding yellow. Jim wants somebody to come up in there. Still
that was a good start.
Yellow. Yep, now we are green flag racing. We're going racing 13 boats wide here in Superstock. Who's it going to be out to the early lead? I said it might be CMR, and that looks like who it is. But here comes LPC. There is Jackhammer. There is Wicked. And look at all of these boats now pushing over a little bit as CMR Racing is in the lead. That is Your Storage Units actually in second on the outside. And then a big group up behind them with LPC, FJ Propeller, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping on the inside. Little wobble there from Your Storage Unit. Here comes Performance Boat Center. Here comes CR. Here comes Paint Factory. Wow, what a battle here behind these first two boats. CMR in the lead. Your Storage Units in second as we head to this very, very big, wide first turn as we talked about.
It's like CMR, a giant half circle out there, that turn is.
And CMR's got a nice lead. They've actually got a pretty solid lead, about a rooster tail length ahead of the rest of the fleet. Your Storage Unit in seconds, but that's all about to change now as they head into this turn.
Yeah, when they come around for this last buoy
look how tight it gets. A lot of spray. Jackhammer gets hosed down pretty good, but Billy Allen, Cody McDowell, they were able to stay up in there. We knew that would happen. Now, if he can keep there, he can start to pinch down on, that's Wicked there, I believe, in second.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, I'm sorry, that's FJ. That's FJ there in second. So he may be able to pinch down on FJ and keep second place. But somebody's coming up there from the outside. Look at the speed there. That's Performance Boat Center. Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams. There's Your Storage Units. There's Jackhammer. So now the rest of this group has caught up after getting hosed down, and they're actually getting all by FJ Propeller as we head down into the dogleg. CMR is your leader. Allen Lawn Care Landscape in second, and now Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in third.
Now the outside boat is actually in the first position.
Well, and look at Nick. Look at Nick coming to the outside.
Rolling.
He is pouring it on. He has now gotten tied for second with Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, deck to deck. That's CMR just out of the screen on your right. Now look at the speed from Allen Lawn Care Landscape. All of a sudden, Billy picks it up just a bit. Getting up there. And remember, Billy, you can only see to 90 degrees outside of you, if you can even see that, by the time you put the helmet on and tied your head back.
Yeah, it's a really tight view. You can't see until they're beside your window.
Right.
Literally. I mean, you don't even want to look back. You're going so fast, you can't just look around your shoulder. You have to just look ahead, and whatever gets in your peripheral vision is what you get to see.
And some teams run rear view cameras, but they're even hard to see in these type of conditions because they're bouncing around. You're not really focused on that. There is a wide shot of 1, 2, 3. CMR out to the early lead. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in second, and the Performance Boat Center Fabs in third. These are either all Doug Wright's or Wright Performance boats in 1, 2, and 3. So there's Paint Factory, Jackhammer, and Wicked. Jackhammer gets washed down big time.
This is a hairpin tight turn. It goes way out, and then all of a sudden you have to hook back into the last turn buoy here. And so a lot of things can change there. Plus that water is really rough with the sand down there and the inlet and everything. It's a different condition.
Now these boats have all caught up to your storage units. Not sure what happened to Nick, but he lost a tremendous amount of speed there. They were able to pass to the outside. Jackhammer goes way wide outside of everybody else. Now the battle's between Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in second and Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, as it looks like Performance Boat Center is going to be able to get second place just by half a boat length.
He's pulling up on a CMR too. That thing is hauling.
Rusty and Myrick definitely have some speed in that boat.
Now it could change. This is the first lap.
Yep.
You got to come into that setup too. So he might be really fast now, and he may slow down later. We'll have to see.
Well, and this is 10 laps, and as you can see from that shot, it's really dark clouds out there over the water. That's going to kind of affect their view just a little bit. It will help because they won't have the glare, but they won't be able to read the water as easily as we get ready to finish lap number 1 of 10 here in Superstock. There's your storage units. That was Coco's Monkey. There's Jackhammer, there's FJ, LPC, and here comes Paint Factory now battling S29, the old Talbot excavating boat. Now Paint Factory is battling with S55, your storage units. Top 3, CMR, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, and Performance Boat Center. Performance Boat Center in a solid second place now, and as you said earlier, Billy, I think they're going to set their sights on CMR. And I think that was a pretty good start. I think that was a fair start.
Everyone's still running. Nobody's upside down.
Yep.
That was the concern on that turn with all those boats. Everyone got through there, and they're safe. And
it kind of did the opposite of what I thought it was going to do, because Billy was able to keep up the inside, and it's really worked out well for him as he's currently sitting in third. CMR in first. Eric Bile and Sean Torrente.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're coming down that many wide into that turn 1 there on that buoy, they tend to push you into it, and they get you behind the buoy sometimes, and you have to slow down and get back on course, because if you go behind the buoy, you take a penalty. So you have to slow down, which is less of the penalty that you would have to take. So they didn't squeeze him. They went wide, and it was a good start.
And of course, these boats throw a bigger rooster tail than a lot of other boats out here, so that makes it, that gets the mist up into the air, can kind of cloud your vision. Will get all over the canopy of the boat and make it a little bit harder to see. CMR, Eric Bile, and Sean Torrente, your leaders in Super Stock. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. Right now, the battle looks to be for fourth, though. Your storage units and Jackhammer. Jackhammer, one of the 2 victory cats out here racing in the super stock class. But look at LPC.
There he comes.
Yeah, look at Lauren and Vinny.
Easy now. Yeah, that first turn, let's go back to that real quick and talk about how they went into that 13 boat wide. So position number 5 through 13, those guys probably had 0 visibility in that turn because the rooster tail's coming off of the other 4 boats, and they were just buried, and they're just holding on, hoping that they don't run up on someone.
It's like when they say going through the smoke in a NASCAR wreck. You're just hoping you don't hit something. Just get through there. As LPC, something might be wrong with your storage units. That's unlikely. That looks like CR. CR Racing looks like on 1 motor in the middle of the course, so they are down. I think something might be wrong with your storage unit because they have slowed tremendously. This is the battle now for fourth. LPC kind of came out of nowhere up on Jackhammer, and they are looking really, really good. Of course, this might help Vinny for a little bit later on, as I'm sure he's excited to race with those Supercats. As we told you in the first race, Class 1 will not be here, or not be. They will be scoring Class 1 at this race. They're going to put SV back down into Supercat. Here is CMR. They lead in Super Stock. Now look at this battle here, though. This is going to tighten up. That's Jackhammer, LPC. There's Paint Factory. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping was up there in this group.
We got to fight for every position out there. 1, 2, 2,
pretty
3,
much.
3,
I mean,
4.
this is not going to stop.
here in the back, Wicked trying to catch up to your storage units. There's a battle for every position on that course right now.
And it's a little bit rougher as we expected it would be. Getting a little bit of air, kind of trying to walk and bounce sponson to sponson just a bit, not a lot. As now Rusty and Myrick look now to the outside to look for clean water. They're going to try and stick to the hip of CMR, do everything they possibly can to see where Torrente starts to do his thing, make his move. Sean is very smart when he races. He really knows how to read the race course and figure it out. Jackhammer now, look at that burst of speed from Jackhammer. Back up now to LPC as they are battling for the 4th place position. LPC is going to be on the inside, Jackhammer on the outside. As CR Racing out early with a mechanical issue. Not sure what happened to Rob and Casey. A very competitive team in that Doug Wright Hall. It looked probably most of the time with these boats, it's a lower. That's what's going to go. That's what's going to give. I mean, you can hurt a power head, but it's a little bit harder to do. As Jackhammer really wanted to come down on LPC there. They really looked in there. Whoa! Whoa, that was tight going through there. But look at the move by Jackhammer. Not really sure where that came from. I didn't think they were that close.
And again, he can't see him right there. He's just turning on that buoy, so he don't know he's there, and that's not a bad move.
Nope, and they're just maintaining their lane through the turn there. That's all they're doing. They don't want to come down and pinch LPC off. They could do so. Now they're going to get into some of the whitewash of the top 3 boats in front of them. And I think LPC might jump back to the outside. He's trying to hold it in there. It's all got washed down just a little bit.
Lauren just got his boat back to LPC. They had to replace the bottom on a part of it. He had a lot of delamination in that thing.
Okay.
And so that's why it was late to the game. It just got here this morning.
Good shot at Deep V Cats going by there, as we talked about them earlier. CMR continues to lead in Superstock, and that's somebody slow there out of our hotel room. I believe that's probably CR.
It is. They're just trying to keep their points going. They're trying to finish their laps.
So this is lap number 2 of 10 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Beautiful day. CMR, boat number S54. Sean Torrente continues to lead. Obviously, if you read speedonthewater.com, you know that Fast Boats will be putting a team together to come out in Key West. A brand new Doug Wright Hall has ended up at Sean Torrente's to be rigged. So Fast Boats Marine Group will come out later today, or later this year, rather.
Randy Swears.
Yep, Randy Swears is going to come out. So there is Jackhammer. They have gotten around LPC. They are currently sitting in 4th place. I believe that should be Allen Lawn Care Landscaping just in the front of them. There is CR. They are slowing.
He could have a broke drive, a lower unit. He could have a Guardian situation. That thing might come back on if it got too hot.
Well, it's only running on the outside motor because I can even tell the inside motor was trimmed
shut
up.
off.
So they are trying to just limp around on one motor. They have to get some points in order to be able to score points here for the event. As we are going to come around and complete lap number 2 of 10 here in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So there is Jackhammer. They are looking around at Allen Lawn Care Landscaping right now, Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They are currently in 2nd. Kind of hard to tell where CMR is from this shot because I don't really see any whitewater. There was some up towards the top of the screen, but not sure.
He's about 10 boats ahead of him, probably about 3 or 4 seconds ahead.
Okay, so that is going to be his whitewater there. So you can kind of gauge how far he is behind him by just being able to see that. Of course, you can't see any rooster tail. So a rooster tail behind these boats is about 25 feet. So right now, you're going to go probably, he's a good distance back as he had a lot of speed in the previous laps. And Rusty and Myrick might have just settled into their groove. Again, this is spec class racing. They go as fast as they need to, but they'll have to meet the spec requirements when they come back out, and they'll trade their ECUs back in. Here is Paint Factory and Jackhammer. Right now, Billy, I think Jackhammer is the boat on the move. They are picking boats off slowly but surely. And Jackhammer's had a difficult season of it, too. They've had some mechanical gremlins, obviously St. Pete.
Yep, little minor stuff,
bracket,
too.
Yeah.
You know, little valves here and there, and those guys, Reese and Ricky, they're always working on that thing to make it better and better, and it's looking better. I mean, he's going to cross over there. He's coming up on CR Racing. That's why he's getting out of the way there, probably, so he can get on the inside. And he's going to turn super tight here.
Yeah, he's going to try and run into the pin, but of course, Paint Factory can pinch down on him. I don't know if I would have gone in there like that yet because he's going to have to jump back outside.
Right
there. He probably would have been a little bit better stay to the outside of that, but that's okay. They're going to go back to the inside, trying to find every line they can. Here is 3rd place, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Cody McDowell, Billy Allen. Of course, Billy Allen started in Class 6, went to Class 5, and now is up in Superstock in an ultra-competitive team, boat number S17. He is looking at the transom of Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, who is looking at CMR. They are your top 3. Now, Jackhammer was really making a move for 4th, but lost a lot of ground going into turn number 1. We'll have to see how they do coming out of the turn. because I believe they were the boat on the move. They were making up the most ground out of anybody out there, and I think they were able to maybe catch Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. You know, Billy Allen's really known for rough water setup, rough water race. This is obviously not a rough water race, more flat here.
We were at Billy Allen's camp the other night, and Ryan Beckley was over there, and those guys were trying to talk Chad and I into getting. And, you know, Billy, we raced against him in the Class 5 before, and then now we have the Class 5 boat from him.
Yep, that's
I hope
his
he don't
old
move
boat.
to 450, man, on this boat. You never know.
Now you never know, but that 450 class is awesome. There's still a lot of talk about a couple of new boats, a couple of new MTIs, and Wright Performance is coming out to join that class in 2022. So here's the battle for fourth. That's Paint Factory and Jackhammer. Jackhammer was right up there with them, and then they went back to the inside of that corner. They got sprayed down. They lost vision, and then they had to jump back to the outside, really just trying to look for a line. They were just trying to stick their nose in there. They didn't have anywhere to really go.
Yeah, he couldn't take that turn as sharp as he wanted to there,
Right.
it looked like, and so he had to go through his rooster tail. And you do that, it's a total white out on your windshield.
Yep.
You can't see anything. It's a scary moment. We've been there a bunch of times behind boats, and you can't see, and you just keep holding on, hoping that you're going to come out on the other side of it.
But LPC has caught back up to Jackhammer. Remember, LPC was a boat on the move just a few laps ago. They lost a little bit of ground. So I think Vinny and Lauren might have a lot of straightaway speed. That's where they seem to be catching the boats on the long straight and able to make up some ground. But look at him go around that turn. Man, he is really fast. Jackhammer kind of ran a middle line there. He went way out wide to carry some speed, but
he's going to go to the beach.
He's going to go to the beach, exactly. But that also hurts him in this class because these boats are so evenly matched that, you know, while he goes out that wide and gets clean water, he loses a significant amount of ground because he has to come back into the fleet.
And on that turn, that may not be on purpose that he's doing that. I'm telling you, that's a wicked water down there. It gets crazy, and so he might just be riding out the waves that are coming in, and it forced him out there. In practice yesterday, Chad and I were taking that turn a couple different ways, tight and slower, and then wide and fast, and it got really rough out there on the wide and fast one. So
when you can see when CMR goes around, I mean, you know, Eric and Sean are kind of bouncing all over the place. As that is Jackhammer and LPC. This is currently the battle for fifth place. Paint Factory is in fourth. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. CMR is your leader. And behind LPC, not 100% behind who's LPC. I know FJ Propeller's back there. Wicked's back there.
FJ.
Coco's Monkey is back there also. There is CMR, number one. They have now completed 4 laps, so just about to the halfway point here in Super Stock.
Lawrence had to do a lot of work on that LPC boat. It looks good out there today. He's had some drive height issues
That's actually
on
one of the older. That's one of the oldest boats in the fleet now.
Yeah. Broke a power head off. All the bolts sheared off at one of the races, and he had a drive height. He couldn't get the motors at the right height.
Yep.
And then the delamination of that thing. So he's been fighting it, and he got it. It looks like it's got it back together pretty good.
As there is Coco's Monkey. They are in the back now, getting put a lap down, unfortunately, by CMR, boat number S54. I'm hearing from some of my producers there's actually a little bit of rain maybe falling out there, from what I understood, so we'll have to kind of see what the weather does. It is getting darker. If you look down to, well, up the north from where we are, it definitely looks like maybe a little bit of rain there, but as you said, it's pushing on land.
So what happens in those canopies with this rain, it's going to get foggy inside those windows. There's no defrost in there.
Nope.
And we can't reach them to wipe them off,
right.
So your visibility starts cutting back really bad. You'll see them come by and you'll see the windows fogged up. If you're on the beach, you'll be able to see it.
Well, and what some teams will do is they'll actually get a stick in there with a little white on or something so they can at least get up there and be able to clear it up.
Right.
But if they didn't think it was going to rain, they may not have anticipated needing to do that. There is boat number S29, Paint Factory. Brett Caldwell and Tanner Lewis, of course, that used to be owned by Kyler Talbot Excavating.
We sure miss that guy.
Yeah, he was a good dude, man. He was a very, very good dude. Very good for the sport. That's actually, next to Ryan Beckley's boat, that's actually, I think, the oldest boat out here.
Probably so.
Because that's actually like the Gen 1 of the Doug Wright performance hulls when they were racing. You can tell by how much taller it is, especially in the back of the boat. That's a great shot of it there. Still very, very fast, very competitive.
Absolutely it is. And then, of course, the new generation of the Doug Wright is the CMR boat.
Yep.
Cockpit's farther back. They set it up a little bit different, and that
cut the air down a lot. Cut the aerodynamics back down on the back a lot. Yeah, and you can see the big differences.
And that thing turns on a dime. The way they turn that boat it blows my mind. I get chills every time I see them turn that thing.
Well, and plus he's running the scoops to the engine. He's cut a hole in them to get air back to the engine. Those are to actually deflect water around the engine because the back corner of the boat is so low that sometimes when they go around and turn, it'll throw some water up on the engine. So that deflects it to get it around it as they continue to lead. And it's pretty rough out there. They're doing some shine
is.
walking side to side.
And they're full speed today in those things. They got
they're
their
full
props on
tilt
for the fastest those boats will go, because it is. I mean, this water, it's bumpy, but it's relatively smooth considering where we've been this year.
Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, they continue to in second place. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, rather. As we look out the window, Jackhammer, there they are. They have gotten around LPC again. And I believe that's wicked to their inside. Yes, it is.
No,
so
LPC's in front of Jackhammer.
Okay, so that's the wake that I see there. Okay.
Yeah, on this side. Yep.
Okay, so just to the right,
Barely,
just to the left, that is going to be LPC as Jackhammer continues to run. The other victory boat, FJ Propeller, a little bit back further in the field. As Jackhammer, pretty cool looking entry there with Reese and Ricky. Obviously, Ricky based out of just north of here, Tampa, Florida. His son raced earlier in the Jackhammer boat in Class 7. As there was some finishing questions about Class 7. Of course, all results were unofficial. Unofficially, they put Goofing Around in first, Jackhammer in second. But there was some question about that, so obviously we'll get that worked out later today. CMR Racing continues to lead. They have passed the halfway point. This will complete lap number 5 and start lap number 6. It's so much easier to count these laps with one class.
It is.
So much easier.
Much easier. You know, several of these boats have been upside down this year, and the passion these guys have to put into rebuilding. I mean, some of these races are only 2 weeks apart. I mean, 2 weeks ago we were in Clearwater Beach, you know, and 3 weeks before that we were up north, and those races for a week apart. Be careful there, guys. And so to get them back together so quickly, like Billy Allen, for instance, they turned the boat over at St. Clair, Michigan.
Yep.
The very next weekend they raced it, or tried to, and had a lower unit break on it, but they had it back together, and we're testing on. I was with them on Tuesday, and we're running the boat.
Yeah, well, the thing about flipping
Outboards.
over in St. Clair is, well, first off, it's outboards, but two, it's freshwater.
Fresh
it doesn't
water, correct.
destroy everything like saltwater does. Basically, any wire that's energized inside of the boat. And, you know, the boat we didn't get to talk about, and I look up on the course idling there by the pier, that looks like Phase 5.
It is Phase 5.
That is Phase 5. I don't even know if they made the start. I don't remember them seeing come across the start. Alpenta J. Muller. Rough day for that team. Now the LPC is starting to catch up to Paint Factory. This is for 4th place, going into dogleg, about a rooster tail length behind Paint Factory. So let's see how that pans out. CMR in the lead. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third. Paint Factory in fourth, and now LPC in fifth. What I was saying is that when a boat flips over in the saltwater, any charged wire, any positive battery wire, will instantly corrode and is instantly destroyed in salt water. It doesn't happen in freshwater. You can actually rinse them out. Obviously, there's water inside the wiring and something could short out, but it's not as destructive to the wiring as salt water is. So that was one reason Billy was able to get that boat done, because like when Nick flipped over in Cocoa Beach at the beginning of the year, that boat had to be completely re-rigged.
Full re-rig, yep, that's right. He replaced every single inch of wire in that thing and got it back together. And Nick did it himself in his shop.
Yep. Of course, Nick's
impressive.
Creative Marine, so he is a boat mechanic. He's actually built that boat himself. Had to get the canopy replaced in it. Had to put new SmartCraft units in it because all these boats run SmartCraft.
Windshield was blown out.
Yep.
So the impressive part is the camaraderie these guys have. If one boat in this class breaks, a member from every single team on that water right now will be at their pit helping them work on them. It's a cool thing to watch that.
Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Myra Coyle, Rusty Williams. Both work for Performance Boat Center. Myrick, the service manager there. Rusty, one of the better salesmen at Performance Boat Center.
Myrick's doing double duty today as well. He'll be in the MCON boat at 3 o'clock.
Yep. Actually raced with MCON all season long.
Man, they're doing a good job in that thing.
Yeah, they are. That boat's wicked fast.
And they got the onboard camera. If you go onto the MCON Facebook page, you can watch the videos from them racing. You know, how they communicate and stuff in there. And, you know, it's fun to watch that kind of stuff that you get to see that you can't see from TV or from the beach.
LPC currently still in 5th, Jackhammer in 6th as they come by one more time. This should complete lap number 6 on to lap number 7. And at this point right now, CMR is pretty much checked out. I thought Performance Boat Center had a lot more speed than what they did, and I think early on in the race. But it's rougher out than you think it is. You've said a couple times, easy whoa there, boys. And it seems to be that dogleg side of the course that's really getting them. Obviously, this turn is pretty rough. You can see Sean getting just a little bit of air there as Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. So maybe these conditions favored him a little bit more just because it was a little bumpy. He's known for a good rough water setup. Obviously won in Cocoa Beach, which is notoriously one of the rougher races of the year.
It was really rough there. 5-6 footers out there that day.
So as they are in 3rd place behind Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel System, CMR in the lead. These boats actually spaced out a little bit more than I thought they would. I kind of thought the groups would stay a little bit tighter together. Obviously, the battle for 4th and 5th has stayed real tight between LPC, Jackhammer.
I was talking with Cody the other night. He's a little bit nervous still from their Sinclair situation, so it looks like he's feeling good today. You know, he was kind of skittish going into those turns in practice, but it looks like he's got it figured out.
Where he flipped over in Sinclair, though, that's a really weird spot. There's actually little whirlpools right there because of the Pine River comes out and dumps into Sinclair River. There's a lot of different things, and not just cat boats, but there are a lot of boats that have issues when they go into that corner there. So not necessarily something that Cody did. I mean, it's just a mean corner. Ryan Beckley, who's coming into our shot right now, Coco's Monkeys, he slipped over there before too.
Sure.
So.
And they're coming into that turn at that river up there is a 14-mile-an-hour current.
Right.
So the boats are running about 10, 14 miles an hour faster when they hit the turn. So,
and it pushes you past the turn a little bit.
Right.
Like you can't set as tightly as you normally could into the turn. Here is Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They are currently in second place behind CMR. We should see Allen Lawn Care Landscape come in behind them. And I don't know if it's me, Billy, but even the deck between Performance Boat Center and CMR, they look different.
They do.
The front of CMR looks cut down a lot more, and the canopy looks a lot taller. Now, that could be paint, right? I mean, the deception
they're coming off
paint.
plane. Someone looks like maybe something happened.
Yeah, we've got a red flag situation going on. I did see a medical boat running towards
they're running down the
center
middle
of the course.
Yeah, there's 3 boats running down
So
the
we
middle.
have gone to a red flag situation here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We will wait to hear from race control what happened. Red flag of the race. Red flag of the race. Now, this means that something did happen, and we've been watching all the boats pretty closely, so not sure.
It'd be in the turn 1 area, and red flag situation means either boat's over or someone's in the water. There it is, LPC upside down.
Oh, LPC.
And they're both out.
Oh, man, what a tough day for LPC.
Man.
Vinny, Diorio, and Lauren Peters. What a
second time this year.
Yeah, that's a rough day. That's going to pretty much, unfortunately, end their season. I don't know if they would try and get that boat back together by Key West or Englewood, but at this point, he's done so much work to it and had to get things done to it. Like you said, he's just had kind of a rough year.
Yep. You never know about Lauren, though. He might send that sucker to Performance Boat Center, and it might be running next week.
Yep, he's a lotto guy also, out from the Midwest.
Those guys up there at Performance Boat Center, I'll just throw it out there. We had our Levy craft up there for the lake race, and we couldn't finish it in time, so we just threw everything in the trailer, and we towed it up there. And I think I said this maybe before, but Brett Manair and Mark Waddington, I texted Brett, and I said, hey, we need a space to align our engine. He said, bring it over here now. I have a shop for you ready to go. You can just back it inside and work on it. And they are the nicest people, I think, in this business. We love being up there. They take good care of.
So there were 2 laps left in this race. We're going to start lap number 8 of 10. So I believe that once they get LPC hooked up and under tow, we will probably restart this race for the remaining 2 laps. Now,
they're going back to Mills, so we're going to restart.
Yeah, they're going to restart. So unfortunately for Sean, that kind of takes his lead and goes away. But it now gives everybody else a chance to be able to catch up, especially Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. But they will start in the order in which they finished last time by. So it'll be CMR on the pole, for Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second, and Allen Lawn Care Landscaping in third, Paint Factory in fourth, Jackhammer in fifth, and so on all the way back to the outside.
And so a restart means 12 boats wide now.
Yep, 12 boats
wide. So another
wide.
turn 1.
One more time for 2 laps left. We are under red flag because LPC did go over. We didn't get to see it happen live, but both Lauren and Vinny are out of the boat. They will go back to land and get checked out as required per safety here with OPA. Once they're cleared on land and sign the waiver, then they can go back to doing what they need to do. And now that boat's going to get towed back in, unfortunately. And fast response towing, of course, will probably flip it over out here. You really don't want to tow a boat upside down. It really does a lot of damage to the boat. Water is an impenetrable force. It can't stop, and it just tears everything apart. So they will probably get that boat righted and back under tow. Now, as long as they get it in the middle of the course, they won't make them do anything drastic, and they will restart the race. They won't hold them. But, Billy, that weather's moving in quick, a lot quicker than what we had thought it was. So that's going to make an interesting finish here for these last 2 laps. LPC over, unfortunately, S27. For the day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
The next class coming out, canopied boats in it for the Mod Vs, and then you got the open canopy class 4 and 5.
3 and 5, yeah. So it's going to be pretty
5.
interesting. Could get a little wet in the next race there.
Our boys will be out next in the Team Woody 527 boat.
There you go. And you had Golf and Gator hook up with you again this weekend?
Golf and Gator, they're here.
In St. Pete, Florida.
Dave and Allie, they're here. They are Golf and Gator. They were at St. Pete with us. They came there. They're here. They were in Sarasota with us, and we appreciate them. They're Cocoa Beach, Golf and Gator. They got the mini golf course with alligators all around, and then they got the go-kart racing track over there.
So I'm going to get in touch with Race Control real quick here and see if we're going to do a restart. It looks like they're trying to mill, but they're kind of scattered everywhere. So let's see what Race Control has to say. We are under a red flag situation. LPC is now under tow. Oh, and that rain is building fast, and that yellow and red is not a good sign. I think that's going to come right over top of us. The only thing we'll stop for is lightning. Rain won't stop us. You can get wet in a boat. Believe it or not, you're over the water, so should be kind of used to it. But it will stop if lightning does come down. There's some pretty dark clouds, and you can see that just behind that taller building. Looks pretty backwards over. Looks pretty nasty over there.
I want to shout out to Greenlight today. They are doing a fantastic job with these cameras.
Let's talk to Race Control for just a minute and see if we're going to get a restart, as we are under a red flag situation. 2021 Roar Offshore from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Go to oparacing.org for more information, and follow us on Facebook at OPA Racing as we bring you this race live here from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So waiting to hear back from Race Control on a restart. They have not gone back into an official mill, and I haven't even seen the pace boat make its way back down there yet.
Yeah, he's pulling them down there. I can see him out in the front there, the Blue Sensation. Jimmy's in that boat, and they're just taking their time until they see what's going on with this this tow situation. But
yeah,
they could probably flip him over. I wish the camera would show them flipping him over. It's impressive how they do that with those little boats.
Yeah.
Because those boats are like 10 feet wide. You know, they're 9, 10 feet wide.
Well, they actually hook it from the side. They don't hook it from the front. They hook it from the side and actually they use the bottom of the boat as an access point. There they are right there. But it's not over once they get it flipped over. Then they got to get it pumped out to try and get the boat back over to the crane. And look at the flags on that patrol safety boat. That wind is starting to howl out there.
Even the trees are starting to blow down here. They were calm earlier.
Yep, and that could be because of the storm, the energy of this storm behind us.
I hope we don't get rained out or lightning out, because we're racing at 3, and that's going to be an exciting race too.
I think
with
so.
Vinny racing in the Super Cats.
Yep.
I'm interested to see how those 860s do with those other guys.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We will come back live with more coverage of the 2021 Roar Offshore from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We're under a red flag situation as LPC has gone over. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Ultimate performance. Ready to race. Ready for fun. From the backyard to the racetrack, Traxxas radio-controlled vehicles are engineered for years of high-speed, high-flying fun. Visit your local hobby store to experience the fun of RC from Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
Go, Rob. All right, welcome back to the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I apologize about that. My producer was talking in my ear. He said, go, Mike, and I thought he was saying, hey, answer me back. But no, he was saying start talking for the live stream again. So apologize about the confusion there. You can see the clouds behind us. Weatherman Billy Shipley, who will put on his weather jacket and go outside and stand in the rain to give you the weather forecast, like a Jim Cantori style situation. We are here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida for the Roar Offshore 2021 offshore powerboat race. We are under a red flag situation as LPC is still over on the course. So we're going to see what happens. Race control did clear us for a restart. So they're going to take the boats back down to the milling area and restart for 2 more laps. As I said, CMR, who was out to the early lead, this is something they did not want to have happen, as they had a great race going, but now this is going to kind of equalize everybody up. Weather conditions are changing dramatically as we head into this race. Wind has picked up even more significantly. A little bit more chop has pulled up out there. So we will have this storm hopefully blow through, and it could calm back down, but I think we're definitely going to get hit by this storm very briefly as we get ready for a restart situation here in Superstock. Beautiful shot there of the beautiful white beach here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We are on a barrier island just out on the Gulf of Mexico. You can see a lot of people. There's a sandbar just out off the shore, and that's where you can kind of see everybody standing. And there is LPC, and there is the flip over. So they got that boat upright. Billy, it looks like the canopy might have gone, the window might have gone out in the canopy, yeah. And I think he lost the engine cowling on one of them, maybe. There's something weird sticking up in the back there. So now what will happen is Fast Response will get this boat under tow. You'll see the boat just to the left of it. They'll pull up alongside. They'll tie next to it. They have a dewatering pump on board. If we could stay live with that shot, that's really good stuff to see. They'll have a dewatering pump on board. They'll stick some hoses down inside of it and start pumping the water out of it. So hopefully there's no damage to the boat to take on more water, but that way when they get it back to the crane, they'll just be able to hook it up and pull it straight out here in Florida. So that you just saw the main bridge there to get out here to Fort Myers Beach. Our pits are actually over the body of water you see here in the picture, just about where those trees are. That's where the pits are and the cranes are, the dry pits and the wet pits over there, as we are awaiting a restart in Super Stock. They did take him back down to the mill. I am in communication with race control, so if something does change, I will let you know at this point. And Billy's going to come out. Billy, you're going to be running in Class 2 in your fountain today, your Team Woody fountain. Going to be going up against the bat boat. You could be dry. They could be wet.
Yeah, that rain might be a benefit for us in the fountain, with those guys getting wet. That Batman boat is fast.
Yeah.
We moved into their class this year, and, we were running 95 last time. Now we're at 100 with those guys, and it's hard to race that thing. It's a big boat. It's got a lot of power,
and it turns on a dime.
Turns on a dime.
All right. Yep, so the windshield did blow out of LPC, so that was
both sides, too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a rope or if that's a. Yeah, that's not sure what happened, but it was violent enough to blow the window out. That probably happened in a turn. That's most of the time. That's where these boats go over. Of course, in Key West, it was a different story back in 2019. But as we get we start to tow LPC back in there, I think that might just be part of the motor cover hanging off the back there.
It looks like the top of the motor cover. There's a lid on top, and it looks like it's broken loose. The cover looks like it's on.
Yep.
Well, I hope those guys are okay. That windshield breaks and the water rushes in there at 100 miles an hour.
That's a hard hit to your chest.
Billy Allen had water coming out of his eyes for about 3 months after that Key West flip over,
Well, this is interesting how the Fast Response boat has now turned. They're trying to get up alongside of it so they can de-water it. They got to be quick because it could go back down, although it looks like it's floating pretty good on its own.
Yeah, he's going to throw a pump in there.
Yeah, which means it looks like there's a good air pocket built up in the boat. Of course, there's nowhere really to stick a hose. There's no engine hatch or anything to get into. There are a couple hatches on the back. As I am getting word from our producers and our cameraman outside, we are starting to see the rain now. So they're going to get some protective equipment up to our production crew here in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Yep, there's the mill. So it looks like now they're going to pull them out onto the pull them out towards the start-finish line, or towards the start line. Remember, 2 more laps now in the rain.
Yeah, you can see it coming down over here in the spectator fleet at the north end. You can see the rain hitting down there.
Yep, so it's pushing in pretty hard, and it's probably going to rain pretty. The cameraman's saying looks like it's going to probably rain pretty good. You look off even over to the northeast, it's even raining really hard down that end.
We're up on plane to restart this. They must have LPC in the center now, so now that no one's in the water, they can start this race back.
Yep. So, now they're up on plane. So LPC is they're trying to get it pumped out. As I said, that's a hard boat to pump out because there's no access to the bilge like there is in a V-bottom or some of these inboard powered cats. as we get ready for the restart. 2 laps remaining for a rainy day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Started off sunny, and now we're raining under yellow flag restart. Yellow flag restart. 2 laps left.
We're green.
And we are green one more time in Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
Another interesting turn here.
Yep.
Keep your eyes on the screen.
Well, and now vision's going to be affected even more now because of the rain. And look at this group all tightened up one more time as they head down towards this turn. And there are the boats I expected to be up front one again. There's CMR, Performance Boat Center was in there. Jackhammer now up there. Look at Jackhammer. Sudden burst of speed. Alan Lawn Care Landscaping kind of getting swallowed up behind them. You can see some of the larger raindrops actually showing up on our camera screen now. And FJ Propeller, they have benefited from the restart as well. They are on the outside of this group. As 2 laps remain here in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So CMR, look at Performance Boat Center now. They're starting to get a little burst of speed, trying to get up in the middle of Jackhammer. And they've actually pulled away from the boats behind them a little bit. There is your storage unit, so he should be leading that group behind them. As they get ready to head into this turn, they will have to maintain lines through this turn as best they can. Of course, that is Paint Factory. Now, it'll be interesting if Tanner can stuff Paint Factory in there. He can make up a lot of ground. Performance Boat Center jumped to the outside of Jackhammer. They are currently now in 2nd place. Jackhammer in 3rd. And as I said, here comes Paint Factory. That inside line through this long turn really works out well to get a boat back up in contention. As you can see, I think Paint Factory has a little bit more speed than Jackhammer. Performance Boat Center now in a solid 2nd. Jackhammer in 3rd. Where is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping? Cody McDowell, Billy Allen. This is not what they want to see happen. As I can actually hear the rain now through my speaker just a little bit, and the people are leaving the beach in a mass exodus. So we've got some pretty significant rain coming through here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. CMR is your leader in Superstock. Next time by, it should be the white flag lap. Not by much, though, Billy. Look at that. Look at that group there. They are all tightened up, about a rooster tail length separating all of the boats.
That's better than the first start.
100%. There is Jackhammer. I think that's Paint Factory back behind Jackhammer.
It is. Yep.
Yep. There's Fast Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, Jackhammer, and CMR as the rain has really started to come down here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida as we look out the window.
Visibility is going to be a problem in those boats, and what that creates is the turn buoys are far apart. There's no buoys in between on the course, especially on the back line, and you can't see when you're in the boat all the way down there, so you're just going that direction.
And there's no reference points on that piece of land. If you look at that piece of land where they are, there's no real tall reference points to even pick out, so they could lift. Now, they have GPSs on the boat. They've probably laid a breadcrumb around it so they know as long they stay within that breadcrumb. Look at Performance Boat Center, though. Again, I think they have some speed for CMR. I thought this last time by.
Watch him turn right here. Rusty and Myrick, man.
He's going to try and stuff it in there. Yeah, Myrick now on the wheel. Rusty throttling as to where in 2019 or 2020, Myrick was actually on the throttles and Rusty were driving, so they made that switch for this year, and it seems to have worked out pretty well for them. They're halfway through that turn as they get ready to exit. That's the exit pin right in the middle of your screen, and it looks like Sean's going to run right to it. Jackhammer just to the outside of this group, and I believe that's FJ now coming up in this battle. There is Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. So CMR is in the lead, Performance Boat Center in 2nd, and Jackhammer in 3rd, as it should be the white flag lap this time by here in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. A little rainy now, but we will hope to get that cleared up.
They'll keep it going as long as the helicopter can stay in the sky. Now, we'd have those rescue guys up there. So they're still out.
They actually, that could stop it too. If visibility stops too much, it could have an effect on the helicopter too.
We can't compromise safety. There's though with safety teams in them as well. Then there's 2 helicopters with divers. So that's the last thing we want to do is compromise safety and to try to continue a race. So
all right, so white flag lap now as CMR continues to lead. Performance Boat Center in 2nd and Jackhammer in 3rd. As we run down this course, white flag lap. CMR picked up where they left off, but they had some more company there from Performance Boat Center, who should just be out of our camera shot. Should see them come in any minute now. As Eric and Sean run in the corner, there is Performance Boat Center, still trying to look up that inside. Sean ran kind of a middle line through that. Didn't really run tight to the pin. He kind of stayed in the middle of it, which means he's pretty comfortable with what he's got going on inside that boat. And he's back through the Yep, CMR is your leader. It's even hard. Visibility is now even hard for us looking through the camera lens. And imagine what you're seeing there inside of the boat here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This shouldn't last very long. There wasn't much built up behind it. So hopefully we can get this race in and move on to race number 3. There is CR. They are out there just trying to get points running on one motor. They're doing what they have to do in this situation. They're up there with points, and they've got to stay running.
Kudos to those guys, if I can say kudos. They to stay out there that long and make those laps with a broken motor and then do the restart with a broken motor.
Exactly.
Just tells you how much they want to be out there getting their points for this.
CMR continues to lead. Performance Boat Center in second. Jackhammer in third. As Rusty and Myrick doing everything they can. So it looks like they've lost a little bit of ground to me because I can't see as much whitewash from CMR, but they have jumped back to the outside as they go through the dog leg. And there is some spray there. So I think they've got a long straightaway setup. They've got a good amount of top speed out of that boat because they seem to be catching CMR, and they're about a rooster tail length behind them. Actually, they're just to the left of your screen, just off of our screen is where Performance Boat Center is. And I don't know where Sean's going to go in this turn. I know he's got his spotters on land, kind of telling him where he can and cannot go. He's definitely going to tell him that Performance Boat Center's back there. Runs a little bit tighter. Rusty and Myrick just staying right to the outside of him as they enter this tighter turn, but again, a sweeping turn, multiple pins. And do they cut back inside? Let's see. There is CMR. A little hop there from them, little wheelie. And Performance Boat Center wanted to go back to the inside, stayed to the outside. Now they'll go back to the inside. Let's see if they can accelerate, tighten the turn up.
Turning.
Here we go. This is going to come down to the start-finish line between CMR and Performance Boat Center. Rusty Williams is pushing those throttles towards the dash. He's trimming those 300 horsepower Mercury outboards up. Can he do it after the delay? And I don't know if he's going to have it. CMR looks just a little bit faster. But here he comes, about a rooster tail length behind. Can he make a move on the inside? And it looks like it's going to be CMR for the checkered flag here in Super Stock. Race number 2 almost coming to an end as boat number S54 should take the checkered flag here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems now in second, and Jackhammer in third. Top 1, 2, and 3. LPC did go over. I believe Allen Lawn Care Landscaping should be in fourth. And they're still running, so maybe I miscounted my laps, but I thought there were only 2 laps left. We were well past the halfway point, but they are still running, so sorry for the false information there. I was doing the best I could to keep up with the lap counts. It was pretty easy to do, but obviously didn't do it right, so those things happen.
In your defense, it did say final lap on the screen, too.
It did.
I think
they're also listening to what I'm telling them, so
right.
I take the blame for it. Yeah, I may have miscounted there. I do apologize about that. So it is CMR in the lead, Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. And Jackhammer in third as the rain continues to come down here. In Fort Myers Beach, Florida. The beach has emptied out pretty quickly. Some people huddled up under some tents. And CMR continues to lead Performance Boat Center. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping heading back in, though, Billy. They're running up along the beach.
I don't know why he's on that side of the course.
Yeah, that's kind of a precarious position. He could actually get in trouble for that.
Absolutely, they can. That's
they need to run to the inside and wait. It looks he might be on one motor.
It looks like he is, but he needs to be on.
Yeah, he needs to duck to the inside. So race control hopefully is telling him to get to the inside of the course because he is actually running up against opposing traffic. That's just out of our vision to my right in our hotel room here at the Diamond Head. Oh no! Paint Factory goes over. Whoa! Man. What a weird position. What a weird place to go over in. The dog leg, I think they might have just hooked that back corner and just tripped it over.
Right at the dog leg buoy, too. I can see it out the window here.
Yeah, so this will end this race for sure. They'll probably let the race finish out since they hopefully shouldn't have to go back by them again. As, again, we miscounted the laps before, and I do apologize about that. We thought, as well as I thought, there were 2 laps left. So Paint Factory is over in the dog leg. And we are waiting for confirmation of them to get out. Here comes CMR. They are your leaders. Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They looked up to the inside again. Sean knew they were going to be there, and he went right to that buoy. Scrubbed off a lot of speed. Performance Boat Center made up a tremendous amount of ground through that last part of the course. And unfortunately, we're not able to make a move as it looks like Sean went right to the buoy. As they're red flagging it, I was hoping they were going to let it finish.
Seriously.
Yep, so there's another red flag situation as a boat has gone over one more time. They're waving them back in, so. Yep, it's a red flag situation. So Paint Factory went over earlier in the dog leg, and Jim Jackson's chief starter for OPA is telling them to head back in. So it's going to finish as it was. It looks like it was CMR in first. All right, both are out of Paint Factory.
If you can't see that.
Tanner Lewis and Brett Caswell, they are out of the boat after Paint Factory went over in the dog leg. And that was, Billy, that was an interesting place to go over because they like slipped through the corner just enough to catch that back hook. But there's quite a bit of chop out there.
There it is coming around that because, you know, it gets going sideways.
Here's it, Billy. Here's a replay now on the screen. You can see they kind of hopped up. It didn't even look like it really hooked. It just took a weird hop there. I don't know if it caught a strange.
Over.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. They weren't really even turning. I thought maybe coming out of that dog leg a little bit. But both Tanner and Brett are out of the boat. So fast response, I believe, is still tending to LPC, so they'll want to get this boat under tow. As we have wrapped up the super stock race here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We have stopped the race altogether, so CMR unofficially in first.
They're going back to the pits.
Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second. And Jackhammer in third. After one restart already, LPC went over in the corner. And just out of my view, I can see CMR coming over to the shoreline here, giving the thumbs up to his sponsor. They've got a tent down there on the beach. Of course, it looks like everybody's huddled up because of the rain.
Yeah, if they're not under a tent, they're not on the beach anymore.
Yep, Paint Factory you see there is over. We have medical on scene. There is a diver on the boat with them. Was that a flash of lightning?
It was lightning, yes,
All
sir.
right. Yeah, so there was lightning. Yeah, we're going to go to some highlight reads now. Now we have lightning and we have a lot harder rain. Looks like heading this way. So let's go to a highlight reel for Superstock. 13 boats took the start, and it was CMR early, but we expected to see Your Storage Solutions. Look at LPC and FJ Propeller go down into the turn. Allen Lawn Care Landscaping was able to make up some ground on the inside as Your Storage Unit was going to be fast all day, but they just couldn't make it work. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems made the pass for second, and the battle was behind them for third and fourth and fifth as CMR checked out. And there is LPC. They went over in a turn and caused the first red flag of this race. We restarted, came back at it. There's LPC and Jackhammer. This was before they went over. Big hop there by CMR. There's LPC coming over. We went away from that. We went back to green flag racing with just a few laps left. And then Paint Factory right here went over, and that caused the end of the race here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Race number 2 has concluded in a dramatic fashion. And it's over here. So we're going to wait for race number 3. We do have some lightning. We have some heavy rain. So we will be in communication with race control and to see what the plan is for the rest of the afternoon. This is race number 2. You're watching the 2021 Roar Offshore from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Race 2 of 4 is complete. CMR unofficially in first. Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems in second, and Jackhammer in third. Billy, thanks for joining me for this one. You're going to go watch your Class 5 boys come up next. Once we get a time of from race control when we're going to start. The helicopter is probably already down on the ground due to weather. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
To your team coming up next, and then obviously you in the 4th race of the day.
Yep, next race is going to be good in the Class 5. JJ and Michael are going to be doing running good against Shoreline and Bulletproof, and so maybe we'll come away with the win on that thing, and then hopefully this weather holds off and we can get in the Class 2 boat.
Yep, Shoreline Plumbing always very competitive in Class 5. Yeah,
that's a tough race.
Yeah, it's
tough race. I'm glad I'm not in the boat, and JJ and Mike are.
Yep. All right, well, we're going to wrap up race number 2 as Paint Factory has gone over, but both Tanner and Brett are out of the boat and appear to be okay. They'll be taken back to shore and checked out by medical. We're going to conclude race number 2. We will put a post up here shortly to let you know what the time frame is for the second race. You're watching the 2021 Roar Offshore from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We'll be back right after this.
The 2004 Next Cup Series champion. Here they come to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? Kurt Busch will win. Kurt Busch wins in Vegas. Kurt Busch wins the Daytona 500.
I'm Kurt Busch, NASCAR champion, shifting gears.
If making a bold statement comes naturally, then you've come to the right place. Because demanding the very best from every second spent on the water is your undeniable right. So don't apologize if you believe you're only truly living when you're on the move. Because you, my friend, belong on a Yamaha Wave Runner. The future of personal watercraft is now available water-wide.
I'm going to take my camera and put it inside the door, and then I'll go all batteries, and I'll omit all this electrical stuff. Copy that. Gotcha.
Now let's take a look at our Mod V class. Their first race of the season again. Cocoa Beach, rough water for these single-engine V-bottom boats that run speeds upwards of 90 miles an hour. But one of the dominant boats all season long was this boat, BoatFloater.com, the father and son team of Steve and Stephen Kildall. But battles all over the course with Team Lobo on the north end of the course, getting a little bit sideways with a great recovery. Tuggett LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, another strong boat but had a tough season. As well as a new boat, this is Visit St. Pete Clearwater. But the win ultimately went to BoatFloater.com in Cocoa Beach. Next up, Sarasota, the hometown of BoatFloater.com. Nice calm water in Sarasota for this particular weekend. Again, a storm looming on the horizon. But the start of the race, ultimately, Sheriff Lobo gets out front. Sunprint right alongside them. But Sunprint ultimately had a mechanical problem that caused the boat to hook and violently spin out. As you see that onboard view, fortunately the boat ended right side up and they are both okay. But BoatFloater.com had a problem as well, ultimately coming off plane. Sheriff Lobo blowing by out in the lead. But the battle for second place between Hurricane of Awesomeness and Visit St. Pete Clearwater raged on, and BoatFloater.com ultimately solved their problem, got up and running. But elsewhere on the race course, Tiki Lee's tripped it, stuffed it, and sunk the boat. That ultimately caused a red flag on the race course and a restart, which gave everybody a clean start, lined it back up again, and ultimately BoatFloater.com was able to get out front and take over the lead and ultimately get the win in Sarasota. And that made it 2 in a row for BoatFloater.com, the home team, as they head off to Michigan City for the third round. At the start, it was a battle between Tuggett, Punisher, and BoatFloater, with Punisher pulling out to the lead ultimately on the front straightaway. They never looked back. BoatFloater.com ultimately settled back into a third place position. Visit St. Pete Clearwater ultimately finished in 6th place. BoatFloater.com spent the afternoon trying to run down Tuggett. St. Pete Clearwater ultimately had a problem and dropped out. As we see them getting out to see what the problem is, the engine's actually running, but they were not able to get back into the race. Sheriff Lobo came in 4th place in the event, but the win ultimately went to Punisher. They never looked back. They were out front from the start. 2nd place went to Pit Viper Tuggett, and 3rd place to BoatFloater.com. The next stop, St. Pete, Florida, in front of the historic pier in St. Petersburg. The 6th boat fleet lined up. Visit St. Pete Clearwater on the inside as we went on board BoatFloater.com for the green flag. But off to an early jump was Punisher, picking up right where they left off in the last race. Clean water for Punisher coming towards the pier. But what a great run by Visit St. Pete Clearwater as they pick up speed on the inside. Punisher getting loose, coming in front of the pier with a nice recovery. They're out front, but Visit St. Pete Clearwater had the inside lane and moves themselves into the lead. But on the back straightaway, the battle continued as Punisher drives by Visit St. Pete Clearwater on the outside, with BoatFloater.com running in 3rd place. But coming in towards the pier, Sunprint was trying to make a run, took a little bit too far to the inside, missed the mark of the course. And although they ultimately moved in the 1st place and took the checkered flag, the win went to Visit St. Pete Clearwater with a brand new team in the boat. They hopped into the boat from Michigan City onward. This was their 2nd race, and ultimately Visit St. Pete Clearwater takes the win in St. Petersburg. Let's take a look at our standings. In the Mod V class, BoatFloater.com is out front. Visit St. Pete Clearwater in 2nd, followed by Punisher, Pit Viper, Sheriff Lobo, Sunprint, and Bandits. And going into Fort Myers, let's take a look at our APBA Offshore National Point standings. In Class 1, it's SV Offshore out front, followed by Miss Geico and Lucas Oil. In Supercat, MCon, Chariots of Fire, WHM Motorsports, and Canada Homes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Roar Offshore, happening to you live, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So we've got a little bit more rain pushing out, as you can see on your screen right now, just a little bit more weather that we're going to have to contend with. But the race boats are on their way out for race number 3. Remember, this is going to be Mod V, Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5 in this next race. We're going to take just a short break, get everything together, and we'll be ready to bring you this race in probably just about 15 minutes. You're watching 2021 Roar Offshore from beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
The 2004 Next Cup Series champion. Here they come to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? Kurt Busch will win. Kurt Busch wins in Vegas. Kurt Busch.
I'm Kurt Busch, NASCAR champion, shifting gears.
If making a bold statement comes naturally, then you've come to the right place. Because demanding the very best from every second spent on the water is your undeniable right. So don't apologize if you believe you're only truly living when you're on the move. Because you, my friend, belong on a Yamaha Wave Runner. The future of personal watercraft is now available water-wide.
Nitro Circus is back with the action-packed You Got This tour. Top athletes in FMX, skate, BMX, scooter, and more are ready to get the party started, throwing down huge world's firsts with more crazy contraptions, more insane stunts, and more high adrenaline fun than ever before. Get ready, because we're coming to a city near you.
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
For info and tickets, visit nitrocircus.com.
Welcome back to the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We are getting to go racing for race number 3. But first, let's recap race number 1, which was Stock V, Class 6, and Class 7. It was a great first race here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, as Stock V was really the battle of the day between Was Up and You Gonna Learn. They battled back and forth until Was Up was able to make the pass. Till You Gonna Learn was going to be able to make the pass on Was Up. They led for the entire race, and they were able to take the victory here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Class 6, it was Rum Runners. They were battling with Money Monster and Deception at the beginning. Fran and Mike slowly started to pull away. Were able to take the win in Class 6. And then in Class 7, it was Jackhammer and Goofing Around, your 1 and 2. That was race number 1 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. And we are getting to go live with our parade lap. Boats have just come out, and we are getting ready to race. Race number 3 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. The rain has passed, the sun has started to come out, and the people have started to come back onto the beach for this next race of the day. This is Modified V. Will be the first start in this race. Start number 2 will be Class 4 and Class 3. As let's recap race number 2, that was Super Stock, definitely the most exciting race of the day. 13 boats in Super Stock. It was a super duper tight start, and I was with Billy Shipley, and we talked about how the first turn would really equalize everybody, and it did. Alan Lawn Care Landscaping was able to sneak up the inside, and they stayed in second place during this race, and really running good. Then Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems were able to get around them up into second place, and it was CMR Racing out to the early lead. LPC, you see here, was running really good as they got past Your Storage Unit and Jackhammer, but they were the first boat to go over in this race, causing our first red flag situation. This was all before the rain came in. As CMR was continuing to lead, they were dominating this race. LPC went over, everybody was okay, and we restarted the race. This was in the rain with just 3 laps left, and then Paint Factory went over, and that put an end to the race. It was CMR, Performance Boat Center, Fast Diesel Fuel Systems, and Jackhammer, your top 3 in Super Stock. As that was definitely the most exciting race of the day. But everybody, as we know, is okay. No major interest to report, and boats are headed back over to the crane. You're already there to get pulled out, so we're glad everybody was okay. So this is race number 3. This is going to be Modified V, Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5 in this race. 7 boats in Modified V, 6 boats in Class 4, and I'll go through the lineup in just a minute of those boats. Class 3, there's only 1 boat here this weekend, and in Class 5, it's 6 boats, so it's going to be really exciting here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. And I think the conditions have changed. A couple people in our chat asked earlier if it did, and I think so. I think it's laid down, not as rough. I saw white caps before that rainstorm came through, and it looks like those have laid down. as we get ready to go racing here. All right, Class 4, boat number 421, Old School, Matt Soper and Dan Soper. Boat 444, Predator, Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and Ryan Stallman in the boat this weekend. And boat 444.5, this is low profile. This is another Apache that's owned by Dean Stallman. This is a boat they actually raced back in 2019. They retired that one and got Predator, but they brought that one back out. So that's got Wayne Corson and Bruce Baker, the engine builder for the Predator low-profile team. And that boat 447, Cigarette Justice League, with Don Urfer, Richard Davis, and Corey Chantry on board that cigarette hull. 467, our boys from Texas, GNS Motorsports, Grant Graytock and Bill Reeves. And then boat 499, Birding Man, Kyle Dietzman, and the famous Eric Treadwell making his return to offshore powerboat racing. We want to send our thoughts out to Mr. Tony Canale, who got hit with the COVID pretty hard. Tony, we hope you're recovering well, my friend, and we hope to see you back in Birding Man here shortly. So that is Class 4. Class 3 is going to have one boat in it. That's boat 345, SRS Racing. Don Jejan and Rusty Stallman in that skater hull outboard powered in Class 3. In Class 5, you have 509 Shoreline Plumbing, Brett Aparius and Eddie Simmons. You have 517 Bulletproof Glendale with George Ivey and Craig Bellafato. Boat 527 Team Woody, JJ Turk and Michael Stanco. Boat 549 Illicit Motorsports, Greg Blutter and Mark Diodorio. Boat 555 Mean Streak, Jeremy Helms and Vance Hagen. And boat 599, Revelation, Michael Drury and Crystal Drury in that boat. And last but not least, Modified V, seven boats in this class. Boatfloater.com, the Kildall, Stephen Kildall. Boat number 17, Marker 17 Marine, Brian Forehand, Vinny Diorio. Boat number 22, Punisher, Charlie McCarthy and Anthony Silvera. Boat number 51, Sunprint, Steve Furman and Steve Miklos. Boat number 66, Pit Viper Tugget, Britt Lilly and Kevin Smith making their second appearance today. Boat 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia. And boat number D700, all the way from Trinidad, Sheriff Lobo, Mark Neiman and Shamil Mohammed in Sheriff Lobo, all the way up from Trinidad. And I'm sure my friends down in Trinidad are listening to see how Lobo does, so we'll give a shout out to our good friends down there as we get ready to go racing. The boats have completed their parade lap. They'll go down into their mill, and as I said prior, it'll be Mod V in the first start, Class 4 in the second start, Class 3 in the second start, and Class 5 in the third start. So 3 starts here today as the Mod Vs get gathering around their pace boat, 37 Blue Active Thunder, beautiful boat. It's got Jim Jackson, our lead or chief starter, on that boat, so they're going to wait for this. This is a very competitive class. Now, these are the same boats as Stock V. In fact, most of these boats at some point in their life have been Stock Vs, but the Modified Vs run a naturally aspirated, carbureted motor, making about 650 horsepower, so they get a little bit more speed, a little bit more acceleration than the Pro Stock Vs, which are still running the Mercury 525. As we get ready to go racing here one more time.
That one right there was dead, yeah.
In Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
Thank you.
And we are waiting for...
Yeah, no, there's not...
Well, that's a good point. Somebody just pointed out to me that we haven't seen Class 4 or Class 5 come out yet. And we have run through the lineup. They were supposed to come off the dock and be in this race. I'm not sure if something has changed. I don't think it would, because we're under a delay, or we were under a delay as it is. So we don't have a whole bunch more time to push something back. So maybe we're just waiting for these 4 and 3 boats to come out. I'm looking up. I can kind of see where they come from my vantage point in this hotel room here at Diamond Head. And I see some boats, but I'm not sure if they're race boats. So right now we've got Modified V. They're doing their mill. They'll sit out here and wait for a couple of minutes as we wait to hear from Race Control what's going on with classes 4, 3, and 5. Or 3, 4, and 5 here in beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. In the last race, LPC went over and Paint Factory went over. Paint Factory was an odd roll. It was a different roll. I'm not quite sure what went on there. I thought at first maybe they high-sided and kind of skipped through the dogleg turn, but it's not really what happened. It looks like it just caught something kind of weird. It did just roll over, and but both guys were okay. LPC went over as well. They went over in turn number 1. They did high side. They actually did a lot of damage to that boat. They blew the windshield out. But to my knowledge, Vinny and Lauren are okay. And Vinny has come out in boat number 17, marker 17 Marine for this race. As we are still waiting for some boats, I believe, to come out. It's not very hard to miss Predator if you've watched any of our other races. It's a big old Apache hull, and it's got a very unique sound as all the exhausts come into 2 outlets. Kind of sounds like a Lamborghini motor, real high revving boat. When I said Jim Jackson is the starter, I know Jim owns the boat, but Jim Jackson is the OPA starter on that boat. So as we get ready to go racing here, and it looks like there are finally some other boats. It looks like the Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 boats are kind of starting to gather up towards the mill. So I'm guessing that they'll take these guys on a parade lap as well. Show them the course. Again, it is a little bit different than what it was. It's a little shorter than it was last year. It was a full course yesterday for testing, so teams were able to go out. Teams are able to go out and see the course yesterday, but they will run the full parade lap today. And I just saw a message on our chat that Vinny is not racing in marker 17 Marine. As we get an update from race control. So parade lap looks like it was mod V's only. And when that's done, it looks like they're going to start all the classes. So no parade lap for 3, 4, and 5. So Mod V did the parade lap. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to do it. That's the word that I'm getting from race control. So Mod V is in their mill. It looks like everybody else is in their mill. I think I saw Predator out there. They're kind of off behind the building. I've lost sight of them. So this is race number 3. Race number 4 is going to be Supercat, Factory Stock, V Extreme, and Class 2. And I'll hold off on some of the exciting news coming up for that race number 4. It's pretty interesting what was talked about in the drivers' meeting this morning. I think it's going to be an exciting race when that comes up at race number 4. That was obviously scheduled for 3 o'clock. It's currently 2:30 East Coast time here in the United States. I don't know if obviously that won't be starting at 3 o'clock. It'll probably be more like 3:45, depending on how fast we can get this race started. So it looks like all the boats are coming to their mill now. So I can see the Class 3, 4, and 5 boats coming out. Mod V is still in their mill. They will be the first start here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, as we get ready to go racing. So Mod V is coming up on a plane, as that pace boat will get them lined up. They are under a yellow flag situation until the starter deems that they're in a good enough line of boats to start. They got to stay 100 feet back from the pace boat. They have to maintain their lanes through the first turn. As Mod V gets ready to start. Yellow flag on the pace boat currently. Sun has started to come back out. The breeze did pick back up a little bit. I know I'd said it died down, but it looks like it did pick up. So there is the Mod V fleet. And that is Miklos on the inside, boatfloater.com next to them. I see Pit Viper Tuggett in there. Still under a yellow flag situation. Waiting for the race to start. There's our green flag, and we're going racing in Pro Stock V. And that is Sunprint. They are all the way closest to the pace boat. Looks like they are out to the early lead. There is Boat Floater Lobo, Pit Viper Tuggett. There is Punisher, boat number 22. Right now it's Sunprint out to the early lead, but Boat Floater looks fast behind them. About a half a roost tail length behind, and then there was Sheriff Lobo behind their group. Here comes Punisher on the outside, though. What a charge by Punisher. They have taken the lead, and then marker 17 Marine, closest to your screen, now out of your screen, or closest to you on the screen, is now making a run for first. So it's Punisher and marker 17 Marine going into the first corner. That's Visit St. Pete 151 Express. They are currently in third. And there's a whole big group to the inside of them. Tuggett, Lobo, Boat Floater, and Sunprint are all on the inside of this. Remember, got to maintain your lanes all the way through this corner. There's 4 buoys you have to get around before you can exit your lane. So Sunprint runs to the buoy. Squares it up, makes a nice turn, a little hop there. A lot of chine walk in these boats, and they do, the waves are going to be coming at their side today, so they're going to be a little bit more, I think, loose, a little bit more chine walk. As Sunprint looks like they have pulled away from everybody else. I can't see another boat behind them. There is Boat Floater, and there is Punisher. And there is Sunprint. Okay, so Punisher now making a charge up on Sunprint. They are working on making the pass. They do so. They have overtaken Sunprint for first place. Sunprint in second. I think it's BoatFloater.com now in third. As they're exiting the turn. That's the exit pin for turn number, I guess you could say 4 in that 4-pin turn. And now they will run down to the dogleg. Punisher's going to be on the inside. And Punisher looks like they have a lot of top-end speed. Once they get the boat to loosen up, they pull away quite a bit from Sunprint. About a rooster tail length ahead now. And let's see what we've got going on behind them. Ah, look at this. Oh, wow. Where did Pit Viper Tuggett come from? They were way back off of the start. Not back, but they were kind of in the second group. Now they're up there for, this is third. BoatFloater.com, Pit Viper Tuggett, Visit St. Pete 151 Express, deck to deck. It's going to be Boat Floater on the outside of the dogleg when they switch back. He's going to have the inside of the corner. It looks like that extreme has a little bit more speed. As the whitewater you see just to the right of the screen, that should be from Punisher and Sunprint. As it looks like Pit Viper Tuggett back just a little bit. 151 Express, Visit St. Pete on the outside, BoatFloater.com on the inside, and Pit Viper Tuggett right in the middle of this. There's Marker 17 Marine. He was running with Punisher going right into the first turn. And then we kind of lost him. Punisher came out, took the lead away from Sunprint. This is Visit St. Pete, BoatFloater.com. There's a rooster tail. That probably is Sunprint, as these boats look really fast. Visit St. Pete taking their first ever win in St. Petersburg. What a great race for that team. So there is Sunprint. That's going to be Punisher way to the outside. So as I understand this from race control, this will be the only race happening right now. Our next race will be Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5. So this is only Modified V, and they are running 10 laps for 50 miles. And this will complete lap number 1, as there is boat number 51, Sunprint. They're currently in second, not by much though. Punisher is out, half a rooster tail length ahead. Punisher looks to have more straightaway speed than Sunprint, but Sunprint's on the inside. Will Charlie and Tony Silvera try and stay to the outside? Or will they pinch down on Sunprint? There is Sunprint. Sunprint quite a ways back now, so I don't think they're going to be able to charge up the inside. Punisher, one of the newer Phantoms. Excuse me for just a second. Apologize about that. All right. So back to the racing action at hand. So Punisher did come down to the buoy, ran a really close line. It looked like Sunprint had enough room to stay in there. So now it's Visit St. Pete Clearwater in third. Wow, big chine walk there by Marker 17 Marine as he gets sucked up into that prop wash. This is the battle for third place. BoatFloater.com and Visit St. Pete 151 Express. They are currently in third. BoatFloater.com in fourth. Got some holes out there as each one of these boats seems to be finding it at a different point on the course. There is Marker 17 Marine. Brian Forehand running that Outer Limits boat. Got the beacon light on top of it. And I haven't seen Sheriff Lobo come by as of late, so we'll look for them out of our window. But now Marker 17 Marine is making the pass on BoatFloater.com on the outside, the exit of turn 4. They will be running down into, oh, look at this. They're going to come up on Sunprint. Visit St. Pete 151 has gotten around Sunprint. Sunprint's now back to third. It's Marker 17 Marine in fourth. Marker 17 Marine is going to have the inside of the dogleg. We can pan out from this shot. We will be able to see. Oh, that was Marker 17 Marine. Didn't see. I just happened to look down at my notes. I didn't see what happened. It looks like he almost spun it out, but he was able to save it. Holy cow. Marker 17 Marine back up and going again, but they've lost quite a few positions. They were battling for third. Not sure what happened there, but Brian was able to save it, and it was a miraculous save. Punisher continues to lead. It should be Visit St. Pete 151 Express in second now, and BoatFloater.com. No, I'm sorry, Sunprint should be in third. I'm sorry. Let's see if we have a replay of that Marker 17 Marine incident, and we do. Here they are with Sunprint. What happened to Brian? And I told you, see how these, oh, wow, he actually submarined that boat. I don't know how he kept it upright. It looked like it actually momentarily stopped, jerked to the right, and then came back up. I said that each one of these boats are hitting holes on their own here and finding it on their own, and Brian definitely found a hole. He actually went up, tripped it, looked like he stuffed it, but it looks like everybody is okay, and he's back up and going again. Brian's boat is all over the place, though. He is super loose, chine walking everywhere, and this top 3, 4, 5 battle in Pro Stock V is just awesome. Now Marker 17 Marine battling with Pit Viper Tuggett. Brian recovered nicely after that. All right, here's Visit St. Pete Clearwater 151 Express. They are currently in second. They are trying to chase down Punisher. Punisher is your leader. Sunprint was the early leader, but Punisher passed him on the outside. Now, I believe this should complete lap number 2 on to lap number 3 of 10. Obviously, I messed up in CR in Super Stock with that, so I don't think I'd trust my counting. Great shot of what's happening on the course. So Punisher and Visit St. Pete 151 Express have kind of pulled away from each other. Now the battle's behind them for third. There's BoatFloater.com. There's Marker 17 Marine. There's Pit Viper Tuggett. So Punisher's course now, he's got clean water in front of him. Tony and Charlie will check their race now and do everything they can to keep out in front. As 151 Express Visit St. Pete try and chase them down. So in St. Petersburg, Florida, just about a month ago, they actually ran a prop that was put together by Punisher, and obviously it made a heck of a difference. I don't think Charlie let them use that prop again, but either way, the boys in 151 Express Visit St. Pete look fantastic as they are currently running in second, and there are a lot of veterans in this class. Obviously, the Kildaws and Miklos, these guys have been racing for a long time, Britt and Kevin. So to see the 151 Express team running as good as they are is just awesome. Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia. Of course, Nick Imprescia, Joey Imprescia's son. Joey Imprescia, a world championship throttle man in his own right. Now his son's starting to take over the reins. All right, so the outer limits, Marker 17 Marine is getting back up to where he was. He's around Pit Viper Tuggett. Now he's around Boat Floater. It should be, I think, Visit St. Pete. No, it's going to be, I'm sorry, it's going to be Sunprint in front of him now. So he should be in fourth by my count. And that should be Sunprint's wake there. Now this is down towards the dogleg. This is where he had his problem before. You can see a lot of bouncing here still. It's actually rougher out there than what we thought. Now we have some white caps a little bit further out. Brian makes it clean through that time after what was a huge stuff and kept on going. Let's see if we can catch who is just in front of him. Yep, that's Sunprint. Okay, so Sunprint is still in third. Marker 17 Marine is the boat on the move. They're currently in fourth, trying to chase down Sunprint. And then they will start to look at 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, and then Punisher. Here in Modified V. Now, we did not run classes 3, 4, and 5 during this start. We will run them next. Once this race is over, the pace boats are already down there with them. They're in their mill, and we will get that race going. Marker 17 Marine was able to catch up to Sunprint. Now they're going to be on the inside through this turn. Here is Punisher. They are your leader in Modified V. There is 151 Express 151 Express Visit St. Pete. I think those boys are catching Punisher, though. They've closed up a lot of ground since the last time by. There's Marker 17 Marine. It looks like he's made the pass. Nope. Sunprint went to the inside. Look how much ground Sunprint was able to make up. All these boats are starting to tighten back up. Marker 17 Marine is going to be up in this mix here shortly. About a rooster tail and a half length separate 1 and 2. As these are two of the newest Phantoms out on the race course. Marker 17 Marine, of course, the lone outer limits. So that's Punisher on the right. 151 Express Visit St. Pete on the left. They are currently in second, and then there are these 4 boats behind them, which will be the 3rd and 4th place battles. That should be Sunprint and Marker 17 Marine battling for 3rd. So boat 727 up. Now it's BoatFloater.com and Pin Viper Tuggett battling. This is for 4th. Really interested to see what 151 Express can do with Punisher. As now Marker 17 Marine starts to catch Sunprint. Sunprint's going to be on the inside, and Marker 17 Marine on the outside. It looked like Marker 17 Marine there trying to pinch down on Miklos. Wasn't going to leave him a whole lot of room. They were able to stay. Oh, nope, they had to jump back to the outside. So that gives Marker 17 Marine now 3rd. Brian's boat is just all over the place, though. It's hopping just like crazy out there. I mean, just chine walking all over the place. He looks not rough handling, but he looks like he's having the roughest time out there out of everybody. He's just bouncing off the chine side to side. Here is Punisher. They are your leaders in Pro Stock V. I'm sorry, Modified V. Modified V. They are your leaders in Modified V. Second place should be 151 Express Visit St. Pete, boat 727. Pan out just a little bit. Wow, they haven't let him go. So they have exited the turn. They're now headed back down the course towards the dogleg. Beautiful day here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida for the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you live. Go to oparacing.org for more information and follow us on Facebook, OPA Racing, facebook.com/OPA Racing. All right, here's Punisher. They have to know that 151 Express is behind them and maybe closing on just a little bit. At the rate this race is going, I don't think anybody's speed checking. I think everybody's running as fast as they can. As now they head down the course, they'll head into this very tight turn by the pier. And I believe this should be lap 4 or 5, somewhere in there. But notice how I said 4 or 5. Nobody can get mad if I get it wrong. So if we pan out just a little bit, we should be able to see Visit St. Pete. They should be right behind them, as there wasn't much separation between those 2 boats. And you can see that's a 3-pin turn. Big hop there by Punisher. See, they're all finding these holes. And Punisher's out super duper wide off the pin, trying to carry as much speed as he can. Oh, Marker 17 Marine is down. It looks like they have spun out. The boat has refired. It is currently, it looked like it started up again. Oh, man, what a rough day for Brian Forehand. And I don't know if he can get the boat started. He's trying. I saw it light up once. But I can't see exhaust coming out of it now. This is the battle for the lead, though. Punisher and Visit St. Pete, as Marker 17 Marine did spin out in a corner, and I'm trying to see which corner he spun out in. It looks like it was at the bottom end of the course down by the pier from what I can see. Yep, I see him there. Okay, we've got medical going to him. He is still upright. He was upright the entire time, trying to get the boat refired. Yeah, he's right in the middle of that turn. So we've got a lot of activity going on in the pier turn of this course. Let's see if we can get a replay of what happened to Brian. There he is right there. Holy cow, he completely barrel rolled. I think he completely barrel rolled. We need to replay that one more time if we possibly can. I think Brian barrel rolled and landed upright. Of course, it looks like he slid upside down. There was so much whitewash there. Let's watch it one more time, as this should be the battle for 3rd now between Blowfloat and Sunprint. What an exciting Modified V race here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. All right, one more time for the Marker 17 incident. There he is right there to the left of your screen. See, he chine walks over real bad, then he high sides it. Maybe he didn't flip over. I think maybe he just bowed steered, but pretty violent wreck nonetheless. And he tried to get the boat refired. I saw a big puff come out of it, but I don't know if he's gotten it restarted. I don't think he has. So Brian is probably done for the day. What a rough day for Brian Forehand and the Marker 17 Marine team. It looks like everybody will be okay, though. He just had a lot going on. He submarined on the first lap. He submarined it. Now he spun it out. Boatfloater.com currently in third place, as all the boats are going to now come down to this turn. There's nobody out of the boat. There's no incident on the course that warrants a red flag. So we're going to stay green at this time. But they are trying to get, it looks like he's right in the middle of the turn, it looks like from my vantage point. So I think they're trying to get a hook on him and try and get him out of the course. Big hop there by Punisher, though. It's really kind of starting to get a little choppy out there, as we've seen some of these holes claim some victims. What a beautiful job they did, saving it from that big hop. All right, so Visit St. Pete. They are currently in second. They move back to the outside. Now these boats are moving to the incident where Marker 17 Marine is sitting. And we've got patrol boats with lights all around Marker 17 Marine, it looks like, so we should be able to see them, give them plenty of room, trying to get that boat under tow. It was upright, it was floating. I don't think anything physically happened to it. I just don't think you can get it started. Normally when you spin a boat out, what you do is just hold it wide open, so that way it doesn't get water back in the exhaust. That's probably what Brian did. He did try and start it. And you can see right there, that was Marker 17 Marine just getting put under tow. Visit St. Pete, though, trying to make a move on the outside of Punisher. Punisher's been taking this turn really, really wide, not hugging it close to the pin, trying to carry as much speed as he can. And it seems to work. We should see third place coming in any minute now. All right, there's Punisher, boat number 22. They are your leader. Boat number 727, Visit St. Pete in second. Boatfloater.com in third. Sunprint in fourth. Tuggett in fifth. Oh, look at this battle here, though. I just looked out of my window, and St. Pete is right there. Look at 727. Visit St. Pete, 151 Express, trying to make a move on the outside. Punisher's going to have it on the inside. They're going to come across the start-finish line. We should be on the final few laps of this race, but I haven't kept count. Here they go. They're trying to make a pass for the lead. Are they going to be able to do it? They do so. They have overtaken Punisher on the straightaway across the finish line. Now let's see if 727 will come down and pinch off Punisher. They've got to be careful here because Punisher's within striking distance. If they go just a little too wide in this corner, they will possibly get past again. It all depends. And from my vantage point where I'm watching the race, I can't see how the line is between the two of them. 727 out way wide. Punisher on the inside. Punisher, they pull up alongside of him, so Punisher's going to have the inside lane on this corner. Let's see if 727 will carry more speed on the outside. Side by side through this big sweeping right-hand corner. Punisher, the white boat. 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, the green boat. On the outside, Punisher takes the lead back briefly. But it looks like 151 Express, there's the speed they've had in the entire race. Now they're back side by side again. And just about a half a boat length lead now as they get ready to exit this turn. What a battle between the Phantoms here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is fantastic racing here. Just a action-packed race for race number 3. We still have class 4, 3, and 5 coming up next. Side by side, going down towards the dogleg. Holy cow, look at this race. Nobody's able to pull away from each other here. Now Punisher starts to eke out just a little bit. Can he get a boat length on him before he gets to the dogleg? He's not going to leave Nick much room there. He's going to run him right up against it. All right, they're past the dogleg. Now they're going to flip back over to the other side, start making a left-hand turn, or the right-hand turn now. They went through the left. Now they're starting to make the right. That's going to give Punisher the inside. Visit St. Pete on the outside. What a race we have going on here. Punisher's going to go really wide when exiting this turn, coming out toward the pier. And 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, were really able to make up some ground there. All right, Punisher sets it to the corner. 151 Express drove it much harder in the corner, carried more speed, passed him on the outside, going past the first buoy. They haven't completed the pass, or if they have, just barely. There they go. Now they're past him. They've completely overtaken him. Whoa, they walk high to the outside there. Got to be careful there. That is how one of these Pro Stock Vs, or modified Vs rather, will high side and flip over, as the conditions look a little bit rougher than what they appear from the Diamond Head Resort here. Punisher back in the lead as they held the inside lane. So it's Visit St. Pete on the outside. Now Punisher on the inside. Punisher back in the lead, but not by much. Holy cow, a deck-to-deck race. BowFloater.com in third behind them. This is so exciting to watch live here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. 2021 Roar Offshore coming to you live. Here comes Visit St. Pete, 151 Express. They're making a run at it again. Look at the speed of these two boats running down, looking perfectly hung up. A little bit of a hop there by Visit St. Pete, but they're able to overtake Punisher one more time. Big hop there by Punisher. Holy cow, what a race we have going on here. Now it's Visit St. Pete. They found a little bit cleaner water there, as I think that hop kind of took it out of Punisher. But Punisher gets back on the throttle. They'll be back up to the inside of turn number 1. Holy cow, there is BowFloater.com. They are currently in third. It should be Sunprint in fourth, and Pit Viper Tugget in fifth, rounding out your top 5 here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. All right, there's Visit St. Pete, 151 Express. Where is Punisher? There's Charlie and Tony right there. They just weren't as close as they were before, so they weren't able to get up with him. 151 Express Sunprint's going to keep the lead through turn number 1. Remember, big sweeping right-hand turn. They'll exit this turn, then they'll line up to turn left back into the dogleg. Of course, BowFloater.com likes this battle because it could slow these two down just enough to let this boat catch up to them. BowFloater.com, the Killdolls, currently running in third place. Watching these Phantoms battle it out in front of them here in Florida. What a fantastic day we have. Obviously, Marker 17 Marine having a bit of a rough day. He never did restart, so he is out of the race. All right, Visit St. Pete continues to lead over Punisher. They have just about a rooster tail length ahead, and they are pulling away from him. I do think they have a little bit more top end speed. That's why they're able to pass on the long straight across the finish line. Now they'll turn left. They'll turn down left into the dogleg. They'll come out of the left dogleg and then set up to turn right around the bottom end of this course. And you should see the dogleg buoy any minute. It's yellow. What a fantastic race for this young team. Remember, took their first win in St. Petersburg, Florida, and now they are out here beating the veterans. Charlie and Tony have been doing this a long time. Obviously, the Killdolls, Miklos, all of these guys, veterans in this class, and these rookies are out here putting it to them in this green Phantom Hull. 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete. There is Punisher. Oh no, Punisher's slowing. Punisher is slowing. They're pulling down on the inside of the course. Oh no. What a horrible day. Oh, Punisher just battled with them all day long, and Punisher is down there on the inside of the course. They have dropped off a plane. Holy cow. Oh, man. So Choney and Charlie are now out of it. Let's see. Hatches up. So 151 Express, now it's their race to lose. They have really no boats around them. BowFloater.com is in second. I don't know if there is enough time for BowFloater to catch up to 151 Express, as Punisher is out of the race. They are under their own power. 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, getting it done here at Fort Myers Beach, Florida, in the modified V race. Punisher is out. Marker 17 Marine is out. We haven't seen Sheriff Lobo come by. So it's currently 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete in first, BowFloater.com in second. It should be Sunprint in third, and then Pit Viper Tugget in fourth. Here is BowFloater.com, currently in second place. The father-son team of the Killdall, Steve and Steven Killdall, hung out with Steve and his daughter on Thursday night at the block party. Killdall's been doing this a long time, a great family of racers. They're very dedicated to what they do. They have an awesome program, an awesome boat. And they deserve a lot of credit. Been doing this a long time, and glad to have them around. Currently running in second place behind 727 151 Express Visit St. Pete. So this should be very close to the last lap. I didn't get to see a white flag that time by. I don't want to say it's the last lap, but it's got to be getting pretty close, as it's just been a great day of racing here. We have no white flag out yet, so hopefully next time we come by we'll get the white flag. Don't forget, we have classes 3, 4, and 5 coming up. They're going to have 13 boats in that class. There's 6 boats alone in class 4. And as somebody said in our chat, this is going to be the battles of the old school V-bottoms. You've got 2 cigarettes and 2 Apaches going at it. You've got Burning Man going to be in class 4. And you've got GNS, the Velocity, in class 4. So old school Predator, low profile, and Cigarette Justice League, 3 old school deep V-bottoms, and then GNS and Burning Man. I think that's going to be a great race. It'd always be great to have the Cyrus's down here in their yellow boat to race. There is Sunprint. They should be currently sitting in 3rd place after all this drama on the course. Marker 17 Marine had a pretty tough day. They are out of the race under tow. Punisher went out just about a lap ago and pulled to the inside of the course. As I look out the window of my hotel, there is some activity in the middle of the course. Not sure what's going on. Boat number 51, Sunprint, they are currently in 3rd place. BoatFloater.com in 2nd. Boat 727, Visit St. Pete, in 1st. Now this is their race to lose. Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia. I'm sure Nick's dad, Joey, is watching, cheering his son on as they are winding down their laps here after they went deck to deck with the best race we've had so far in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. All right, they come out of the turn. They start up this straightaway towards the finish line. And let's see if they get the white flag this time by. So BoatFloater.com is in 2nd, and Sunprint is in 3rd. A lot of separation between 1, 2, and 3. As without a doubt, I think this was probably the fastest boat on the course today. If not, they were very evenly matched with Punisher. Punisher down with some sort of a mechanical issue in the inside of the course. As here they come across the finish line. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of that white flag lap this time by. What a fantastic race we've had. And they'll be, if they got this win, which obviously they did, barring any infractions once the boats come out of the water. And still no white flag, as that is our finish boat. So I may have made a counting error again. I do apologize for that. There is BoatFloater.com. They are currently in 2nd. This is a Generation 1 extreme hull. Steve Miklos' boat, 51 Sunprint, is Generation number 2. And then Britt Lilly's LSB RevX Oil is actually Generation number 3, the boat he built up in Arnold, Maryland in his shop. We saw that boat race in Pro Stock V. As BoatFloater.com comes across the line. They're currently in 2nd, trying to chase down boat number 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, Clearwater. So I just looked out the window out onto the course, and I did see Sheriff Lobo go by. So Sheriff Lobo did go by, so they still are out there running. As boat 727, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, they continue to lead in Modified V. What a fantastic race for this young rookie crew. They're definitely making their mark here in this class. There is BoatFloater.com. They are currently in 2nd place, boat number 2. And it should be boat number 51, Sunprint, in 3rd. So coming up next, we're going to have classes 3, 4, and 5, which I guess will be considered the 4th race of the day. So now we'll have race number 5, which will be Supercat Factory Stock V Extreme in Class 2. And I'm going to leave the news of anticipation waiting for you to tell you what's going to happen with Supercat. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We've already given you one secret, told you that SV Offshore, which normally runs Class 1, is going to race in Supercat today. They were able to come to an agreement on, particularly it was weight for the boat, to be honest. They do have a little bit more horsepower, probably a little bit more torque, so they came up with a weight agreement that SV Offshore had to weigh. So now SV Offshore is going to race with the Mercury 850s in Supercat. That's going to be very, very exciting. But there's one more twist to Supercat that we'll tell you about as we get ready to race. All right, so it looks like the checkered flag is out on the back of our finish line boat. And Visit St. Pete Clearwater 151 Express. They are your leaders, boat 727, and should come into our shot here any minute. There they are. Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia. What a fantastic race for these guys. Holy cow, they took it to Punisher hardcore. And they were going to come across and get their checkered flag for the day here at Roar Offshore 2021. What an exciting delay. I'm sorry, not a delay. What an exciting race it has been here in Modified V. Here comes 727, 151 Express Sunprint, or I'm sorry, 151 Express Visit St. Pete. And there is the checkered flag for this young rookie team getting it done here today in Fort Myers. All right, so they will pull to the inside of the course and collect their checkered flag. Here is BoatFloater.com. They are currently in second place as they will come across the finish line to take the checkered flag. And Sunprint, boat number 51, should be in third. What a fantastic race for that young rookie team. There is BoatFloater.com. They are currently in second place. And here is boat number 51, excuse me, Sunprint. They come across in third. Your top three. And here they go. All right, there's the rookie team, Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia. What do you think those boys are thinking as they cross the finish line in first place, barring any inspection fractions? Now, this is a spec class. All right, well, here comes Sheriff Lobo. Sheriff Lobo is going to cross the line in fifth. So we lost Pit Viper Tuggett. We have not seen them come by. This is Sheriff Lobo. They're going to come across the line in fifth. No, I'm sorry, fourth. Fourth. They're going to come across the line in fourth. I apologize. So it's 151 Express Visit St. Pete in first, BoatFloater.com in second, 51 Sunprint in third, and Sheriff Lobo, all the way from Trinidad, coming across the line in fourth. What a fantastic day of racing here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Congratulations to this. Yeah, there they are. Now they're hugging. They know what's happened. What a great race. As we go back and look at some highlights from what was without a doubt the best race of the day, this was the start in Modified V, and it was Punisher taking the lead early, but then Sunprint was able to tuck back up the inside. Punisher and Sunprint battled it out for a while. This was the battle for third, and that's where Visit St. Pete came to life and started making up ground on Punisher. Eventually they got around Boat Floater, they got around Sunprint. Big stuff here by Marker 17 Marine. He was able to save it, and that, I didn't realize how close that was to the boat that was behind him. He just barely missed him. That could have been a catastrophic day. As it turned out to be Sunprint, or I'm sorry, not Sunprint, it turned out to be Visit St. Pete and Punisher battling for the #1 position in Modified V. Eventually, Visit St. Pete got it done. They were able to take the win in Modified V. Congratulations to that team. What a fantastic day for these guys. The rookie team, Ian Morgan and Nick Imprescia, got their checkered flag there from the finish boat. They will probably do a little parade lap up along the beach. I've got Chris Uzi joining me. You know, Chris, it would have been good if you were in here for that one. You could sit down and join if you like. I don't know if you have had any updates of what's going on out there. First off, everybody's okay, right? Like nobody's okay. Good deal. Brian Forehand got handed to him pretty good there a couple times. Hey, man, that's what we're here for. Nope, just me. I don't even know where the green light assistant guy went. He's disappeared too. What a win for these guys. That was by far one of the best races I've seen in a long, long time, for sure. Well, yeah, and George put these guys in his boat. He built this team. They're still running Frank Motor, right? I think they are. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, they did it in St. Pete too. They just went out there and won that race, dominated that race, and Charlie and Tony are no slouches. I mean, those are two good guys. Punisher's obviously wicked fast. Not by any means. So there's going to be some celebrating going on tonight with this St. Pete team as they now get some cheering on there from one of our support boats here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So the Bryant forehand wrecks were absolutely crazy, though, and I didn't realize how close that boat was behind him. Another 10 feet behind, like not in the position he was in. You know, it probably would have gotten run over at the rate it was going. It happened really fast, and then I still can't confirm. I want somebody to tell me, but I still can't confirm. It looked like he barrel rolled. Yep. No, either way, it didn't look present, and but his boat just looked so weird to me today. Like, it just looked like it never settled down. It never found where it wanted to be. It just kind of was chine walking all over the place. Not typical for that boat. That boat's normally a really solid running entry.
I only got a V-lock adapter. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah. I'm going to bring you back the charger.
Yep. All right, we'll visit St. Pete. They're going to head back in and celebrate with their team. They take the win in Modified V. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. The old school battle. Everybody's talking about it online between the Apaches and the Cigarettes. We'll be back from Fort Myers Beach, Florida, right after this.
Ultimate performance. Ready to race. Ready for fun. From the backyard to the racetrack, Traxxas radio-controlled vehicles are engineered for years of high speed, high-flying fun. Visit your local hobby store to experience the fun of RC from Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.
NASCAR champion shifting gears.
If making a bold statement comes naturally, then you've come to the right place. Because demanding the very best from every second spent on the water is your undeniable right. So don't apologize if you believe you're only truly living when you're on the move. Because you, my friend, belong on a Yamaha Wave Runner. The future of personal watercraft is now available water-wide.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2021 Roar Offshore coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is going to be now what I guess we're calling race number 4. We were only supposed to have 4 altogether. Apparently there was some trouble getting the boats off the dock, which is what caused the modified Vs to run by themselves. So now what we're going to do is run Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5. And as everybody has said online, this is the old school battle here in Class 4 with some Apaches and 2 cigarettes going deck to deck here in Florida, North Carolina. That's where you're from. Sorry, I got all my states there mixed up. What we're going to do right now, we're waiting for the helicopter. They had to go refuel, so the helicopter should be back any minute. The Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 boats have completed their parade lap, and they are heading towards, now they're down in the mill. So once we get the helicopter up, those guys will get racing. Chris Uzi, who joined me during the first race right after Tyler Miller was on board from MCON, is back with me in the booth. Chris, welcome back. I got to ask you, what'd you think of that Mod V race? That's your class right there, man, you know?
that was a nail-biter, definitely, all the way to the end. There was a lot of lead changes and swapping of ends over there, a couple boats going around, so they were definitely pushing the limits.
It was awesome to see it, and to see that the young team, you know, Ian and Nick, go out there and run with Punisher as hard as they did. It was just cool. Like, it was fantastic. It was so exciting to watch it. It was a great race.
That's the best part, being in the boat, honestly, when you're side by side with somebody and you know they're not going to give you an inch and you got to earn every part of it.
Okay. We're having some technical difficulties here real quick. We're dealing with some mic issues real quick. Chris, talk for me.
Check.
Do you have anything yet back in the booth? Dealing with some technical difficulties. I apologize about that. We'll see what we can do here. So we're coming to you. There we go. We got it. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. So as I announced, Chris Uzi, nobody's business. You joined me during the first race. And nobody's business. Your boat raced in the first race. Unfortunately, you were out with some kidney stone issues.
That's correct.
We hope you obviously feel better. But, all right. So we said it once. Let's say it again. What about modified V race? What'd you think?
That race was definitely a nail-biter. Those guys were battling out to the very last second. They were pushing it. A couple boats swapped ends on the course, and that means that they're just trying to find every mile an hour they can get.
Yeah,
out
for
there.
sure. And you agreed with me. You said that Brian's boat just didn't look like Brian's boat normally looks. I mean, it's in outer limits, right? And when you run in outer limits, you run the tabs at neutral or like one click down past neutral just to get try and walk out of it. But it just never settled. Like, it just looked unhappy all day. It could have been set up. That's not normally Brian's MO. Usually he's pretty good. He's raced that boat for a long time. When you think about it, when it was Snowy Mountain Brewery even. So
definitely
hard to say what happened there. But he's all right. He made it out of the boat okay. I think they towed it back in. He tried to get it running after that last wreck down here because I saw a big puff.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's trying to get it refired. You know, because as I said on the broadcast, when you spin out, you actually hold it wide open. Right,
yeah.
So you don't want the water to revert back in the exhaust. You're trying to puff it out, trying to blow it out, and it looks like that's what he did. But
yeah. Every ounce of your body wants you to let off the throttle, but you got to keep in and try and keep that water.
Which is precarious because then when you dig it in, the prop is spinning at 6,000 RPMs, and you're like, oh man, now we're really going to go crazy. But nope, he was able to do it. But yeah, for sure, 151 Express, Visit St. Pete, got the win in Modified V, what a fantastic race for those guys. Couldn't have gone any better. They were able to chase down Punisher and get it done. So this is now going to be race number 4. This will be Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5. Got 6 boats in Class 4, 6 boats in Class 5, and 1 boat in Class 3. Class 5 going to run 8 laps for 40 miles. Class 4 going to run 9 laps for 45 miles. And Class 3 is going to run 9 laps for 45 miles. And then we will have one more race after this. And based upon time, seeing it's at 3:30 now, hopefully the helicopter gets up any minute. We can go racing. We'll probably get race number 5 off right after this.
And this race here is all bracket class boats.
Yep, this is all bracket class boats, which we'll go do a roll call here shortly. That you can see there they are in their middle. You're looking at the Class 5 boats now. And excuse me for 1 second because I have to tell this person that they can't keep calling me. So, Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5 about to start.
That is a good shot of the beach. Look at all those spectators.
Well,
there.
They all came back out after the rain. How cool is that to
It's
see?
Florida, right? That if it doesn't rain and you're not, you know, that's what you expect. The rain to come, everybody scatters for a minute, and the beaches are packed. Everybody.
It rained pretty hard there too. That was a lot of lightning. Pretty messy out there. So we're in the mill. So in the first start, it's going to be Class 4 and Class 3. So it'll be the one lone skater in Class 3. It's SRS Racing, Joe Dejan and Rusty Stallman in that boat. And then in Class 4, we've got all the old school going on. We've got 421 old school. Oh, Matt Soper and Dan Soper in that boat. 444 Predator, Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and Ryan Stallman in that Apache, the bright yellow one. And then we have 444.5. That's low profile that have Wayne Corson and Bruce Baker. Bruce Baker, the engine builder rather, for Predator and low profile. Then you got boat 447, Cigarette Justice League, Dan Urfer, Richard Davis, and Corey Chantry in that boat. 467 GNS Motorsports all the way from Texas, Grant Graytock and Bill Reeves. And boat number 499, Burning Man, Kyle Dietzman and Eric Treadwell back in the boat. And now, okay, we did Class 3 and Class 5. Sorry, I was looking at something else there for just a second. Class 5, boat number 509, Shoreline Prumbling, Brett Aparius. Actually, we got to talk about Brett, right? Because
Yes,
he filled in for you. He's got Eddie Simmons back in the boat with us this weekend. Boat number 517, Bulletproof Glendale, George Ivy, Craig Bellafato. Boat number 527, Team Woody, JJ Turk, Michael Stancombe. 549, Illicit Motorsports, Greg Blutter, and Mark Diodorio. Boat number 555, Mean Streak, Jeremy Helms and Vance Hagen. And boat 599, Revelation, Michael Drury and Crystal Drury. Rounding out class number 5. So how did Brett like Pro Stock V, rather?
Well, he got out of the boat, all smiles. I mean, they took a podium, 3rd place, first time out. He said he loved it. I talked to Rob after too. He said he did good. It took him about a lap and a half to start feeling comfortable on the wheel, and they just started making their way through the middle of the pack, 1 lap at a time. So he did phenomenal. The boat was set up fairly reserved. I set it up for a little bit bigger bump than what we had,
okay.
But I wanted to try to give him all the tools to get around the course and not have to go crazy. So.
Well, and you didn't want to. I mean, not that he's going to get scared, but it could scare him out of a modified or Pro Stock V boat. A couple of races in a canopy, beating yourself to death inside of there. That boat, Sean, walking back and forth. As I said, I love your class. It's just not the class that I would want to race.
Yeah,
it takes a real man to run that race. I'm not saying I'm not a real man, but nonetheless.
Takes a special kind of stupid.
Well,
right?
it does. I'd love to run Class 5 at a 30-foot velocity. I think that would be a tremendous amount of fun. I love a 30-foot velocity. So, but I'm glad he was able to go out there and do it. I'm glad he got the experience. Hopefully he'll get one built and come out and join us in that Pro Stock V class. So this is now race number 4, Class 4, Class 3, and Class 5. Chris, the Class 4 battle, Old School Predator, Low Profile Cigarette Justice League. 3 straight bottom boats.
Yep.
Old V-bottoms, heavy, big, fast.
Yeah,
fast,
these boats,
mind you. Good racing, but they definitely want to be a little bit rougher.
Yeah, these boats were built for the old style of racing.
Yeah.
30-plus mile straightaways and big rough water.
Yep.
They get these boats around these small courses, I think, pretty efficiently
for
how big they are. It's impressive.
Well, and Predator has one of the coolest sounds because it's 2-into-1 exhaust on both motors, so it actually sounds almost like a Lamborghini motor, just because of the noises that it makes. So
it's very distinctive. You know that boat from all the other ones in the fleet.
There is Mean Streak. Talked about that boat many times before. That's a DCB hull built out of California. Used to be owned by Jake Jenkins many years ago. He obviously sold it to the Jeremy and Vance, and now they race it in Class 5, and they're doing pretty good. They had a good time in Morehead City about a month or so ago. They really enjoyed themselves down there. They're getting that boat figured out. That is a boat that was never built for racing, so it really took a lot to get it, but Jake really did a lot of the work prior to them getting it. I know he's been very helpful with them trying to get the boat figured out and going fast. There is Team Woody, the yellow Phantom. There is Shoreline Plumbing, that dark-looking superboat, beautiful boat. Got Eddie Simmons back in the boat today. Of course, Eddie Simmons is Mr. Superboat, been running superboats for many, many years now into that boat. There is boat number 599. There is Revelation. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Beautiful day here. The sun has come back out. I think all the rain is gone. Rained kind of hard there for a couple of minutes. Delayed it due to the lightning. So that's put our schedule back just a bit. There is Illicit Motorsports. There is Bulletproof, that Warlock hull. Greg Belafato throttling that boat. And then there are Class 4. And I think they're going to start the Class 3 boat with Class 4. So he should just go way to the outside and not mess with those guys. Let them have their own race.
I think that boat's a Spectra, not a Skater. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I didn't really look at it that closely. I don't have that sheet.
I can't tell if that's one of the ones that was rolled down the street and built or not. They were all stealing bottoms back then.
So we are waiting, I think. No, I see that should be our helicopter up in the air. So we should be going racing here. Yep, I got 2 helicopters, so we are good to go. So let's see. We're going to get Class 4 starting first. There are the Stallman entries. That's Low Profile and Predator. There is GNS. That's the Velocity. 41-foot Velocity hull. Out of Texas, there is Cigarette Justice League. The only boat I don't see is Old School, but I'm sure Matt Soper is out there somewhere. Just not currently in our shot. So just got to inspect the race course for the Manatees and the Turtles, make sure everybody is doing okay, make sure there's nothing in the way of the courses. Do a lot to protect the Manatees and the Sea Turtles down here. Actually, if you give it up this high and you look down this beach at night, like literally from the left, like over to the Gulf, it's the darkest thing you've ever seen because they can't have any lights on because of the Sea Turtles. Remember, did the awards here in 2019? We had to be off the beach by X amount of time because the Sea Turtles migrate up to the light. So they want to keep them as safe as they possibly can here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Been a great time down here. Beautiful beaches. Great crowd out in the beach. There's the pier. Everything has been fantastic. OPA has put on a fantastic event. Go to OPARacing.org for more information. Keep up with your favorite teams. See what's going on in the sport of offshore powerboat racing. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/OPA Racing. Here is Class 4. There is Predator. There is Old School. There is Low Profile. There is the Nortec center console. They've got the yellow flag up, so they're going to get Class 4 to pace up next to each other, get them in this group. Awesome to see 6 boats out here. Of course, we called out Johnny Cyrus, making sure he hears us, as I'm sure he's listening up there in Lake George, New York. Johnny, we miss you. Wish you were down here running this 4 battle. You would surely like to have a piece of the pie. As we get ready to go racing one more time, lose sight of the pace boat there. Now, this is all bracket class racing, like Chris had mentioned. So these boats' speed is monitored by GPS.
That's a good lineup right there for a start.
That's fantastic. Yeah, there's Burning Man all the way to the outside. Cigarette Justice League all the way to the inside. GNS Predator, Old School, then Low Profile.
We got a green flag.
Yep, so we're going racing now in Class 4. And you can hear the noise. These are just the true classic offshore powerboats. These 3 boats out in front right now. That's Old School, that's Predator. And they have been the boats battling all season long in Class 4. And it looks like Matt Soper, who had some mechanical issues in Morehead City, blew a transmission, is out to the early lead. There is Burning Man just to the outside of them. These boats will have to maintain their lane through the corner and then head around this big sweeping right-hand turn.
Looks like Low Profile got a bad start. It's not like them not to be up there.
Yeah, well, it's a new team in the boat also, so I'm not sure, how comfortable they feel going up in there and scrapping it. So now we've got a Class 5 start coming just at your screen. There is Class 5. That's Bulletproof all the way to the inside. There's Revelation. I thought Revelation was going to be more to the outside because I don't think he had started another race this year, but I can't 100% say that. But it's Bulletproof Shoreline, I know that. And we are green flag racing in Class 5 for race number 4 of the day. That is Team Woody, that is Shoreline, that is Bulletproof to the inside. There is Mean Streak to the outside, and that is Illicit Motorsports all the way to the right-hand side of your screen. All the boats took the start here, but look at this three-way battle.
They are stacked up.
Yeah, they are. That's a Warlock versus a Superboat versus a Phantom. You couldn't get 3 more different boats in a group. And if Mean Streak comes up there and runs with them, then you got a DCB up there in the mix.
We got all corners covered. We got West Coast, we got the North, we got the South.
Yeah, right. We're all over the country. Here, of course, Superboat's built up in New York.
Yeah.
Warlock's a California-built boat. Phantom is a Florida-built boat. DCB is also a California-built boat. So they will have to maintain their lanes going through the corner. Again, these boats are bracketed to speed. And there's Illicit Motorsports just coming into the screen. We should see Revelation any minute. Bulletproof going to be on the inside. Shoreline looks like they have a slight lead. But Chris, you've seen this in some other races. This wide sweeping turn lets that inside boat really get back up into it. They've got to scrub off the speed to make the corner, but then they're able to carry a lot of speed going out of it.
Yes.
And it's really allowed to catch up. Saw it in Superstock a lot. As
that turn is very, very large turn for what it is.
It's huge. It's a bubble turn in reality. So that's Team Woody. They are currently in third. There is Bulletproof. There is Shoreline. As there goes Team Woody. They make the pass on Bulletproof. They're going to now make the left going back into the dogleg. Once they get out of the right turn, they'll start to set up for the left turn, pick their line, and then turn left and then go back right into the bottom end of this course. Phantom versus Warlock. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. They didn't exit the turn completely yet. I apologize. Every once in a while, I miss that last buoy.
It's deceiving how big that turn is.
It is for sure. All right, Old School is your leader in Class 4. That looks like Cigarette Justice League in second, Predator in third. Haven't seen Low Profile come by yet. Old School is a pure pleasure boat with number 6s, not swept back drives.
Very clean boat.
It is. It used to be owned by a friend of mine up in Maryland called Craig Hall. And then he was selling it, sent it down here, and Matt is now racing it. Matt from up in the Michigan area. So GNS way back in Class 4. Not sure what happened to the velocity. A little bit of a hop there. There are definitely some holes out there, Chris, and some of these guys were able to find them. In the modified V race, it was quite bumpy. I think actually it's calmed down a little bit. There's less wind from our last race.
It looked like it started laying down at the end of the last race, but there's definitely some holes on that sweeper on the left-hand dog leg, and definitely coming around where that sandbar comes out on the north turn.
Yep, now we get our South Florida glare off of the water. You just saw that in our previous shot, which had Bulletproof and Team Woody in that. There goes Predator. Burning Man is to the inside of this group. But right now the battle is in Class 5 for the lead. Shoreline in the lead. Bulletproof and Team Woody going deck to deck. Woody's going to be on the outside.
That is anybody's race right there.
This is a breakout race here. 100% a breakout race here. And on these big wide turns, you can break out in a corner. If it's not a tight turn, you got to be careful carrying that speed on that outside line because you could go over your speed bracket. So Shoreline plumbing in the lead. Eddie Simmons, though.
Ooh.
Oh, they found that choppy
water. Yeah, found that hole. Yeah. I think that scrubbed a little bit of speed off him coming in there.
Yep. And look at that. That allowed Mean Streak to catch up. It'll be interesting to see where Team Woody comes out of that. Well, he's side by side. All right, we're going to go 3 wide. I don't think Shoreline and Woody are afraid to rub each other to let each other know they're there. So now we've got Bulletproof on the inside, Shoreline in the middle, and Woody remains on the outside. And this will complete lap number 1 for Class 5. I didn't see the Class 3 boat come by yet. Oh, there it is. I see it out the window just to our right. All right, so the Class 3 boat is running as the battle is in Class 5 between Shoreline and Team Woody. And Bulletproof now in third as they complete their first lap here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Class 4 is on lap number 2 of 9 now. So when they come by, they should start lap 3, and this should be a lap 2. Let's see if this works. I don't think it's going to. Something will happen, and I'll forget. I'm not even going to lie to you about that. All right, Woody and Shoreline. Shoreline's going to have the inside lane going into the corner. Mod V class was won by Visit St. Pete. 151 Express, boat number 727. They took the win in Modified B. And now Bulletproof's gone back to the outside, so Craig's looking for some cleaner water out there. Doesn't want to get caught up in this mess, and you know this with racing. When these two boats start battling like this, they start worrying about each other and not moving forward on the race course, and all of a sudden, now Bulletproof can come up and make this a 3-wide battle. Shoreline on the inside, Woody in the middle, Bulletproof on the outside. We lose sight of Bulletproof for just a minute. What a turn there by that superboat, but a great turn by Woody also. Did not let him go. JJ Turk not afraid to turn that Phantom. Michael Stancombe on the throttle. Two incredibly opposite people, very good friends in the boat. They get along well. Of course, they are part of Team Woody, who is a 3-boat team. We'll see their fountain come out in Class 2 a little bit later in race number 5.
When you got one of these battles going on here, as that third place boat or that boat that's sitting there, you got to run your own race, like you said. Just let those guys battle out.
Well, and it's the number, right? You got to be on the number. So here comes Old School. Boat 421, they are your leaders in Class 4. It was Cigarette Justice League in second. Now it looks like it's Predator in second. This should complete lap number 2 and start lap number 3 of 9 for Class 4. They are your leaders. Predator in second. Doing some waving to the fans here at Fort Myers. These big old tanks, they're not getting beat up for anything today. Although he's hopping. He's hopping quite a bit.
But it's a Sunday cruise for that boat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're making martinis, which is always the joke that I make. But, he aerated the props a little bit. He hopped it around. And there goes Predator. They are currently in second. I do not see their Cigarette Justice League, so they should be currently in third. Burning Man in fourth, and I guess Low Profile in fifth. And that's probably Low Profile way up at the top of your screen there, getting ready to come through the corner.
We're up here announcing in this room. You can hear every boat go by, but that Predator is distinctive.
Yep, it's such a unique sound. A beautiful day here. And you can see what I talk about, and Chris, you can talk about this with me. I talk about how the saltwater aerates so much longer than freshwater does, and you get these trails that are just so far back there, and that was a good shot of them.
Yeah, the bubbles stay for a long time. It definitely doesn't dissipate like on freshwater.
Yeah. Which in some cases helps, in some cases doesn't help, because you can follow a line of somebody else if you can see it. But you want to try and stay out of the bubbles. The bubbles are basically losing traction or aerating the water system in the motor. It could potentially overheat something or cause some sort of an issue, but not always. That is a beautiful boat, though. I do love that boat. Love how that boat runs, just flat as a pancake. And they are getting it done here in Class 4. Class 5 was Shoreline, Woody, and Bulletproof. Don't know if we have a shot of them. Oh, there they are. Battling. Yeah, they're still there. Where's Bulletproof, though? He was kind of up there with this group. I think Brett and Eddie figured out something about that turn.
Yeah.
Because they didn't get tossed around as much. That Superboat rides so high in the water. It's almost
like... There's a couple
like
holes there.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that's been a nasty turn all day. There is Mean Streak. Wow, look at that. Woody comes now back to the inside. Is he going to be able to make up some ground? Now, as I said in a previous bracket class race, there are no passing on the straightaways. If you pass on the straightaways, I'm sorry, there's a good chance
in conditions like this, something's,
Yeah, because you're running right on your number. Oh, no. Predator has slowed in the middle of the course, and they are falling down off a plane. Oh, no, what a rough day for this yellow Apache hull. Not sure what happened there. They've had a great season. That's a very reliable boat. Just battled all year long, but not sure what happened as they are down in the middle of the course.
They're still under some power, so they got at least one motor running.
Yep. There goes Mean Streak. They are currently in fourth place in Class 5. Now we got some separation between Shoreline and Woody. Woody not going to be able to strike in this corner. They're a little bit too far back, so Shoreline will probably run pretty close to the pin. I don't know if they'll fully close the door, but Woody might have to jump outside the wake if they do that. That's going to scrub off a lot of speed.
Yeah, coming down into this turn here, you can't. It's very hard to go pin to pin.
Yep.
Because of where that third pin is.
Yeah. Well, this is like a big long. It's a sweeper. You're constantly turning around it. You may straighten up a little bit between the buoys because there's a little bit of a gap, but that boat's always going to kind of be on its side. And there is 421. They continue to lead in Class 4. So this is Class 3, 4, and 5. And this should actually be the start of lap number 4, maybe even 5. I told you I'd forget. It only took
you can't keep track. Yeah, you can't keep track. We can't keep track in the boat.
Right. That's why people run extra laps. Did you pull that piece of tape? Yeah, I did. Why is it still there? I don't know. Maybe I threw it back up there accidentally. So this is race number 4. Race number 5 is going to be Super Cat, Factory Stock, V Extreme, and Class 2. And I might as well just let the news go now about what's going to happen in race number 5. They have agreed to let the V Extreme of Knucklehead start on the outside of the Super Cat class, which is going to have 4 boats in it. They talked about it at the drivers' meeting, and it's going to be a drag race to see who can get down to that first corner first. And I can tell you, Knucklehead is a fast boat. Man.
Anthony's not going to let those guys have an inch.
I think that's going to be uber exciting. Of course, also, SV Offshore is going to be racing in Super Cat today. They are an 860 Mercury team. They actually run in Class 1, but they agreed to do some weight changes. They gave a minimum weight to that boat. It's going to be a little bit heavier than a normal Super Cat, but it also has more power. So they did a power-weight ratio type deal. Put a little more weight in the boat. They're going to go out and let them run. I think that's going to be really cool to see the outer limits back. Of course, that was built as a Super Cat boat a few years back. He's had some issues with it, put the Mercury 860s in it. Had a good year so far racing with Geico, but then unfortunately Geico's early exit from the sport kind of left Vinny alone in Class 1.
Yep.
So it looks like he's going to jump back down to the Mercury, or to Super Cat rather, with the Mercury 860s. There is GNS. They are the 467 Velocity boat.
That boat's got a lot of
That boat's
history.
been around a long time. Yep. Now in the bracket class racing, even though 467, I believe they should be in 4th place right now in Class 4, they can't stop racing because they don't know who broke out in front of them, right? Actually, I think they might even be up to 3rd now because Predator went out, it looked like, with some sort of mechanical issue. But see, he's even flopping around a little bit out there, and that's a big heavy V-bottom boat too. So I definitely think there's some holes. And see, now it looks like to me the wind has also picked back up just a little bit. And a beautiful shot from our drone there of GNS as they go under us towards the start-finish line.
Still looks the same. Yeah, it looks like he's going for that inside line.
Yeah, he's trying for that inside line. Now, unfortunately, I mean, he made it through that pretty quickly, but anytime you got to jump over the wake, you lose just a microsecond of speed. Now, he did a good job there. They didn't lose much, which means they were pretty much straight on their mark when they went over it. So there you see Shoreline, the 30-foot superboat, Brett and Eddie in that boat, JJ and Michael in the Team Woody boat. Gotta love a 30-foot superboat, though. What just a beautiful-looking boat. As I said, runs real high, much like your Pro Stock V. Runs real high. A lot of lift on it. That is a multi-step hull, 2 steps, I think, right?
Yeah, it's got like a little mini step up towards the middle of the boat, and then like a full step that vents out on the backside.
Cohen's build these boats out of New York. That's a group of people who've been around for a long time too. They've got a lot of history there, and this is actually probably, I think this is one of their most popular boats they've built. There are a ton of these boats out there. Be cool to see one converted to an outboard. Put a couple of 450s on the back.
Yeah, right.
As Shoreline continues to lead in Class 5. Where is Team Woody? They dove to the inside.
Yeah, they're kind of off the screen.
Yeah, they're way off the pace now in Class 5. There they are. Now, this was a side-by-side battle just a few laps ago. Not sure what happened to them. Well, actually, probably nothing happened to them. They just got to run on their number, and now they have to worry or think maybe, did Shoreline break out or did they break out? Because that's going to have an effect on the end of the day results. The results will be read by the OPA GPS officials, and then the awards will be handed out tonight around 7 o'clock at Lanakai down here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, 2021 Roar Offshore.
JJ and Mike are definitely going shortest distance around on that bottom, that north turn.
And there is the Class 3 boat, our lone Class 3 boat, SRS Racing. There goes Old School. That is Revelation. Just went under screen there. Yep, there's Cigarette Justice League. A lot of paint on the side of that boat. Nice looking paint job.
That's a really cool boat. Old flat deck, staggered.
Yep, they want to be a little bit rougher. Well, all of these boats need to come to Englewood because if it pulls a normal Englewood Sunday, oh man, these boats will just be like, they'll eat it up, man. It'll be the best thing ever. That's a new boat out here this year. I actually saw that boat for the first time in St. Pete about a month and a half ago. There goes Burning Man. I believe they are currently in 3rd in Class 4, if I'm looking at it correctly. That's our start-finish boat right there to the upper part of your screen, that Sportfish. That's our start-finish boat. That's where Dee Ungarden is. She is our OPA registration/scoring official. There's the SR Racing entry. You might be right. That could be a Spectre. I'll give you that. But that vintage cat, though, it's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell unless you get up
close. They all
close.
look the same.
Yeah.
Driver Joe Dejan and Rusty Stallman, and I believe that's Dean's brother running that boat today.
I believe that's correct.
And he raced in St. Pete.
Yes, they did. I think they took a win at the last race they raced in.
Yeah,
I think
that
they
was
ran the
Clearwater.
number and everybody broke out, I think.
Yep. Hey, man, that's bracket class
That's
racing.
it.
That's how you got to do it. And, I talked to Tyler Mill about it earlier. He goes, man, I don't know if I'd be able to do it. That's a lot of concentration to do that. I mean, you don't have to do it in your boat either. I mean, you go as fast
No,
as
I
you
started
go.
in 6, so
Yep.
it's definitely a hard concept. And the guys that do it and do it good, it is definitely a learned skill.
Yep. Look at this, though. Woody has now caught back up to Shoreline Plumbing. They're on the inside. I don't think they're going to be able to hold it, though, exiting this turn. This is down towards the pier. This is where it gets really kind of nasty, as we saw Shoreline kind of roll up on its side. This should put us past the halfway point for both of these classes.
Yeah, there's a hole there. They
keep hitting it. Now, see, Woody has to go back to the outside. But now he doesn't have the line. If he scored it up now and tried to go back to the inside, he'd lose too much speed. He needs to stay on that outside lane and maintain his speed through the corner. Nate would be able to stay in touch with Shoreline Plumbing. There's 467. GNS. Here we go. Well, he did go back to the inside. So that means that, to me, Brett and Eddie are pushing a little bit further out wide and leaving that door open for him. And it didn't work, in my opinion, it didn't work in their favor that time by, because now Woody's closer than they have been. And they are within striking distance going down this straightaway. If Shoreline gets a couple of bad hops and comes out of the water, that could allow Woody to get up next to him. If Woody gets to the inside, then he's going to be able to control this corner, this big wide sweeper right hand. And that could make a difference in this Class 5 race. Running 8 laps for 40 miles. Class 3 and Class 4 running 9 laps for 45 miles on this 4-mile course here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Follow us on Facebook, OPA Racing. Chris, how do we keep up with nobody's business?
We have Facebook.
It's nobody's business.
That's right. That's right. Facebook, nobody's business offshore racing, or hashtag on Instagram would be nobody's 13_racing, I believe.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot to remember.
They're all linked. If you get to one of them on Facebook,
yeah, just go to facebook.com.
Yeah. We got a website. We got all that. They're all linked.
There you go. Now you guys will be in Englewood, correct?
Yes, we will be in Englewood.
All right, boat number 421, Old School, continues to lead in Class 4. They've led since the start. Matt's usually really good about not breaking out of the speed bracket in this class, which I believe should be 85 miles an hour. But see, he's still hopping around there a little bit too. Yeah. I mean, he's not leaving the water nearly as much, but... And there is Woody. They have been battling with Shoreline. Shoreline is just in front of them. That's the white water you see just outside of your shot, just to the right of the screen there. And you can even see a little bit of spray coming from that boat, so they're not that far behind, but look, they got to cut back outside.
Yeah.
They're diving inside, outside. They're just looking for some clean water, looking for their lane so they can try and make up some ground. And that looks like Cigarette Justice League there. Yep, that's them. And Burning Man was the outside, and there is Illicit Motorsports running in Class 5. Team Woody, Team Woody, second place, Class 5. Shoreline in first. And it should be Bulletproof 517, although we haven't seen Bulletproof in a little while. They should currently be running in third in Class 5. So this is race number 4. Race number 5 now. It's currently 4 o'clock. I would think that race number 5 is going to kick off just at about 4:30. As close as they can to get it to be 4:30, so we can get these Super Cats, the factory stock, the V Extreme, and Class 2 out here to go racing one more time in Fort Myers, and then we will wrap it up here, and we will get ready for our World Championships in Englewood, Florida, November 20th and 21st, I want to say is the correct date for that. Yep, 20th and 21st, weekend before Thanksgiving. We'll be down in Englewood, Florida. If you've never been, I highly recommend Englewood. It's a really cool, it's a very quiet town. Not a lot of action going on, but you can go down there and definitely get to relax, kind of go off the grid for a little while. We took a vacation down there, my family and I, back in 2019, had a great time. So might look into doing the same thing this year. Hard to tell who that is. We get the, as I said, South Florida glare. I can tell you that's Mean Streak to the outside of them just by the profile of the boat. Actually, that's Old School. Okay, so that's your leader now. They're just lapping up into Class 5. No big deal. Glad to see Mean Streak out there doing it, getting it done today.
That was the old push and tin boat, right?
Yep. And he had all kinds of power go through the thing. He had big blower motors in that thing. I think he had a Whippled motor. I don't know what motor's in it now. I think they bought it as a complete run package. Here is your Class 5 leader, Shoreline. They were
sloppy in that turn down there.
Yeah, it surely is. Well, and if you look out, the wind is really starting to pick up too.
Yeah.
So a lot more chop on top of the water. That'll be good for the Supercats coming up later. In race number 5, of course, the drag race is going to be between V Extreme and Supercat. And I can tell you, I've witnessed a couple times Knucklehead running with Geico going into the first turn. So they're not afraid of it, and they'll definitely get it done. And that's one of my most favorite boats out there. I just love how that boat sounds. Got that side exhaust on it. Just, again, it's just like Predator. It's just such a unique sound.
I wish everybody blow the dust off of all the ones sitting in the barns and revitalize that class.
Yeah,
that was
I had a phone call
class
a couple of weeks ago about one that I know is sitting in a barn somewhere that I heard is for sale. As we look at boat number 499, Burning Man, Kyle Dietzman and Eric Treadwell on board that boat. Of course, Kyle been around for quite a long time, raced with a host of different people, and I did at the beginning of the race, but I'll do it again. We give a shout out to Tony Canale. We know that COVID got him pretty good, so we wish Tony all the best in a speedy recovery. As we are wrapping up the 4th race of the day, race number 5 coming up. Supercat factory stock V Extreme in Class 2. I like watching factory stock too. That's a beautiful boat.
I can't wait till more of those get out on the course. I know there's next year we should have 2 or 3.
Yeah,
I think,
and
right?
you keep hearing it. I know there's a pleasure one being built currently, or it's going to start to be built here shortly. And this is a Larry Smith built boat as well, I believe, right?
It's a it's not a Larry Smith built boat. Now I'm having mind blank, of course, because we're on.
It's not an Eliminator. It's a West Coast boat.
Yes.
I know that. And I think he's told me at least 100 times, and I cannot remember. As 509 continues to lead in Class 5.
It's a Speedster, 32 Speedster.
Okay.
And Speedster builds the 26 Larry Smith.
Yep. There's Illicit Motorsports. As Mark has fought all kinds of trouble just trying to get to this race, mechanical issues, one right after the next, but he's able to get it put back together and get out here running. The boat looks good. That is the old, that's Robert Bryant's
old boat, yes. Raven, I don't know if he was under Raven.
I don't know if that was Raven or not.
I think he called it something different.
The Pro Stock V was Raven. Which I heard somebody's bought that boat trying to put it back together and get it out of race.
Yes. They race, I think they currently have a Class 4 boat that they raced a couple times. A northern team.
Here is Revelation. Unique looking boat. It's pretty much a pleasure boat. It's an open bow boat, which is what's up under that front hatch looking like area. Powered by twin outboards. I think that's a Levy craft.
Yes.
If I remember
correctly.
Yes, it is. The Levy craft Euro, I think, is the model. Not 100%, but boat 599 outrunning in Class 5. Beautiful day for them. Father and son team of Michael and Crystal Drury.
That boat runs really good. I remember being out on one of the first races, and I looked out the window of the V Light, and they were hanging for a second through some slop.
But look at it. I mean, it's hung up real good now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a John walking, very little hop by it. Looks well in control as they head across the finish line back down into turn number 1. That not hard, but that long sweeping right-hand turn. There is SRS Racing. We'll go with Spectre. We'll go with your opinion. Your vote, however you want to put it. They're head down into turn number 1. They are running lone in Class 3. As Revelation has entered the turn, they will now run through it and then exit and head towards the dogleg.
That boat just looks real happy every time I see it out on the course.
That's got to be a pretty unique boat with outboards on the back of it, because Levy Craft they're just not an outboard boat builder. That's just not them. Of course, Woody runs the Levy Craft, which was actually built to run in Super V Light when it was Super V Light at the time, and they could never get that boat to run right. There is Shoreline Plumbing. And that shot does show you kind of how much rougher it is out there.
Yeah.
Not that Shoreline Plumbing is getting thrown around a lot. Boat looks really good, running flat. Brett Aparius and Eddie Simmons. Brett's had a couple different throttlemen with him this year too. It hadn't been Eddie all season.
No, Joe Riley's been
Joe Riley
running most of the season with him. He's been doing a good job there. I think Joe had some scheduling conflicts.
Joe was in there with him.
That's another racer from Class 7 that's really doing a good job getting in some other boats.
And it's cool to hear he's sponsored by Progression, that Progression's got behind him and supported him and supported that boat. So it looks like now Class 5, Shoreline Plumbing is pulling in. So I think they took the checkered flag in Class 5 unofficially.
I saw a hand go up, so.
Okay. I believe that wrapped up the Class 5 race. Sorry, I didn't keep any lap counts as usual. We're right there at the start boat. If we could just turn just a little bit more, probably see the checkered flag. So Shoreline Plumbing, your unofficial winner in Class 5, should be Team Woody coming across the line in second, and Bulletproof coming across the line in third in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So this is going to wrap up this race, and then we will be racing one more time, race number 5, Super Cat, Factory Stock, V-Extreme, and Class 2.
So that's 2 podium finishes for Brett in one weekend.
I'm sorry?
That's 2 podium finishes for Brent in one weekend.
As they will go out and get their checkered flag from the finish line boat. Yep, Dee's got the checkered flag. I see her standing right there on the bow of it. Not a bad way to watch a race right there.
No, I
guarantee there's some
I
food.
pace boated for one of the races that we couldn't make, and it was definitely cool to be on the inside of the course.
Yep. I'm not sure if the Class 4 race has ended. It should have, though. They were only running one more lap, and they were about a lap up on Class 5, but Matt is still going around the course. Some teams actually run to the backside before they fully finish, just to make sure that all the other boats are pulling off before they do.
Yeah, you get around that last buoy and look to your right and see if anybody else is sitting in the middle of the course.
There is Shoreline. They are your unofficial winner in Class 5. That's Eddie Simmons on the left-hand side and Brent Aparius on the right. And Team Old School looks like they're pulling back to the inside, although some hand-waving now. Not sure what's going on there. His checkered flag continues to wave for Class 5. See who comes across the finish line next. I believe every Class 5 boat we had ran and finished. Yep. No breakage in Class 5. Revelation looks like they finished. Mean Streak looks like they finished. Illicit finished. Team Woody, Bulletproof, and Shoreline. There's Bulletproof in the background. They are just starting to wrap up their laps. Not sure why that boat is hopping so badly. It's not a normal thing for that boat to do.
He might just be having a little bit of fun out there.
Well, it's not a hydro stream, right?
Yeah,
like
well,
you're not standing it up on the tail.
I know.
You know, stand a hydro stream on the tail, it kicks so much spray out of the front, you set it back down, you drive through it. As he slows, and he should be the unofficial winner in Class 4. But they do kind of have a weird look about him. Oh, he's opening
hatch
the
is
engine
going
hatch.
out.
Oh, I don't know. This may be something bad happened to
I see some
Old
smoke.
School. Yep, there could be a little bit of smoke coming out of there, but hard to tell from our vantage point. Again, that boat was hopping around quite a bit. That's Matt Soper just left the driver bolster there. He'll go back there and take a look. Matt had some tough luck, blew the transmission there in Morehead City, North Carolina. Got it fixed, came out here today, and they are down in the middle of a course with some sort of mechanical issue as they are both back looking at the engine compartment. There is Shoreline Plumber, your unofficial winner in Class 5. And the checkered flag is out. Trying to see who's coming through the turn up here. Fast Response Towing has pulled over to Old School. We are not sure if Old School has won or not. We thought that they did, but Cigarette Justice League did run back behind them, so we are trying to see what's going on. But as of right now, we'll keep them like they're taking the unofficial win. And Shoreline gets ready to collect their Roar Offshore checkered flag. Do a little parade lap going into the crane area here. We will hopefully get an update from race control. No boats out milling yet, so they'll have to get the pace boats back in to get the boats off the dock. There is Burning Man. He crosses the line. He should be in now, I believe, to be 4th place in Class 4. as we wrap it up. As we wrap up the racing here for the fourth race of the day, let's look at some highlight reels of this last race, 4, 3, and 5. As Shoreline Plumbing takes the victory. This was the Class 4 start, Cigarette versus Apache. It was Old School out to the early lead. Predator was in second. This was Class 5. Bulletproof, Shoreline, and Woody battled all the way down to that first turn, while Old School led Class 4. That was a pretty big hop there by Shoreline. The battle went on for a couple more laps after that. Finally, Shoreline was just able to chip away at it and eventually started to pull away from Team Woody. Team Old School waved into the fans here at Fort Myers Beach, Florida, as Predator went down with some sort of mechanical issue. There goes GNS. Shoreline, your unofficial winner in Class 5. And Old School, your unofficial winner in Class 4. SRS Racing, sorry about that, takes the win in Class 3. So that wraps up race number 4. We're going to have race number 5. It's going to be Supercat, Factory Stock, V Extreme, and Class number 2. Chris, are you going to stay up here for that race?
I'll
You going to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'll stay.
I don't want to twist your arm or anything. I don't want to make you feel bad or nothing.
The AC's nice in here.
It is pretty nice in here. Don't forget, this next race, Supercat is going to have V Extreme start on the outside, and they're going to drag race down to the first turn in race number 5. I'm Mike Uwaski. You're watching the 2021 Roar Offshore, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We'll be back right after this.
Nitro Circus is back with the action-packed You Got This tour. Top athletes in FMX, skate, BMX, scooter, and more are ready to get the party started, throwing down huge world's firsts with more crazy contraptions, more insane stunts, and more high adrenaline fun than ever before. Get ready, because we're coming to a city near you.
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
For info and tickets, visit nitrocircus.com.
Plans and ambition coming into 2021. I mean, Class 1. This is the pinnacle of offshore powerboat racing worldwide. And I have the opportunity to drive one of, if not the most badass offshore powerboat in the world with Miss Geico. Been placed on an amazing team with a lot of knowledge.
There was going to be plenty of competition for Travis and the Geico team, including Darren Nicholson in the 222 Offshore, with sponsorship from the Australian Navy.
In America, we'd be 160 mile an hour. All the engines are the same, so there's no checkbook racing. The Mercury engines are sensational.
Unfortunately, COVID delayed both 222 and Victory from the Middle East in participating. But the monohull of number 77 Lucas Oil was still in the mix, piloted by Nigel Hook and Jay Johnson. The first stop of the 2021 season was Cocoa Beach, Florida. Traditionally a very rough race, as the Class 1 guys found out early on. Miss Geico jumping out to an early lead. SV Offshore Sweetwater getting loose and flipping the boat over, ended up upside down. But both pilots were okay, and the win ultimately went to Geico. In Supercat, the waters that traditionally favored WHM, they were a little off the pace, had a rough day, and the battle was ultimately between Canada Homes and MCon, with Canada Homes ultimately holding on to take the win over MCon. On to the 36th annual Sarasota Grand Prix, and unfortunately, Mother Nature did not cooperate, with thunderstorms rolling through the course, keeping Supercat and Class 1 on the docks. The next up on the tour, Michigan City on the Great Lakes, another course that can be bumpy, but this year the water conditions were fantastic. A strong battle initially between Miss Geico and Lucas Oil Silverhook. And the nice water conditions off of Michigan City. But ultimately, the win would go to Miss Geico. But the story of the weekend ultimately was the return of SV Offshore Sweetwater after their harrowing crash in Cocoa Beach. Oh, they go upside down, roll it over.
Mercury just made a fast turnaround with getting the engines back to us. I mean, the quick time that they turned them around was unbelievable.
So getting an opportunity to build another class with this 860 with a local guy, I guess, was just really rewarding. So we're using some of our expertise and we're helping him be successful.
In Supercat in Michigan City, WHM Motorsports, traditionally really good in rough water, had a great run, ultimately coming in second place, their best finish of the year so far. In Michigan City, we saw the first run of a new team, Chariots of Fire. They were in Sarasota, but since they didn't get to race, this was their first time on the water, ultimately taking third place behind MCon, who captured their second win of the season. And the next stop, St. Pete, for the return to the St. Pete Grand Prix in front of the pier. Fantastic water conditions.
On Roar Offshore, coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We apologize for cutting that intro there short, but we weren't really watching the parade lap as closely as you should have been, so now we've got to start in Supercat and V Extreme. And remember, this is going to be the drag race between the Supercats and the Fountain. Ryan Laws called out Anthony Smith on the chat, and let's see how it goes. There is MCon, there is Knucklehead. Let's see if he can beat him down there. There's SV Offshore, Sweetwater, Chariots of Fire, and Raydell, as we will do our introductions here shortly. Here's the drag race, MCon and Knucklehead.
Yeah, Anthony's pushing it.
Yeah, he's trimming it. He's trimming it. He's giving it everything he's got. They were teasing them about being the cat killer earlier in the drivers' meeting. Of course, that's what Reggie was known for quite a while. MCON dives now to the inside. There is SV Offshore Sweetwater. So I think whatever they did for the weight to balance that out seemed to be pretty fair because it seemed to be a pretty good start there. This is the start in Class 2 and Factory Stock. Factory Stock, of course, that beautiful blue MTI with the 450 Mercuries on the back of it. Randy Sism in the boat this weekend with his daughter Taylor Sism.
Got Team Woody, it looks like, in the middle there.
Yep.
Right.
That's
Billy
Class 2.
Shipley.
They're going to run against the Bat Boat. Another Fountain versus Cat boating Cat battle. As the V Extreme is just to the inside of these guys. Class 2 bracketed to 100 miles per hour. The Factory Stock class has no speed limit. They can run as fast as they would like running down this course. And Billy Shipley and Chad Woody, they actually jumped up into Class 2 to go run with the Bat Boat and have some competition. There is a couple of fountains that'll still run out there with that boat. Louis the Rigger's got one. Smitty actually has one.
The Wicks boat comes out every once in a while. I think he's going to be bringing it a little bit more often.
That'll be good to see. That'll be good to see. Those are 38s, of course. That's a 35. That's there are two 35s built now that I know of. Louis the Rigger's got one, and then there is that particular one. That boat, the Silver Boat's had quite a bit of different owners over the years, but Chad and Billy have done a great job, put a lot of money into it, a lot of work into it, and doing a great job. There is the Bat Boat. They are currently in second place in Class 2 behind Team Woody. As we always used to joke with them, hashtag living right. And now we get the Factory Stock class. So up, look at Batman on the outside of Team Woody. And that's obviously a much faster, I don't know how much of a faster boat it would be than the V-bottom, but in bracket racing, they've got to watch their speed. So there is MCON. They are currently leading in Supercat. Now it was SV Offshore Sweetwater in second, but they have been passed by Chariots of Fire. Chariots of Fire now up in second place. SV Offshore now in third, and Graydell in fourth. SV Offshore Sweetwater, number 88, Simon Prevost, Vinny Diorio. Supercat, number 4, Chariots of Fire, John Edmonds and Jane McIntyre. Number 6, MCON, Myra Coral, Tyler Miller. Boat number 54, Graydell, Chris Grant, and Billy Moore. And V Extreme, you have Knucklehead with Ed Smith and Anthony Smith. Factory Stock, as I said, you have MTI with Taylor Sism and Randy Sism. Just an absolutely one of my most favorite boats out here. I love that boat. And then in Class 2, you have Bat Boat with Elliot Gray and Terry Forsyth. And then 227, Team Woody, Billy Shipley, and Chad Woody in that boat. And there goes Graydell and MTI Hull. Of course, they were held up with the coronavirus. They're from Canada. Couldn't get down here, came late in the season to join to start racing. As look at Chariots of Fire, they've really kind of pulled away from SV Offshore, and I'm a little surprised by SV Sweetwater. I thought they'd really be up in the mix.
Yeah, I think whenever you put new power in a package like that, it takes a little time to get everything dialed in.
Well, and they're still working out bugs from when they flipped over at Cocoa Beach. I mean, you never get all of that out there.
Those gremlins start showing themselves down the line.
Yep. There is the fountain of Team Woody. I believe that there's the Bat Boat. I knew they were going to sweep in from the outside, that's where they would be. As you see the Avalon pontoon boats there, turn boats in the background. Thanks to Avalon Pontoons for the continued support. As here comes the Bat Boat. This is a crowd favorite. You know this as well as I do, Chris. There are not many kids that don't love this particular boat.
The detail in that paint job is one in its own.
Whoa, almost got taken out by a bird there on our drone. So there is MTI. There is another MTI. Actually, Bat Boat is an MTI, one of the older version MTI hulls, but still, as I said, a fan favorite. Never get to check it out. Chris is exactly right. The detail of the paint will astound you that somebody could actually do that.
Yeah.
And it's in great shape. I mean, I don't know how much Elliot's had to do to keep the paint up on it, but it's still in very good shape. I believe he's still running the 1075 Mercuries, which are Mercury's old big horsepower engines. A lot of graphic, a lot of detail inside of that boat too, with the theme Batman.
Yeah, when that boat was built, theme boats were big and popular. That was the thing they were doing.
There was the Looney Tunes boat they built back in the day, the Mercedes boat. They built a lot of them. And Team Woody was in second now. There's Chariots of Fire. They're currently running in second. Now, this is a boat that has a lot of history with it as well. So this
That's
previously,
the old Cleveland construction boat.
Yep, and before that it was Talkin' Trash, which was owned by Jimmy Winters and run by Vinny Farice out of New York. Jimmy since then retired. Cleveland Construction bought it, raced it for a couple of years. A couple different throttlemen in there with Ed Smith. He had Bob Teague in there for a little while, had Grant Bruggerman in there for a little while. And now it's Chariots of Fire. And Cleveland, Ed Smith and Cleveland really did a fantastic job making this boat what it is. They put a lot of time into it, really did a lot of work to it to make it run fast again. Looking good as they're currently in second behind MCon. I heard the fountain go by in my ears. I didn't get to see it. There is the factory stock entry. 39 MTI. Of course, they bring a beautiful setup. They've got a 42 slot V pleasure boat that comes as their support boat. And just everything is that beautiful, just like, it's like a light blue color with the black and the white. It just looks fantastic.
They got that NASCAR hauler, which is something else.
Yeah, they do. They do a great job. Yeah. Obviously, Randy Sissom owns MTI. He is the founder and owner of MTI. Taylor is his daughter. Taylor is like she does sales, but she does a lot of their customer relations, event marketing, event coordinating, and stuff like that. So she has a lot to do with what's going on in the MTI factory.
Is that leaderboard right?
I don't think so. MCon is in the lead. It should be MCon, Cleveland, MCon, Chariots of Fire, and Sweetwater SV Offshore. There's boat number 88, the only Outer Limits race boat cat out there. Of course, there are some bigger Outer Limits pleasure boats, but this was actually built for Sheikh Hassan and Team Qatar quite a few years ago. Billy Moore was going to actually run this boat for them. Of course, then that team shut down. That boat came back overseas here with Steve Curtis, sat there for a while, and then Vinny and Simon were able to purchase it and start SV Offshore. It's a beautiful looking boat. It's a cool looking boat. A lot of neat features about it. They used to run the factory billet power in the Super Cat class, and then they struck the deal up with Mercury. And there's a lot of talk of what's going to happen with Mercury with the future of the Super Cat class, whether they're going to, consider going with the 860 program or stay with the naturally aspirated 750s.
You're going to get, opinions on both sides of the fence with that. There's pros and cons to anything.
100%
to all those.
There's old school versus new school. MTI will say that's Team Woody all the way back up there in the middle. So the Bat boat is an actual rudder boat with BPM surface drive. So that boat turns really, really well. And there is Greydell. That's another MTI.
That boat has a distinctive sound to it as well.
Yep, it sure does. Exhaust. That boat has a lot of history to it. Most recently, before Greydell bought it, it was actually Warpaint. Danny Crank used to throttle that boat. And I don't remember who it was before that. But that one's been around a long time. They've put a lot of work into that boat as well. I remember when Billy jumped onto that team back in 2019. They did a lot of testing. It's an older boat. Still runs good. Still very competitive. In fact, they were really starting to turn it on at the end of 2019. Did a great job. They raced in Englewood and actually did a fantastic job down there against AMH. Of course, AMH now is MCon.
Yep.
As you see them go by your screen there, boat number 06, Tyler Miller, Lindsey Miller, Myrick Coyle.
And they have a new boat coming.
Yep, being built. Yep. And they've hinted around super stock for a while too. So, and I think they really would like to get into that class. Of course, they just took delivery of their brand new skater with 450s on the back of it out of Lake of the Ozarks. And there is Greydell. They are currently running, I believe, in 4th place in Super Cat. Remember, SV Offshore is running with the Super Cat boat, so it's 4 boats, not Class 1. So they are currently running in 4. So it's MCon, Chariots of Fire, SV Offshore, Sweetwater, and Greydell, your top 4 in Super Cat. Knucklehead running out there in the B Extreme class. Just go out there and put a show on for the fans. Let the fans appreciate probably one of the coolest sounding boats out there. Of course, there is some talk. Like I said, I've talked to one team I know that's selling one. Ed Smith says he has an interested buyer in it, maybe. So that could be cool to get them out. Obviously, Britt and Kevin own that one. They put a tremendous amount of work into it.
I know
they just struggled with motor problems, so it just.
I know there's one sitting in Carolina. It's over there in Washington area. It's been sitting for a little while.
Okay.
Can come out and play.
The hard part is if you buy one of the older ones, like the Brit vintage style, you have to do a lot of work to it.
Yes.
To get it to be that fast. But towards the end of the year, especially in Englewood and here, that boat was wicked quick.
Yeah, Britt did a lot of work, and Kevin did a lot of work. They got that boat be as competitive as it was in that short period of time against the newer 40.
One, it was completely stripped. I mean,
Yeah.
Britt painted it, but they stripped it. They did a lot of work to it.
He lost a lot of weight out of the boat.
Yep.
He did a lot of.
And there were some rot issues and some DLAM issues. There is Knucklehead. Always wanted to ride in that boat. One day I'm going to get it because Anthony says that's probably one of the funnest boats he gets to run is that thing. And it's funny to hear how they push it through the corners because Anthony's always tried to figure out how to turn that boat and make it run. And I know Ed is really pushing for that class to come up in 2022. Want to get a couple, and like I said, there could be 5 or 6 boats out there in that class if we could just get people to do it. There is MCon.
Team Woody on the inside.
Yep, Class 2. Oh, Fountain. See, they hit that
Chad,
hole there too.
Chad and Billy taking a little set.
Chariots of Fire is not letting go of MCon. No. Now, Supercat is a wide open class. They just have to meet weight specs and engine specs when they come out of the water. So that really they can do whatever they need to do to go out there and win. And Chariots of Fire looks really, really fast.
They might have put a little bit bigger wheel on it, and they're burning some fuel off. It might be coming to them now.
And they're starting to get it figured out, which is good. I mean, we need it for the Supercat class. Obviously, Tyler and Lindsay have committed to racing this program. They've done so all year long, and they bring a great show. They really do. It's a class act. They're great people. They'll help anybody they can help. Just good old Midwestern folk. And of course, if you see racing for Jamie on the side of it, Jamie is Tyler's sister that passed away earlier in the year. So they are racing in her honor in 2021. There's Chariots of Fire.
I don't know if you saw Myrick at the street party the other day, but I chuckled at his jersey. He's got a pretty cool jersey, right? Split right down the middle for performance and MCon. That was a pretty cool.
Well, and there's always been people joking about it, and I always figured it'd be like a seam, like a sewed seam right down the middle. But no, that thing's got like a made-in line. That's pretty cool. They said Missy, his wife, took care of that for him, so I'm sure he enjoys getting to wear that. So Chariots of Fire, that's the bat boat on the outside. It was really funny. I talked to Myrick for a while this morning. Myrick and I have known each other for a long time, back to the Bud Select days when I was on Geico and he was on Bud Select. And he told me that boat is faster than their old boat, their old scheme.
Really?
And he said the biggest difference was the 4-person canopy and the center of gravity. He said it was a minimal center of gravity difference forward and backward, but he said it just made such a difference in the acceleration of that boat. He said that boat runs a lot different as they get ready to go past the factory stock boat. Again, the 450 Mercury-powered MTI.
I believe Skater's got one they're supposedly coming out with. We know that Randy's got that Pleasure Polka Rum one, and Wright Performance has one coming out of the mold for it.
It's all the outboard market rage, right?
Yep.
I mean, you know the marine business and where the trend is going. I was on a 39 MTI back in Maryland when we did our shootout. Taylor let us run down with her and Milton. On a poker run stop, man, what just a cool ride. I mean, we just tucked in behind the windshield, cruised down about, buck 10, buck 15, had a great ride. I really want to run one of the slot Vs though.
Yes.
Because the way that I understand it from multiple people is that boat turns like a cat. It turns rear, for a V-bottom, it turns flat, but when I say it's a slot V, it's got a little, almost like a tunnel right down the middle of it.
Yep.
And they say it turns really flat, so I'd love to get on one of those just to see what it's like. Of course, Randy Sissom used to run with it was a team victory team overseas. And he came over here and started MTI. And anybody that knows the history, it used to be actually Fountain Sissom, right? Mm-hmm. That was the first real naming of it. He was teamed up with Reggie Fountain, built a couple of boats under that brand, and then went over and started MTI, based out of Wentzville, Missouri.
I know it's not this class, but I saw that Randy Swears is coming back into the game with that Superstock.
Yeah, he's going to build a Superstock.
They have 14, 15 boats now in that class.
And that's supposed to be out for Key. That's supposed to be done by Key West. Talked about it earlier. That's going to be the Fast Boats Marine Group entry with Randy Swears. Brand new Doug Wright being put together by Sean Torrente down in South Florida. And I believe that's Chariots of Fire.
Boat looks good. It looks like it's loosened up a little bit the last couple laps. So don't know if they're going to catch Myrick.
Yeah, we didn't even say how many laps any of these classes are running. So Supercat is running 13 laps. Factory Stock is running 10 laps. Class 2 is running 10 laps. So everybody's running between 10 and 13 laps within this particular group. Of course, I haven't really gotten too
See, that's a tricky spot where he's at. He's directly in that whitewash on those boats.
Yep.
You know, it can
upset him. It definitely can upset him, especially the roller coming off of it and allowing that boat to come up and over it. I hadn't gotten real, I guess you could say upset about the Geico thing and not having Geico around. Obviously, I worked for them for 3 years, was on their team. But we were watching that recap video just before it went live, and they showed that shot, and I was like, yeah, okay, I kind of miss them being here. You know, they were around for 14 years. They were a huge influence on the sport.
It's a staple in the
it is.
in our sport.
100%. So miss those guys tremendously. Obviously, Steve Curtis, Scotty Begovic, Mark Granite, Scott Colton, Gary Goodell, Gary Stray, Lou Stray, Patrick, Mike, and the whole team, Fishhead Ed, we love you guys. And we hope to see you soon. Make your return. So it'll be interesting to see MCon come out with their new boat. It was amazing to see what they did to WHM. That was a really, really old boat. It didn't show its age. I mean, Billy took good care of it, but they really made that go fast. They did a lot of work to that boat. They cut the musset off the back of it. They did a lot of re-rig to it, and by the time that they got rid of it, it was a winning boat. They could go out there and pretty much run with
they
whoever
moved it up
wanted.
through the pack.
Yep, for sure.
And that boat was a lot bigger than.
Oh, yeah. She was a tub. I mean, she was a tub. Always rode bow high. That's how it was designed to run. But Tyler, you know, he's the true working American class hero, right? I mean, the guy digs ditches for a living. I mean, he's an undertown utilities guy of a very successful business, actually called MCon out in the Midwest. And Lindsay was showing me some of the pictures of Tyler up in the excavator and stuff. And I said, is that like his escape? Is that where he – oh, she's like, oh, yeah, that's where he wants to be up running the equipment, get him out of doing the office work. There is Sweetwater SV Offshore, boat number 88. They have a loose engine hatch there, maybe? Yeah, they do. It looks like on this side. Pin maybe came out of the engine hatch. Really won't hurt anything because the air coming up out of it and the air going down on it will keep it down. It shouldn't pop up or anything. Simon Prevost out of Canada.
Boat looks a lot more calmed down. I'm trying to think of the words to use, but
well,
it looks
you're 100%
very
right because they were stringing it out to try and run with Geico in Class 1. You can't blame them. I mean, that's what they were trying to go out there to do. You know, Vinny's owned a ton of Outer Limits. He's been an Outer Limits fan for years. I go back and read older magazines, and you don't realize how many boats he's actually had. And it's been quite a bit. Vinny's a good dude. He's very nice.
He's down to earth. He's a great guy to hang out with, talk to.
Brings some pretty cool trucks. You know, the bumpers raise up with air to get over like low ground and stuff. It's really cool to see. And MCon, you can see all the GoPros all over MCon. There's one on the either side of the cockpit. You should see the other one. There it is right there. There's one in front of the cockpit. There's one behind the cockpit. There's one on top of the cockpit, and I think there's one or two inside the cockpit. So there's enough going on inside that boat to be able to see everything. Myra Coyle obviously works for Performance Boat Center. He runs their service department out there, based out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. An MTI, Sunsation, Bennington pontoon boat, and Wright Performance dealer, and a cigarette dealer. Have you ever been there?
No, I have not.
Oh, man. I love going to that place. That's just cool.
Kid in a candy store.
You walk around the docks like you're in the showroom. Oh, my. Like, there's 8 of my houses sitting right here in their showroom.
Yeah.
And I've never gone to any, because they've got like 4 or 5 buildings on that piece of property alone. I've never even walked in the other buildings. There goes Graydell. That's Woody from Class 2. Graydell currently running in 4th in Super Cat. And Woody running in 2nd in Class 2. Yep, that engine hatch is definitely up. It's good to see the Mercury support here. You know, Mercury really came on board with the 1100 program with Class 1. Obviously, that's not here. They really stepped up and got on board with Vinny. Obviously, you heard him talk about how fast they turned the motors around. When he flipped it over in Cocoa Beach, was able to come back and continue racing. It's good to see the support. I've met Stuart Haley a handful of times. Very nice guy, very knowledgeable about what he does. Of course, it's always exciting to see what Mercury's going to come out with next, as most recently they came out with the 600 horsepower outboard.
Yeah,
you and I are about
that's
the same,
a big,
you and I are about the same age, man. That's just a weird thing to me. I think it's cool, and I think it's going to be a great thing. Built to go on some of the larger center consoles, you know, the Scouts or the Chris Crafts.
Got pod-style steering. And
And I've talked to a couple people that have run boats with it, and they said, man, when you turn that boat, you look back and that motor doesn't turn, it's weird. Like, it takes you a minute to get used to it.
That's always a cool shot up the tunnel.
Yep, getting to see the air down it. These boats designed like the wing of an airplane, so they're designed to ride up on a cushion of air. And then there's all kinds of geometry to go down the tunnel to get the right amount of compression with the right amount of lift, but yet let the right amount of air either out the side or out the back. It's dumping out the side. That's the little mist spray you see as the boat walks side to side. So that's exiting air and then exiting air out the back. This boat does have a tunnel tab on it.
Yeah, it looks like they've
the
put
tunnel tab is still on it.
Looks like they put some distance on Chariot Fire.
Yeah.
They must be coming into their setup a little bit too.
Yep. But hats off to Chariot's Fire. Chariots of Fire rather. I wouldn't have expected to see them up there. This is only they were in Michigan City.
Is it third race?
It might be their fourth or fifth race now. Cool to see the exhaust pop in there on that one side. You can just see the flow of it coming out.
Yep.
I love the sound of these boats.
You can see how hard he sets it into that turn right here, setting it down to get it to take a bite.
And Myrick said you can turn the crap out of that boat. That boat will turn when he wants it to. Myrick actually drove or throttled the the Performance Boat Center boat back in 2019 and switched roles with Rusty Williams because he felt he was a better driver. He knew where he wanted the boat to go.
Yep.
And he really enjoys getting behind the wheel. Obviously, he drove the Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's boat with Johnny Tomlinson, won multiple races, a couple world championships, a couple national titles with that. So Myrick definitely has the knowledge. Used to work for Dave Scott at Naughty Marine, and then Naughty Marine was bought into the Performance Boat Center group, and Myrick went on board with them. Of course, Mark and Waddington, two good friends of mine. Appreciate everything they do for the sport. And they're an MTI dealer. There's a factory stock boat with the 450s on it. Here comes Graydale. That's a nice triple MTI shot there. You had the new and the old and the older, But all the boats still out and running. All the boats uber competitive.
That canopy that Randy designed and put on that new factory racing has to be one of the most aggressive and mean-looking top decks that's come out on a boat in a while.
But a lot of that is all about deflection.
Correct.
Too.
Yes.
If you look at the Victory canopies, they're not rounded like most of them. They're square because those square angles will deflect the water upon an impact. And Randy actually puts a raised edge around the glass on the canopy as well to dissipate
Shear
some
points.
of the impact.
Yep.
Right, exactly. So it doesn't hit that glass as hard. You could say that this Graydale is probably like a Generation 1 MTI.
Yeah.
Obviously still a very competitive boat. I think this is actually older than the Pro Floors boat. I'm not 100% sure because Pro Floors used to be reliable back in the day. There goes the factory stock boat, 450. Taylor and Randy Sism on board. And just the blue just pops off of that thing, man. Just looks so good.
You can see the reflection. There's a lot of pearl in that wrap. And
wrap? That's not wrap.
Yeah.
That's pure paint. Dude.
No, they got a wrap on that.
They
the
do?
top deck is wrap, yes.
Really?
Yeah, I was down there talking to Taylor. She picked all the colors and everything. It's crazy to see it's actually got a wrap on it.
That's hard to believe it.
Yeah.
It's that good. That's awesome. Graydale running fourth in Super Cat. So Bob Gohegan tells us in the chat, John Edmonds raced a lot in the 1980s. I knew he wasn't new to racing. I don't know much about his history. I knew he wasn't new to racing. New to the Super Cat class. Good to see him getting it figured out, though, running up front with MCON. Running this class with veterans, you got to really learn the turns, really learn the lines. This is kind of opposite of everything you're taught about boating, as to where you're trimming the drive through the corner to keep the RPMs in the power band, and then as the boat lifts, you start heading down the straightaway, then you start bumping them back in, and the boat sets up and goes. Of course, Grant Bruggerman rigged this boat for J.R. Noble. Jake raced it for a couple of years under the Steel name, and then Aaron Hope bought it, raced it as AMH, and now it's MCON. And MCON actually bought the whole thing from Aaron. They bought the hauler,
they got everything,
the scooters,
the
whole program. And
they already had a nice program to begin with.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He tells me that this is already tentatively sold for the end of this year. He's very confident he's going to have his new boat for next year. But the old boat before this was sold before they started moving forward. And he built a 42 that he tried to race a couple times last year, and it just didn't take off the way that it should have. So they actually sold that boat to Slug Hefner, who bought Vern Gilbert's boat. They're taking the motors out of Vern Gilbert's boat, which are Carson Bruggen motors, big honking blower motors. And they're going to go out and do some speed runs with that boat in 2022. Of course, Slug Hefner is Dirty Duck, if anybody knows. Does some drag boat racing now, but used to be into offshore powerboat racing. Has, I guess, some Mystics now. Mystic Cat, Mystic Center Console, maybe. Also from Lake of the Ozarks. So Lake of the Ozarks is the only place you can go and walk up to a yacht club and see 5 MTIs like lined up next to each other on the lift. You're like, really? And that's a mean body of water too. Like on the weekends, like you just don't go boating there on Sundays. It's just that rough. And we race out there, of course, at the beginning of the season. Lotto is also the hometown lake for MTI. They're based out of Wentzville, but do all their testing at Lake of the Ozarks. New customer deliveries. That's a good shot of the canopy we were talking about, too, the different angles that help with the spray. Beautiful boat. 450 Mercury's running on that. The current MCON boat is AMH. MCON's old boat was WHM. That boat, I think, was sold over to Sweden, I want to say. They posted a video of it running over there, but I know it went overseas somewhere. They used to call that boat the She Shed, of course, Lindsay Miller. And they're a character, man. They're just fun to hang out with. They're just good people. And Taylor's also got that nice toter that tows her boat around.
Yes. Yeah, I got a matching toter for the boat, and then they got the race hauler.
And they got the hauler. And the hauler's new. They didn't have the hauler in July back in Baltimore. So that came out to be pretty new. Actually, I think he said they bought it in Baltimore. Of course, here is Team Woody, Billy Shipley, Chad Woody.
Like you said earlier, that boat's got a lot of history.
Yep. The previous owner, the late David Rabb, a very good friend of mine. I think they still say Navigator David Rabb as the third person in that boat. It's actually got room for 2 seats behind it.
Yes,
Reggie
it does.
built these the 35s are actually built as poker run / race boats. So you could kind of go either way with them. Louis' boat's the same way. Now the 38s, like the Wicks filter boat or like Smitty's What's Up boat, there's room back there, but they were never designed to have seats.
Yeah, they still have the in honor of, like you said, Dave Rabb. My first Class 6 boat was Dave Rabb's old boat.
You had that boat,
Yes.
the green boat.
The green boat, yep.
And now Andy Miller has that boat out at Lotto.
Yeah, I think Nick, Andy's running it with Nick. I can't remember his last name, but a gentleman, Nick, bought it. And they bought that from Jesse.
Jesse had it because then Jesse bought the boat I used to race, which used to be the maxed out boat.
Yep.
See, we all just trade around. I mean, it just all stays in the family, right? We don't ever really actually sell anything. And Chariots of Fire, boat number 4, as we said, formerly the artist known as Cleveland Construction. Prior to that, it was Talkin' Trash. That boat flipped over in 2009 in Ocean City, Maryland, I want to say, with Jimmy and Vinny on board. And they sent it down to Geico. They made a lot of structural changes to it, trying to make it a little bit stronger. Changed a lot of the canopy about it.
Yeah.
I just don't think, unfortunately, the boat never got dialed back in the way that it could. When Ed bought it, then they really did some work to it. Cleaned it up a lot and got it running. And they were competitive. Mark Smalls of Cleveland Construction used to sponsor them. And now Chariots of Fire getting it figured out in Supercat. And again, good to be up behind a boat like MCON, just kind of like seeing the lines and how they want to go through the corners. Know they have a ton of experience there. As they run down into the South Florida Glare. This is the final race of the 2021 Roar Offshore. Coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/OPA Racing. Chris Uzi from Nobody's Business. Unfortunately had a little kidney stone issue. Didn't get to race today, but he's been my broadcast partner. Really appreciate it. Give a shout out to Greenlight Productions, Greenlight TV. This has been produced by them. Great to work with these guys one more time as they bring you live offshore powerboat racing from beautiful Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We'll have our awards tonight at just around 7 o'clock. Be sure to check back in to our website or Facebook for the official results as they get posted later in the evening. Had some rain come through here. I almost said rum. I could go for the rum coming through me right now. Yeah,
we're almost there. We're almost there.
We're getting real close. Had some rain come through earlier, a little bit of a thunder boomer. Kind of delayed things just a little bit. Had some really exciting racing early on. Super Stock was super exciting. 2 boats unfortunately went over. Everybody was okay. And then the Modified V race was hugely exciting. As Brian Forehand gave us quite the bit to talk about there.
Yes.
With a couple of on-course incidents. As Chariots of Fire continues to run in second place in Supercat. And there is MCON. Should see Chariots of Fire come into the shot any minute now. Yep, there they are, right to the bottom of the screen.
They haven't fallen off the pace.
Nope,
They've
had
kept the same gap on them. So
and I think they're
good.
still running the Sterling motors in that. I'm not 100% sure. I know that used to have Sterling motors in it. They may be running Sterling motors in it now. Of course, in the Super Cat class, Sterling is really the dominant motor builder, but it was Ilmore for a little while. I know Frank McComas was building them for a while. A couple different engine builders, working in that class. These are not tricky motors to build, but the guys that have built them for a while definitely have the experience to be able to make them last.
They're wound tight. That's the thing, is longevity on them.
Oh, yeah.
510 cubic inches, 7,000 RPM.
Yeah. MCon, I know, is running the Sterling engines. As I was talking to Tyler earlier, they tilt the boat up on the side to transport it, but then they have the clear engine hatch, which gives you a cool view of getting to see inside of that engine compartment. As Chariots of Fire, another skater hull. It looks real good, man. It's carrying that bow really, really nicely. Set up on the back the way it should be. They're getting ready to go through the dog leg, so they'll jog slightly to the left and then line up for the right-hand turn at the bottom of the course. We should be wrapping up this race. I probably could have kept lap counts here, but I didn't. I just didn't. I just give up. I don't mean to be negative about it, but I do. Thanks to the OPA staff, our president Smitty, for bringing this race back down here once again. Of course, D, our official registrar. You got Val Fiorillo, Steve Adams. They took over for Stu Slotnick today over there in race control. Jim Jackson, Tom Richard, Greg, all of our inspectors. Of course, all of our medical and safety team, our divers in the helicopters, our divers on the boats. We couldn't do it without you guys. Thanks to Tim and Cindy Hill for bringing this event back to Tim and Cindy Hill and Mike Shepard. I'm terribly sorry for bringing this event back to Fort Myers Beach, Florida. No, it was a tough go for those guys, but you did it. Go home and be able to relax. And hey, guess what? Next week you start thinking about 2022. That's how
right.
It goes.
They had a good show. Do we get an official boat count? Do we know?
It was like I want to 60.
That's
it was 60 flat.
Yeah.
I heard 56, but 60 flat, which is good. That's awesome. So hearing that we have 2 laps to go now in the Super Cat class as we wind up the racing here. Got to give a shout out to all of our armed forces, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force. Without you guys protecting our country, we wouldn't be able to go out and do what we do on the weekends. So thanks to all of our past, future, and current armed forces personnel. Appreciate what you guys do. Of course, local fire, EMS, and police. Police had a huge present on Thursday night as we were down there for that block party.
Did you get the sheriff's officers in the helo?
Yeah,
flying over Dallas?
They were hung out. They had their AK-47s on their laps. I was like, man.
Yeah, that was a cool shot.
Yeah, they were liking that. Somebody posted like an air show picture of them coming up over the bridge, I thought, somewhere. Really cool. From what I understand from Tim and Cindy Hill, the sheriff was really a big proponent of this race, really wanted it to come back. It's a beautiful day over there in the pits. So Lindsay Miller texted me and said backside of 12, so they're just about to wrap up their race. They should start their final lap this time by as we get ready to wrap up racing here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. People start to exit the beach. I love this beach down here. I love this white, soft, like coral sand they call it.
My wife couldn't get our little one off the beach. She spent 2 full days out on there.
That's not bad. We talked to my wife maybe about going down to Englewood a little bit early and enjoying some time down there before the World Championships. Of course, that's a tough day of racing because it's 2 days, but we don't get the day off in between it. It's Saturday to Sunday.
It's back-to-back.
Yep.
Scrambling at night if you break something.
Yep.
But that's part of racing.
We had so many boats down there in 2019. We're just scrambling to get everything cleaned up and put away. Like, it was just crazy.
Yeah.
I think we'll have another excellent boat count down there this year. That event taking place November 20th and 21st, 2021. That's Englewood, Florida. Ray LeBady, of course, the race promoter down there. He was the pit coordinator up here.
I think Ray has been to almost every one of, I won't say every race, but he shows up at and gives support to all the other promoters and stuff. It's really cool to see that.
And now I'm getting an earful from a certain person at this point on my phone, but it's okay. Here comes NCON. They're going to start their final lap this time by as they get ready to hopefully take the checkered flag here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Knucklehead is still out there. Julie, I know we haven't seen him on the video, but I hear him. I know they're still out there running. Obviously, Julie Kimmel up there at Rivers Bend Marina in St. Clair, Michigan. Ed Smith and Julie, they do a lot to help the racers when we come up there to St. Clair, and even the races the week between St. Clair and Michigan City. They store a lot of boats up there. He's got tons of buildings up there. They let us put the boats in there.
He gives his shop to anybody who needs help or needs to make a repair.
Pretty much. So they're a great asset to the sport. We know Julie's probably listening live. Boys are still out there running. I don't know who won the drag race. I don't know.
I think it panned off for a second.
Our angles were pretty off.
It was definitely a nail biter. They were coming in side by side.
They wanted a piece of it, that's for sure. And that was fun. That was exciting to get to be able to call and made this start obviously very, very interesting. So MCON has started their final lap here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Here is Chariots of Fire. They will start their last lap. So everybody pretty much should be wrapping up after this. And this is our final race of the day. Go to oparacing.org for more information. Follow us on Facebook, OPA Racing, facebook.com/OPA Racing. And we get that typical glare. I know my TV producer, Rob, is looking at that glare going, I don't like this time of day, because you can't really see a lot on the backside of that course. It's just like Key West. Key West does the same thing. You get that glare out over the water. It's very, very difficult to see. But beautiful nonetheless. Weather actually really turned out pretty nice this afternoon. Nice breeze down there in the beach, so I'm sure everybody's getting to enjoy it. As Chariots of Fire goes into turn 1 for the last time. This is MCON on the back straight, headed down into the dog leg. So we have Class 2 will be wrapping up. That is the Bat Boat will take, it looks like, the unofficial win there. I'm not sure if this is their last lap. I can't quite see the start-finish boat from my... No, you can't see it. I even went and looked like around the corner. You can't see it. Thank you to all the fans here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. You guys have been awesome, super welcoming. Just loved having us here. Actually went to Cold Stone last night to get some ice cream on the way back to the hotel, and I think I stood there for like 45 minutes and talked to these people about burgers, and they were just great.
It's always great when you come into town and the people that live here enjoy your presence. It always makes it easier.
Well, it's always funny, like we wear our OPA jerseys like around town, and people are like, are you racing? Are you racing? Oh no, we're the people that bring it here. This guy, the one guy last night was like, oh, you're the tattletale. You're the guy that gets people in trouble. I was like, well, no, actually, that's not me. I can do that, but that's not me. As MCON comes around the final turn for the day, they will come up and take their checkered flag here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida for the 2021 Roar Offshore. Up there, okay, there goes Knucklehead.
Yep, they're just going outside our window.
Yep, just outside to my right here.
It's
actually just in front of MCON. That's their wake, I think you see up there in front of them.
Yep. You could see MCON, how much they have the boat trimmed up coming out of the...
Yep. Trying to accelerate, keeping that power band up. Like I said, it's like riding a two-stroke dirt bike.
Yep.
That's Dee hanging off the side of the start-finish boat, so she should have the checkered flag out any minute now. Yep, there it is. So MCON takes the checkered flag in Supercat as they come across the finish line to wrap up their race today. I believe that was Woody. All right, so Class 2 is done. We saw the Bat Boat to the inside. So Bat Boat unofficially first in Class 2. Team Woody unofficially second in Class 2. Factory stock, it's going to go to MTI, their 450 boat. Knucklehead is going to take V Extreme. And in Supercat, it's going to be MCON at first, Chariots of Fire in second, and SV Offshore Sweetwater in third. And that will wrap up our racing. Of course, we will stay live until the last couple of boats come across the finish line. I believe it's the last two Supercats to do that. As you see, there's Chariots of Fire. There's the MTI factory stock boat as they come out of that corner. Again, Randy Sissom. Taylor actually has run it with a couple different throttlemen this year. She's run it with Sean Torrente and Cocoa Beach. Her scheduled throttleman was Johnny Tomlinson, but I understand he had a family commitment this weekend, was unable to make it. So she ran with her dad today, Randy Sissom, who obviously has his world of experience in racing as well. And it's really good to see, MTI pushing this 450 class. Be interesting. Hopefully new boats come out next year.
Yep.
Of course, changes coming for Superstock next year as they've adopted the 304 stroke. That will be slowly implemented in the class. They're not making a dead stop and change.
Next year you can run both, I believe.
You can run both of them. I don't know what they'll do in 2023 after that, but hopefully it'll work out in 2022 for them.
But they did that transitional when they went to the 300 XS as well.
And what a lot of people don't understand is, like I said in the earlier broadcast, those are not spec motors you can buy. The power heads are spec that you can buy, but the midsections are custom in order to be able to fit on the back of those boats. Of course, you're right. They used to run the 2.5, the 280 horsepower Mercury. And there's that beautiful skater of MCON. Got the stars and the stripes down the tunnel as they're going to head over and get their checkered flag here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. So we've got, out of the window here, we've got one more boat coming around the corner. And kind of hard to tell. There it is. There's Gradell. So they will come across the start-finish line and take the checkered flag. I wonder what happened to SV Offshore Sweetwater. We kind of stopped seeing them after a while.
I don't know. I didn't see him come past the start-finish.
No, I wonder if they had some sort of mechanical issue. They did have to be careful with the engine because if they took some water in there and got on the electronics of the engine, that could have caused some sort of an issue. But here comes Gradell, and Gradell actually could have taken third if SV did go out with some sort of an issue at some point during this race. Beautiful day here at Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Thanks to Greenlight, the production crew. Fantastic to work with as always. Chris, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you like
for having me.
Your posh TV booth up here with the comfortable couch. Good to have your insight. Always nice to have people to bounce things off of and talk to. And looks like the MTI, the bat boat MTI has pulled up to get their checkered flag. Get to see some of the detail just on the deck of the logo. And it is an open boat. It is not a canopy boat. It is an open boat. And I believe that was Tyler standing on the deck of MCON going over to get his checkered flag. There you go. That's a good shot of it. My kid loves it. I know that.
Yeah.
Boat number 211. As I said, a surface drive boat, so a unique boat in a lot of ways. Got a big rudder that sits down below it.
Rudder boats turn hard.
Very hard.
Turn a rudder boat very hard.
But they're also it's weird because they'll skip more through the turn.
Yes.
And you've got a lot more surface to
You
bite.
need the power to turn them.
Yep, exactly. Handle really good around the dock, so when you go to dock them, I mean, there's the throw. Nope, I can't tell who that is. I think it's Tyler.
That's Tyler.
I think it's Tyler. For a minute, though, it looked like Myron. Giving the thumbs up, Bobby, to his competition, Chariots of Fire. A lot of respect amongst the Super Cat teams. Want to give a shout out to Billy Moff. Billy, sorry you're not here. Hey, you got a comment on the chat. Jason Zolecki. Good job, Chris Uzi.
Thank you, Jason.
And there goes the bat boat. Let's get some highlights of this fifth and final race of the day with Super Cat, Factory Stock, V Extreme, and Class 2. Of course, it was the drag race that we talked about between Knucklehead and MCON all the way down to the first turn. I believe there was even a $100 bet on it, but I couldn't tell who won. MCON took the early lead in Super Cat with SV Offshore in second. The vote of the day to me was Chariots of Fire. They were able to make up a lot of ground, and they actually ran with MCON quite a bit. Lost a little bit of ground towards the end, maybe lost their setup, but a great run by Chariots of Fire. In the factory stock class, it was, of course, the beautiful blue MTI powered by the Mercury 450s. Class 2 was the MTI Bat Boat. Second place was Team Woody. And then, of course, in V Extreme, Knucklehead takes the win. Always a crowd favorite. Beautiful sound as we wrap up racing here in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. All right, well, that's going to wrap up our racing here. Thanks again to Chris Uzi. Thanks to Billy Shipley. And, of course, Tyler Miller for joining us up here in the broadcast booth. Thanks to Greenlight Productions for producing a fantastic live stream. You've been watching the 2021 Roar Offshore. I am Mike Iwasi coming to you live from Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Go to oparacing.org for more information or follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/OPA Racing. Next stop, Englewood, Florida, November 20th and 21st. We'll see you there.
ultimate performance. Ready to race. Ready for fun. From the backyard to the racetrack, Traxxas radio control vehicles are engineered for years of high speed, high flying fun. Visit your local hobby store to experience the fun of RC from Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control.